Chapter 64, Paranormal Activity. Chapter 64, Paranormal Activity. Chris drove behind Nance, staying about 60 to 70 feet away. There weren't many cars on the road, but Nance didn't notice her following him. Looking at Nance through the window, it could be seen that he was talking to someone while driving. He kept moving toward the shotgun seat, and his mouth seemed to be moving. Was there someone there? There shouldn't be one. At least, she couldn't see anyone from the back. It wasn't possible unless the person wasn't as tall as the seat or was a kid. This was impossible, though. She'd been following Nance the entire time, but Nance never stopped. No one came on Midway either. Nance's behavior was just very strange. Suddenly, a car from the other direction drove past with far headlights. When the lights shone over, Chris felt her vision blurring. The next moment, she saw a woman's figure sitting beside Nance. The woman turned and looked at Chris. How is there a woman in Nance's car? Chris looked again, but she was gone. Did she see it wrong? Or was she blocked by the seat again? Chris felt unsettled. A bad feeling shrouded her heart. Where's the car? Where did it go? Whoosh! Suddenly, Chris heard breathing behind her. Light flashed in her rearview mirror, and there seemed to be a woman sitting in the back seat. Ah! Chris twisted the steering wheel in fear. Thud! The car crashed, and Chris' forehead started bleeding. Thankfully, she hadn't been driving fast, and it didn't cause a car accident. However, she'd run into the taxi in the other lane. Damn it! Get out of the car, asshole! You know how to drive? Hearing the angry roars, Chris could only unbuckle her seatbelt. When she saw the taxi driver, she said, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. How much is it? I'll pay you." "I knew it's a woman driver." Vincent yelled, gesticulating madly. "You dented my car door. $300. Chris was pissed. If you want $300 just for that scratch, why don't you go rob a bank instead? She thought. No way am I giving you $300. I'll give you $100 at most. You know that it'll cost $100 just to go into the repair shop? Don't drive on the road if you can't pay. You scratched my car last time. You might run someone over next time, you know?" Vincent's words were too infuriating. Anger burned inside Chris. She'd already been close to losing control of her emotions and broke down after getting yelled at. Thud. "Motherfucker, say that again. I'm gonna rip your mouth off." *TCH, you think I'm scared? I don't care if you're a girl. I'll hit you until not even your mother can recognize you. All right, Vincent. Chen Zhao finally came out of the car. "Hello, Chris. We meet again." Oh, you're that guy from yesterday." Chris didn't have a deep impression of Chen Zhao. After all, Chen Zhao was only one of the countless people who asked for her number. She remembered that Chen Zhao had given her a business card with only his number, but she'd already tossed that out. "Vincent, it's just a small scratch, and you asked for $300? I think it'll be better if you go rob a bank." Seeing Chen Zhao's eyes, Vincent immediately looked away. "Fine, because of you, I'll just take $200. Nothing less. Hand it over." Chris glanced at the scratch. She was thinking this number too, but the problem was that she didn't bring money. I didn't bring that much money. Can I give it to you some other time?" Americans were used to using credit cards. Most people wouldn't have more than $100 in cash with them. "I don't know you. How do I know if you're lying? Give me the money now." "Vincent, I'll give you the money." How can I let you do that?" Chris grew troubled. "It's no big deal. You can pay me back." "Sure." Chris didn't like owing people, but she really couldn't find $200 right now. She didn't even have that in her bank. "I'll pay you back when I have money." "You can pay me whenever you wish. But can I have your number?" "Oh, right." Chris took out her phone, and they exchanged numbers. "Then goodbye." "Goodbye." "Oh, right. Your back seat." Whoosh. Vincent had already started the engine, and Chen Zhao lost his temper. "Vincent, can't you see that I'm trying to flirt?" "Chen, you already know enough pretty girls. You should control yourself." As he thought about random stuff, Chen Zhao arrived at Rutherford's home. He rang the bell, and the door cracked open. But when Chen Zhao saw Rutherford, he was shocked. "Rutherford, you." Rutherford's face was covered in bruises. His white tee was covered in blood. "Chen, come in." Rutherford's voice was very weak. Chen Zhao caught the wavering Rutherford as soon as he entered and helped the man to the sofa. "Let's sit on the ground so we don't dirty the sofa," Rutherford said. "It's expensive to clean it." "You're still worried about that now." "I lost my job, so I have to care. Plus, I can only give you $200 at most. Your injuries look like you were beaten up." "Yeah, I broke into the club's office and made a scene. They fired me. So you can't do track anymore." "I can't. I'm still an athlete. But there needs to be a club willing to sign me." "Can you race as an individual?" "Yes. Professional athletes aren't decided by the club. It's an identity given to me by the association. My national rank last year was pretty good. I was in the top 20. Usually, my points after 3 races should get me into top 15. With that score, I can attend some first-class national races. But now I don't even have money for surgery." "How many years have you worked for? How come you don't have any savings?" "Do you know how much my nutritious meals cost? The standard is $200 per day. The club would pay for 60% of it before. Now I can't even feed myself." "How much can you make from a first-class race?" "It depends on the host, organizers, and sponsors. Usually, the champion should get anywhere around 50K to 100K. Second and third place should be between 10 to 30K. If you win, all the money will go to the athlete, right?" "No, you need to split it with the coach and club. Usually, the coach gets 5%, the manager gets 5 to 10%, and the club takes 20 to 30%. "What? You want to switch careers?" "To be honest, Asians have no advantage in track. Plus, with your body and fitness, you aren't suitable for track." Chapter 93, Investment for the Future. Chapter 93, Investment for the Future. Normally, there are 2 types of sprinters. The first type is short sprinters who are no taller than 8 meters. Their leg muscles are stronger and their running pace is faster. The other type is tall sprinters whose limbs are also longer. Their pace is slower, but every step they take will cover significantly more distance than short sprinters. Chen Zhao clearly did not belong to either of these 2 types. He was quite tall, over 8 meters to be precise, but his limbs were shorter than normal athletes. Even if his body was as strong as an athlete, he would still be unable to take part in track and field, especially sprinting. Of course, he had never thought of becoming an athlete anyway. Chen Zhao liked his current life. It was fruitful, but also filled with free time. On the other hand, athletes had to be serious and train themselves until exhaustion every single day. Furthermore, Chen Zhao's age was no longer suitable for an athlete. He was only interested in the prize, nothing more. How about international competition, like the Star Invitational you talked about? The prize for the Star Invitational actually isn't that high, at most 200,000. In fact, the prize for some Star Invitationals is not even as high as those first-class national competitions. The main purpose of taking part in Star Invitationals is to gain points in IAAF and increase our popularity. Only then will we have the chance to be supported by national sponsors or get more money. Then how about Diamond League and Golden League? Diamond League? I can't take part in that even if I'm in my best condition. I don't have enough points and my national ranking isn't high enough, so I can't qualify. I can of course buy an entry quota, but I can't afford it. As for Golden League, that's the final goal of every runner. Its importance even exceeds the Olympics. If you win Golden League, how much will you get? Stop joking. I wouldn't be able to enter Golden League in my entire life, let alone getting first. My best timing for 100 meters so far is only 95 seconds. I'm not confident of getting first even in first or second-class national competitions, not to mention Golden League, unless you break the legs of every other participant. With my current record, even if I enter Golden League, I wouldn't be able to promote. I'm asking about the prize. I'm not sure. Golden League is not a single competition, but rather many rounds. The prize for getting first in any one of them is at least hundreds of thousands. This is only the prize for the competition. If you include money from the sponsor and advertisers, I think it can even reach 2 million. If I heal your legs and help you get back to your best condition, maybe even stronger, and at the same time sponsor you for various competitions, will you give me some of your prize money? What do you mean? What the words mean. I'm investing in you, Qinzhao replied. You're a doctor, and I believe you can heal my legs, but are you sure you know what investing in me means? Even after I recover, I still have to rent a training ground, hire a coach, train myself, and eat nutritious meals, which sum to at least $20,000 every month. Moreover, you wouldn't be able to see any results in just 1 or 2 months. Before we even talk about the prize money, your own money will probably be wasted. Although it's an investment, I believe that your results will be good. I'm placing a bet on your future. What do you think? I'll cover all your costs over the next 2 years, and I want 40% of all your income in these 2 years. Fine. Even if you're being serious, 40% is too high. It's impossible. You're only like my health consultant. I can give you at most 10%, nothing more. 10%? I'll spend $20,000 on you every month. Can you promise that your monthly income will exceed $200,000? Let me see. 2 years. I need to invest $480,000, which means you need to earn at least $4,800,000 in 2 years for me to not make a loss. Do you think I'm a fool? 40% is too high. Even if I find a club, it'll take at most 20%, maybe even less. Moreover, it'll only take that percentage of my prize, not my total income. But you want 40% of my total income. Fine. You reject my offer. You can just pretend that I've said nothing. 25%. I'll give you 25% of my total income. 30%. Anything less, and you can forget it. Provided you can make my results better. If you can make me qualify for Golden League, I'll accept this percentage. Of course, I have a way to boost your performance. You mean drugs? Rufford's expression changed. Of course not. Don't worry. I'll just make you stronger. Deal. When do we sign the contract? We don't need one. Are you not afraid that I'll go back on my words? I don't like to sign any forms of contract, but I believe that we're both men of our words. Am I right? How long do I need before I can stand on the track again? I need to perform a more comprehensive checkup on you, and then decide on your treatment plan before we can talk about recovering. Mr. Board, I'm not kidding. In fact, I'm telling you this with a very serious attitude. It's not a prank, not a joke, and not a story. David stared at Board with a serious expression. Wait, so you mean my daughter will be attacked by an evil spirit? The smile on Board's face slowly disappeared. Yes, and not just one. Perhaps 10 or more, David said. Also, the hospital will definitely not be our main battlefield. Standing beside David, Sienna continued, maybe there's many souls hiding in this hospital already. They'll be affected by your daughter's soul and become evil spirits. Why? Board was still somewhat suspicious. Did Aisha do something wrong? No, she's done nothing wrong. It's just that she's born extraordinary and she needs to face the trials of life and death. She's already passed death trial and is about to face life trial. If she passes it, she'll obtain unimaginable powers, but if she doesn't, she'll never wake up. It's not a joke. No. I still trust Chinmore. Mister. Police, can you call him? I want to ask him myself. Compared to Sienna, Board was more willing to believe in the man who had found his wife and daughter. Mr. Board, I tried calling him just now, but his phone was off. I need to think about it. Sienna glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. We don't have much longer. It's almost 10 p.m. After 10, evil spirits might start appearing, and this will continue until 1 in the morning. Ms. Sienna, are you sure they'll appear tonight? Absolutely, and it might be more dangerous than anything I've seen before, Sienna said with a serious tone. Chapter 94. Chased by Evil Spirits. Chapter 94. Chased by Evil Spirits. Why? David and Board both looked at Sienna. Because it's the third night, Sienna said. What third night? Every spiritualist will fall unconscious when going through the life trial. If they're attacked on the first night, then they are one of the chosen. If it's the second night, then they are the extraordinary. The third night, they are of the Holy Spirit. Of course, each day that passes means that the trial will be more difficult. Miss Sienna, what night were you attacked? The first night. Most spiritualists are like this. I was saved by an old gypsy witch who became my teacher. So if Aisha survives tonight, she'll have superpowers. Board was afraid, but also a bit excited. No. What do you mean by saying she's of the Holy Spirit? Like Jesus. You're saying my daughter is Jesus. Of course not, but it's the same principle. But Jesus is a dude, David said doubtfully. He's different. How? How do I know? Sienna rolled her eyes. Board couldn't decide, making Sienna lose her patience. You better decide soon. It'll be 10 o'clock in a few minutes. By then, it'll actually be dangerous. But you want to take my daughter out of the hospital. But where are you taking her? The church. No. No. Board immediately yelled. Definitely not. Why? Don't you know what my daughter and wife experienced before? Do you know? They were raped, and that damn monster stuffed them into a box and buried them under the oak tree by the church. Now you want to take my daughter to a church? Don't even think about it. We don't have to go to that church. Just leave the city to somewhere with less people. And why? David asked, confused. If there's fewer people, then there are fewer dead people. There's a lower possibility of evil spirits, too. That woman may attract evil spirits from a larger region. But even if they can sense her, it'll still take time to catch up to her. So this is safe. No. Sienna shook her head. It's just relatively safer. This way, we can avoid most evil spirits. What about the rest? David asked, gulping. Suddenly, the light in the hospital's hallway dimmed. She's here. Sienna's expression changed. She suddenly took a sharp awl out of her pocket and slammed it into the wall. A distorted face appeared on the wall. It seemed to be wailing, but there was no sound. David and Board went pale with terror, but Sienna acted like she did something casual. Do you see this? It's just a minor character. There'll be more of these things attacking my daughter. Yes, more terrifying ones. Hurry and take my daughter away. Board wouldn't give in until the last moment. He'd been hesitant earlier, but now he agreed wholeheartedly. Wait, what about my wife? She was kidnapped with Aisha, and they went through the same things. Will she also? No, your wife won't, Sienna said. Don't get unrelated people involved. Your wife shouldn't come. You shouldn't come either. Your daughter and I are enough. No way, Board said determinedly. Even if I believe you, I won't let you take my daughter away. That's impossible. I'm a police officer. Protecting citizens is my duty, David also said when Sienna made him leave. Sienna knew what David was thinking right now. This was something from dreams. He was inside a supernatural event now. How could he give it up? Is there something like holy water? or garlic? David asked with enthusiasm. He didn't feel any danger at all. He was just excited from being in something like an intense game. Please, officer. It's about my daughter's life right now. Maybe we need a cross? Board added. Enough. I'm a witch, not a religious priest. If you think that's more useful, you can go find a priest to drive out the demon. Okay. We'll listen to you, but you can't kick us out. Take the girl out of the hospital. The three moved quickly. Board placed his daughter on a wheelchair. He was going to pack up her clothes, but Sienna stopped her. It wasn't necessary. If Aisha could survive these 3 hours, she would be safe. Board did the discharge paperwork without telling his wife. Get in my car, David said while tossing his keys to Sienna. We won't be bothered even if we speed. Why are you giving me the keys? I can't drive. Board and David were both shocked. How could someone in this world not know how to drive? It was as shocking as finding an illiterate person in China. In China, some of the older generation might not be able to read, but there were practically no illiterates in the younger generation. America was a country where the driver's license could be used as an ID card. One could imagine how common driving was here. In the end, David sat in the driver's seat and shot out of the hospital in the police car. Clunk. Slow down. You want us to crash? Why is the car shaking so hard? Is there an evil spirit? Motherfucker, you didn't slow down on the speed bump. Board roared. If you can't drive, let me do it. I don't want my daughter to die in a tragic car crash before the evil spirit gets to her. Miss Sienna told me to drive faster. But you can't. I don't think it's fast enough. Sienna looked in the back. Something's chasing behind us. Behind us? There's nothing there. Don't you see the car with red headlights? Damn it, they changed the headlights red? I should give him a ticket. Plus, his exhaust is obviously excessive. Look at that black smoke. David's professionalism was acting up. It's not a modification. It's an evil spirit. Can't you see that there's no driver? David and Board finally realized that something was wrong with that car. Chapter 95, Mr. Board's mouth is cursed. Chapter 95, Mr. Board's mouth is cursed. Moreover, the black smoke was coming out from the windows, not the exhaust pipes. The vehicle behind us is filled with evil spirits. We better lose them. Why did they attach themselves to the vehicle instead of fly towards us? Because they're not fast enough. How fast do you think they are? Most of them are only slightly faster than humans. So if they don't have a car, they can never reach us. I said most. A minority of them are actually the most dangerous ones. What will they do? I think it's better for you not to know it, or you'll have nightmares. Bang! The car was bumped by the vehicle from the back. Both David and Board were horrified. David tried his best to maintain the stability of the car. Sienna, think of something. Exorcise the spirits from that car. I can't, unless you can make it stop. Otherwise, I'll be run over after I alight. You're a witch. How can you die from a car accident? I'm not Superwoman, you fool. Stop saying these kinds of stupid things. So we can't do anything now. Lose the car. Here goes nothing. David stomped on the accelerator and the car shot forward. Board and Sienna were both flung to the back of their seats. The acceleration was too sudden and they were not ready for it yet. There were not many cars on the road at the moment, but racing through the city at such a high speed still greatly frightened Board and Sienna. Slower, slower. See? We've lost them. David hit the horn in complacence. From the rear mirror, he could no longer see the spirit-occupied car. Lucky for us. If those evil spirits had a truck instead of a small car, the collision just now would have turned us over, Board said, patting his own chest. Beep. An ear-piercing beep exploded on the night roads. The faces of all the three paled at once. They saw a vehicle with a strange red, light appear behind them. Those who have watched Transformers should all know how Optimus Prime looks like in his vehicle state. A similar truck was chasing the three at the moment. Faster! Faster! Go! Accelerate! Board and Sienna both screamed in horror. It was indeed terrifying to be chased by such a giant. A gentle kiss from the truck would absolutely turn the police car into a piece of junk. David stepped on the accelerator again. Slash! The police car bolted forward, losing the truck behind it gradually. Lucky for us. As long as this car works fine, the truck can't reach us, Board remarked, looking at the truck behind. Just then, the car slowed down. Why are we slowing down? Air. It's out of petrol. Why? The car stopped. David shouted, run. The truck was already right behind them. Board carried Aisha and charged out of the car. In the next instant, the truck collided with the car, which flew for at least 10 meters. 1 second slower, and they would all be crushed into nothingness. The truck stopped somewhere not far from them. Because the road was too narrow, it could not turn around. Suddenly, Sienna dashed towards the truck while muttering something in her mouth. Then, she waved her hand and sprinkled a handful of fluorescent powder. Alarming howls were released from the black smoke. It looked as if something was about to break out of the smoke and leap toward Sienna. However, when it touched the fluorescent powder floating in the air, it immediately retreated. God of Zuma, listen to my call. May your power fall and burn the evil before us. Right away, the fluorescent powder ignited in midair, blasting the smoke away. Done. The evil spirits here are gone. It's over. Bored, and David asked, confused. These are only the pawns. The real danger has yet to come. What do we do now? Onto this truck. The seats in the truck were broader and more comfortable than those in the police car. David continued to be the driver, but there was clearly more excitement than horror on his face. I hope that this truck isn't going to run out of petrol. Before long, the truck slowly stopped. David and Sienna stared at Board, who was petrified. Really? Mr. Board, has your mouth been cursed? Sienna also tapped her own forehead. She had never been this unlucky. What do we do now? What else? Find another car, Sienna said, looking painful. How? Sienna scanned around her and took out a stacking doll from her pocket. Opening the head of the doll, a wave of black smoke flew out. David and Board subconsciously stepped back as the smoke looked familiar. It looked like the evil spirits they had just encountered. The black smoke converged into a ferocious and frightening ghost face. Ha! 2 delicious souls. Slap. Stop scaring them. Sienna slapped onto the ghost face. Let me introduce him to you. My father, Yberg. He. Evil spirit, but now he's my evil spirit servant. He's not going to devour our souls, is he? Nope. Dad, go and get control of a car. We're escaping from danger now. Yberg unhappily floated to a car by the roadside. Soon, the headlights of the car were lit with red light. Please don't pick a car without petrol. This car is out of petrol. Let's choose another one. Yberg floated out again. Mr. Board, please don't speak for the rest of our journey. I can confirm that your mouth is cursed. Finally, Yberg found them an SUV. The group boarded the car again. David was about to sit onto the driver's seat when Yberg's ghost face roared fiercely, Scram! I haven't driven for 10 years already. David looked at Sienna in fright. Sienna only shrugged her shoulders. Let him drive. If I summon him out and do not fulfill his wishes at all, he'll be mad. Yberg drove the car in much excitement, and Sienna did not seem to be bothered. However, David and Board could not remain calm. Nobody could remain calm after knowing that an evil spirit was driving the car they were on. More importantly, the ordinary SUV felt like an F1 vehicle in Yberg's hands. Ms. Sienna, can you please ask your father to drive more slowly? Do you know what his occupation was before his death? What? Racer. Board asked, uncertain. Bingo. He was an Isle of Man TT racer. Luckily, he's not an F1 racer, Board said, patting his chest. He died on an F1 racing track. Chapter 96. Sienna's father is good at seeking trouble too. Chapter 96. Sienna's father is good at seeking trouble too. Mr. Board, I think you should stop talking, David said, still frightened. He's crazy. He searched for death his entire life and finally succeeded. Low-altitude parachuting, mountain climbing without safety ropes, deep-sea scuba diving, downhill skiing, and even the Isle of Man TT, he tried it all. Formula One was his last challenge. The finish line was right before his eyes, but he didn't make it. His race car had a problem. It turned and fell apart while his skull crashed against the safety barrier. Sienna glanced at Yberg. And after that, at least one driver would have an accident on that F1 track each race. The Lock's track of death? David asked, surprised. You know about it. I heard about it before. David swallowed heavily. The most dangerous racetrack in the world. The death rate is close to the Isle of Man TT. Before I found him, he'd already haunted that place for 6 years, killing 13 drivers. David and Board both shuddered, staring at Yberg in terror. Yberg turned at the perfect timing and smiled. The menacing face was nothing but horrifying. Are you sure he won't eat our souls? Evil spirits can't eat a living soul directly. Good. But I can make the car drive down the cliff. Then I can eat your soul. I want to get out. All right. Yberg, stop scaring them. Miss Sienna, are you sure your father won't drive the car down the cliff? Yes. He won't do it as long as I'm in the car. Why? He's my subordinate. David gathered his courage and reached over to touch Yberg's body. The car immediately started skidding. Sienna grabbed David. You want to die. What? I can't touch him. Evil spirits don't have solid forms. If you touch him, his body will disintegrate. Just like what happened, the car will lose control before he can regroup. It seems like we've escaped from danger with Mr. Yberg driving, Board said. No, I can feel the danger is approaching, Yberg said. It's not just one. One of them might be even more evil than me. He suddenly grabbed the steering wheel. The car skidded but turned with an extreme angle. It was like a roller coaster for the 3 humans in the car. David was already screaming in fear. Yberg, is it? Just then, the street lamps dimmed one by one. It was as if a shadow was catching up to them. Something's chasing us. Suddenly, David felt like he couldn't breathe. A pair of hands were around his neck, pushing him into the seat. Save me. Sienna immediately took out her awl and stabbed into the seat cushion behind David. The cushion exploded and David escaped from the throttling. Miss Sienna, what is going on? An evil spirit got into the car. What? Didn't you say that evil spirits can attack someone directly? It didn't attack you directly, Sienna said. You were choking yourself. What? I choked myself? David, you really were. I thought you were doing something. What's wrong with me? You were affected by that evil spirit, but I took care of it. They can control our minds. Not all of them, Sienna said. Every evil spirit is unique. What's your father's special ability? Driving, Sienna answered. That's a special ability? I was talking about those abilities like in X-Man. Driving like a crazy man, Sienna answered harshly. Isn't there a cooler ability? Scaring people. David was so done. Driving? Who couldn't drive? And scaring people. What the fuck? Isn't there a more useful ability? Hey, are you looking down on me? Yberg turned around again. This time he turned his neck at a 90-degree angle, making David's scalp go numb. Old man, can you not do this? I know you're scaring people, but it's actually super scary. Mr. Yeiberg, don't you need to keep your eyes on the road? No, I know where to drive to. Suddenly, the car shook and Sienna's expression changed again. Oh no! Another evil spirit got into the car. The car kept swaying unsteadily. Yeiberg controlled the steering wheel, using all his might to stable the car and keep it from turning over. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before a crash. Sienna, think of something. Yeiberg yelled. I'm losing control. Sienna looked at David. Did you bring a gun? Yes. Give it to me. Huh. As a cop, he instinctively wanted to refuse, but then he remembered that it was a special circumstance. Hesitating, he asked, What are you going to do? A gun can't hurt evil spirits, right? Ordinary bullets can't, Sienna said. She took out a small bag filled with shining powder. What's that? I saw you drive out evil spirits with that earlier. The main ingredient is phosphor. Phosphor? Oh my God. It'll explode when it touches the air. You want to kill us? Don't worry. I used a spell, and it's magical phosphor now. Sienna grabbed David's gun and poured some of the phosphor into it. Then she closed her eyes. Holding the gun, she started moving slowly. David and Board both got into fetal positions out of fear. Boom, boom. Sienna fired at the hood and back seat. Then she put the gun down. Killed another one. Miss Sienna, please don't close your eyes when you shoot, David yelled in fright. That's really dangerous. There's people here. Yeah. Board also yelled. Even if you don't hit anyone, if you hit a part of the car or the gas tank, MFF. David covered Board's mouth, but it was too late. Sienna, you really did hit the gas tank. The gas is draining. Out. Get out the car. Everyone hurried out of the car. David opened the wheelchair and Board placed Aisha in. What do we do now? Run. Run forward. Sienna was already running. Huh. Run with all your might. Don't look back. But David couldn't stop himself from looking back. He saw a huge black cloud of smoke covering the sky behind him. Yeiberg was beside him. Sienna, put me away. Hurry, put me away. I don't want to get mixed with those things. Chapter 97, Sienna's Family Reunion. Chapter 97, Sienna's Family Reunion. Sienna took out the container from earlier and closed Yeiberg in it. Then she took out a different container and opened it. Another cloud of smoke was released. This time it was a female evil spirit. Her body was bloated, and she was at least twice as big as Yeiberg. Maria, help us stop the evil spirits behind. Ah, you little bitch. Are you trying to kill me? I'm your mom after all. Do you think I can battle a mixture of so many evil spirits? Quickly put me back. I don't want to die again, or I'll really have nothing left. As they ran wildly, Board and David both turned their heads and looked at Sienna, who was similarly charging forward. She's your mom. Yes. Also your evil spirit servant. Yes. So both your dad and mom are your evil spirit servants. Yes. You like to turn your family members' souls into evil spirit servants. I had no other choice, given that they had already turned into evil spirits. It's either this or destroy them. Just then, an evil spirit pounced towards the group. Although Maria was bloated, she was exceptionally agile. She opened her mouth wide and took in a deep breath, sucking the evil spirit in. As David and Board pushed the wheelchair, panting, they also looked curiously at Maria. They realized that Maria's body seemed to have become slightly bigger. David asked curiously, "Is this your mom's ability?" Maria opened her mouth, showing all her yellow and black teeth. She's the most fierce type of evil spirit and also my trump card, Sienna explained. How did she die? She offended a gang and was forced to eat 40 kilograms of food. Stuffed to death, Sienna replied. After she died, She gnawed all the people involved until their bodies were bloody and mutilated. Didn't you say that evil spirits can't harm people directly? That's why she's the most fierce type. Sienna glanced at Maria. Maria, you don't have to defeat that evil spirit mixture. Just stop them for 30 minutes. 30 minutes? I can't even do 1 minute. How many evil spirits are there? Perhaps everything in this city. There's an evil spirit inside which is as fierce as me. Just then, an enormous evil spirit charged out from the mixture. Maria was already quite large, about twice the size of a normal adult, but she only looked like a kid before this evil spirit. 5 meters tall, the evil spirit roared wildly. The giant evil spirit raised its hand and pressed Maria onto the ground. Ms. Sienna, aren't you going to help your mom? Don't mind her. I only want her to make some time for us. But her situation doesn't look good. She's the most fierce type of evil spirit. Wouldn't be defeated so easily. Sienna was totally confident in Maria, and no worry could be heard in her tone. Is the relationship between you and your mom very bad? Will you like a woman who sold her 9-year-old daughter to a gang? Is that giant evil spirit also a human before? Bored clearly did not want to continue on this topic. Despite its appearance, it's only slightly stronger than ordinary evil spirits. Maria is just pretending. She's always like this, despicable and shameless, but just when you think you can ignore her, she'll charge up and bite you without hesitation. Just then, Maria caught up with the group again. Little bitch, how dare you speak of me behind my back? One day, I'll break free from your binding, and then, before that, you better be obedient. I've already eaten 2 evil spirits. I can't eat any more. Exercise a bit first, and eat later. Don't you always want to break free of my binding? This is your chance. The more you eat, the earlier you can get rid of me. They seem to be as incompatible as fire and water. David and Board ran as fast as they could, but they were already very tired, both physically and mentally. Another evil spirit leaped towards them. Maria, who had just claimed to be too full, grabbed the spirit with her fat hand and stuffed it into her mouth. I'm so full. Maria's body became bigger again. Will Ms. Maria eat enough evil spirits, break free from your control, and then eat all of us? Board asked in horror. David stared at Board in anger. Nobody will think you're mute if you don't speak. As Sienna ran, she took out Maria's stacking doll. She realized that the stacking doll had some cracks on it. Turning her head, Sienna saw Maria grab 2 more evil spirits and stuff them into her mouth. Why do I feel that she'll be our biggest trouble? Board also turned his head around. Crack! The stacking doll in Sienna's hand shattered completely. Sienna opened her mouth. Your mouth is way too toxic. Little bitch, stand still. I'm going to eat you alive. Maria also felt it when the stacking doll was shattered. Her binding was broken completely. Now she was free. Sienna took out another stacking doll and released an evil spirit. It was a white-haired old man. Let me guess. Your grandfather. Sienna said to the old man, Stop, Maria. Cough. Maria, the old man said. Maria bumped into the old man, who disappeared straight away. However, shortly afterwards, the old man appeared before her again. Maria, listen to me. Scram, you 2 old codgers. Maria slapped her hand forward, and the old man disappeared again. Give me 10 minutes, no, just 1 minute. Listen. Scram, Maria did not give any face to the old man at all. She exhaled and blew the old man away once again. Panting, David asked, He's talking spirit. What's that? Talcoholic. Do you have a more normal evil spirit servant? I haven't summoned my grandmother. Do you want to see her? Forget it. Subconsciously, Board and David felt that Sienna's grandmother was no normal evil spirit too. Nonetheless, they had to admit that the talkaholic old man indeed managed to slow Maria down. Can he never be killed? Board asked. Suddenly, the old man appeared beside the three. Gasping for air, he said, "No, I can't take it any longer. I'm going back. You're all going to die." At the moment, Maria looked just like a mountain made up of flesh. She charged wildly towards the group. Sienna threw her ritual implement all towards Maria. The ritual implement flew into the air. Suddenly, it turned into a python and coiled around Maria. Wow! David and Board stopped and looked at Maria and the huge snake in surprise. "Don't stop! Keep running!" Sienna shouted. Chapter 98, Crazy Maria. Chapter 98, Crazy Maria. Board and David finally remembered that they were running for their lives. What's that? A magic spell? That's the illusion of the snake of desire, but it can only delay Maria for a moment. The mixed evil spirits behind is the most terrifying. Do you have another trump card? Like your grandma? No, I only have 3 evil spirit servants. I thought you'd have your entire family. My grandma is a witch too. If she becomes an evil spirit, that'll be scary. I'm not powerful enough to make her submit to me. Where are we now? Board asked. It looks like the entrance to a small town, Sienna said. We can't go in. It seems to be Mountain Town. Chin lives here. That doesn't matter, Sienna said. That man can't help us. He's just dead weight too. But can we even turn back? David pointed to the mixed evil spirits hurrying over a few hundred feet away. They seem slower now, but why do I feel like they're even scarier now? This is their celebration, Sienna answered. They're eating each other. This isn't a good sign. David suddenly took out a key. When Chun left that day, he gave me this key. He said that if we're in danger and can't contact him, we can hide in his basement. You believe him? I believe Chin, David said firmly. You must know if we really hide into that basement, we won't have any way to turn back. We don't have a way to turn back now. We can't go far on foot. Plus, we don't have any more strength. Take us to that Asian's house, Sienna finally decided. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knocks, Phalai rose up from the sofa. Is that asshole back? She muttered to herself, upset. He didn't bring his key. When she opened the door, she saw strangers instead. 2 men and a woman. They seemed to be running for their lives. There was an unconscious girl in a wheelchair too. You are? You Chen's girlfriend. No, I'm his roommate. Are you his friends? Yes, please take us to the basement, David said anxiously. Chen doesn't let me into the basement. We agreed to it. We have his permission, David said. I have the key. I don't think there's a lock to the basement. Why would you need a key? Let's not talk now. Time is short. Take us to the basement. Wait, you're really Chen's friends. Yes. Is he not home? He's not, so I can't let you in. Phalai was still guarded against these people. Fuck, the call won't go through. David yelled in panic. You can't run. Offer your souls. Maria had already reached the door. She held the magical awl that Sienna had used. Who's this girl? Is she your friend too? She's huge. Phalai looked at Maria behind everyone with a doubtful expression. Sienna smacked Maria's face with the bag of magical phosphor. When the phosphor touched Maria, it exploded immediately. I'm going to kill you all. Colorful flames flared up on Maria's body. It was a terrifying sight. Phalai was dumb with shock. Were these people criminals? The next moment, Maria stood up again. The flames were still burning. Her menacing and twisted face and huge physique made her look even more frightening. Sienna pushed Phalai aside. The basement. What is that? What is that? An evil spirit. Where's the basement? Under the stairs. Phalai followed the group. They reached the basement and pulled the door. No lock. Go in, Sienna urged. They reached the basement and turned on the light. There were some medical tools and books. This can't stop Maria at all, let alone the mixed evil spirits, Sienna said. We were tricked. That Asian wants to trick us. Hey, there's another door here. David saw another door in the wall. Bored went up to look. There's a keyhole here. David reached over and pulled it. The door opened, but there was a wall behind it, nothing else. Just then, a bunch of noises came from outside the basement. Everyone grew more nervous. Maria, or those even scarier things, had already entered the house. Sienna looked at the door and the keyhole on it. No, this is a concealed magic door. What? Everyone looked at her in confusion. Close the door and put the key in. David moved and twisted the key. Crack! A damp feeling seeped out of the door, making everyone shudder. Is there something hidden behind it? Bored asked in fear. Scratch. Just then, everyone heard something like scratches behind the door. David looked at Bored and then Sienna. Do I open it? If Bored hadn't spoken, Sienna wouldn't have hesitated, but now. Huff, huff. They all heard heaving breathing behind the door. It definitely wasn't a human's breaths. It was more like some huge creature breathing. But while they were still hesitating, Maria's head already poked into the basement. The menacing and scarred face appeared before them all. I found you all, Wait, why can't I come in? Maria was too big, so she couldn't squeeze inside the door. Can't evil spirits go through walls? David whispered. It might have something to do with this door. We opened it and changed the environment. Thank God she can't change like clay, Bored said, patting his chest. Maria forced her way in, and her body was indeed like clay. Everyone stared at Bored. Rather than the terrifying Maria, they hated Bored more. Okay. I know. I'll shut up. You can't escape anymore. My dear Sienna, don't worry. I'll leave you to the last. I'll protect you carefully, just like when you were little. Sienna, do you have any other spells? Use them now. Chapter 99. The Amateur Spiritualist is Back. Chapter 99. The Amateur Spiritualist is Back. Sienna smiled bitterly. If I have any other trump card, I wouldn't have kept it till now. So, do we open this door? Are you sure the monster behind the door wouldn't eat us? Maybe it's with us? Maria had almost managed to stuff her body into the basement. Suddenly, however, her movement stopped. Maria tried to turn her head around, but her body blocked the entire door. What's that? You bastard, stop touching me. Clearly enraged, Maria attempted to kick away the thing that was touching her. However, the next moment, a painful look appeared on her face. Everyone discovered Maria's unusual behavior. Her expression changed from agony to horror as she held on to the basement door with all her might. Sienna, save me! Save me! Maria was totally terrified. Save me! Just then, Maria was pulled out of the basement by some kind of force, along with the basement door. She had used more than 10 minutes to stuff half her body into the basement, but she was dragged out in less than a second. Then, everyone heard Maria's extremely tragic screams from above. The entire process was unbelievably quick. In just a few seconds, Maria's screaming disappeared. The whole place fell into a deafening silence. What was that? Must be the mixture of evil spirits. Sienna was unsure as well. Clack, clack. Footsteps were heard from outside the basement. Then, an amiable figure appeared at the basement entrance. Hi, everyone. Looks like I'm a bit late. With their eyes widened in surprise, everyone stared at Qin Zhao, who had just appeared. Fortunately, you haven't opened this door. Qin Zhao walked into the basement and pulled out the key on the magic door. Easter knew. Chen, it's great to see you. David hugged Qin Zhao in excitement. Where's Maria? And the group of evil spirits? Sienna looked at Chen Zhao in disbelief. Worry no more. They're not there anymore, Chen Zhao answered with a light tone. What do you mean by not there? Have you already exorcised them? That's not possible. There were hundreds of evil spirits, many of which were powerfully inauspicious. Compared to being saved suddenly, Sienna was more unwilling to accept the guess that Chen Zhao had actually eliminated all the evil spirits. Huh. Suddenly, Aisha, who was lying on the wheelchair, gave out a soft sound. Aisha! Aisha! You're awake? Board shouted in pure delight. Dad, where are we? Sienna frowned and looked at the time. It's not 1 a.m. yet. Is it over already? Let's go out. Are you planning to stay in the basement for the entire night? When Fei Lai walked out of the basement, she saw a mess in the living room. Qin, I want you to explain what's happening. And who are they? Qin Zhao sat on a sofa. It was the only sofa that was intact in the living room. Didn't you see it for yourself? What do you want me to explain? How did you eliminate Maria? How did you dispel those evil spirits? You can't have possibly done it. Fine, fine. I didn't do it. Happy? Can you leave my house now? Chen, can I stay here tonight? David was clearly too scared to walk outside in the dark again. Mr. Chin, you're not going to let me carry Aisha back at this late hour, are you? Board's reason was very convincing as well. How about you, Ms.? Sienna was somewhat hesitant. I'm staying too. I have many questions to ask you. Sorry, but I'm not obliged to answer your questions. Mr. Board, you can sleep in the guest room with your daughter and also use my towel. There's some disposable toiletries in the restroom, but no clothes. Thank you. You've saved my daughter twice. Thank you. It's fine, I didn't do much anyway. Dad, what's happening? Are we not going home? Cuddled in Board's arms, Aisha looked very clear-headed, as if she had already totally recovered. Chen, where do I sleep? David asked, moving towards Chen Zhao. If you don't have enough rooms, I don't mind sharing one with another person. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked at Sienna. Here. Chen Zhao pointed at the floor. Living room. You must be kidding, right? I'm tired. Good night. Chen Zhao turned around and walked away. Wait. Fei Lai pulled Chen Zhao. You can't leave before explaining everything to me. You've already seen both what you should have and what you shouldn't have. What else do you want to know? What's hidden in the basement? I mean behind that door. I think I've told you that this house is haunted, right? Are there really ghosts here? As long as you don't open that door for no reason, the thing inside wouldn't come out. At least don't open it in my absence. Everyone swallowed their saliva as they unleashed their imagination to the fullest. After Board brought his daughter to the room, everyone started taking turns to wash themselves. Then, either casually wearing pajamas or half-naked, they sat in the living room and started chatting. Soon, Board, who had put his daughter to sleep, also came out. He seemed to be much more relaxed. The group formed a circle, drinking beers and eating snacks. Chen, I really have to thank you this time. Of course, thanks to Ms. Sienna too for your hard work. I don't want to speak about this again. I'm a doctor. Being a spiritualist is only my part-time job. Even if you are considered an amateur, then what am I as a professional witch? Are you a witch? Fei Lai looked at Sienna, her eyes glowing. Yes, here's my name card. If you need things like eliminating spirits or summoning your ancestors, you can call me. Oh, I also sell magic potions. Sienna immediately gave Fei Lai a name card, or even divination. I can contact a diviner for you. Do you teach magic? I want to learn magic too. I can't, you don't have the talents. Chin, can you do a checkup for my daughter? I'm worried that she would have a sequela. I can do that, but I wouldn't be able to help with any mental injuries. I'm not a psychologist. Also, there will be a charge. How much will that be? I just lost my job recently. $100 for the checkup. Also, I only accept cash and there wouldn't be a receipt. I don't have a license. You're an illegal doctor? David asked in surprise. What? You want to arrest me? Please, why would I arrest you? You're not in my charge anyway. David rolled his eyes. $100 for a checkup? Why is it so expensive? You don't even have 100. Chapter 100, Lab Rat. Chapter 100, Lab Rat. I don't have much savings. Americans didn't have the habit of saving money. They encouraged spending first and then using their salary to pay off their credit cards. All right, I'll do it for free this time. Qin Zhao pursed his lips. He would just be a good man to the end. Oh, what did you used to do? I'm a personal trainer, but I didn't go to work for many days because my wife and daughter were kidnapped. I got fired. What do you teach? Fitness and safety. I have a certificate. Great. I have a client who's a track runner. He doesn't have a club, though. Can you train him? Of course. Of course I can. Great. I'll give you his card. When you contact him, tell him I introduced you. He won't be able to give much money now because he was just hurt. Bored wouldn't complain. He needed a boss now. It didn't matter if the salary wasn't that high. Okay, you all should go to sleep, Qin Zhao said, standing up. David, you can sleep in my room. What about you? Instead of replying, Qin Zhao went straight to the basement and locked the door. Everyone fell silent before going to their rooms to sleep. Qin Zhao and Rutherford had made an agreement. He would sponsor Rutherford. So in addition to fixing his leg, Qin Zhao would also try and improve his performance. Qin Zhao remembered that the Demon Medical Book had mentioned a medicine that could improve a person's physical fitness. The ingredients for the medicine didn't seem too complex either. More importantly, the main ingredient was the demonic crystal. This happened to be what Qin Zhao had more than enough of. However, he had to find some of the other items in hell. Of course, going back and forth between hell was too costly. He had to sacrifice 100 souls for Beelzebub's true form to summon Qin Zhao. It was more cost-efficient to buy from Raz. His prices were higher than the original price, but Qin Zhao had no choice but to buy from him. Qin, I just helped you kill 238 evil spirits. You owe me 283 years worth of demonic crystals. I'll pay you back when I can. Qin Zhao couldn't produce so many demonic crystals right now. To be honest, he felt like he had sustained great losses this time. He'd thought that there were only 10 or 20 evil spirits attacking the girl, and he could totally take that. He didn't expect to pay so much at once. However, he still had a complete, perfect crystal. He'd gotten it from saving people from the fire last time. He also had some miscellaneous demonic crystals that added up to 20 years. In addition, he had small amounts of perfect crystal powder. It was leftovers from polishing the first perfect crystal. Qin Zhao didn't summon Raz directly. Instead, he had Beelzebub act as a messenger and have Raz bring the things over. 20 vines of Immons, 1 year's worth of demon crystals, 5 soul-eater eyeballs, 1 year's worth of demonic crystals. Qin Zhao bought a lot of each ingredient and used demonic crystals to pay for them all. Raz loved doing business with Qin Zhao. After all, none of his customers before would pay with demonic crystals. They mostly bartered. Only this living being paid him with demonic crystals. The things he sold weren't unique to him either. Qin Zhao could get it from many other demons. Thus, he never acted sloppily when he did business with Qin Zhao. He would give extra too. Most respected living lord, here is everything you need. Please check. No need. I trust you. Of course, this was just polite talk. Qin Zhao would still count everything after Raz left. He wished Raz would miss something so he could have an advantage next time. After Raz left, Qin Zhao entered the lab and tried making the medicine. Extract the liquid from the vines of Immons and pour it onto the petal of the rootless flower. Grind the rootless flower and pour in water from the river of death. After working the entire night, Qin Zhao created the medicine, a bottle of purple liquid. It was obviously not normal medicine. It looked like it was boiling, but it was actually room temperature. Qin Zhao dipped a finger in and tasted it. It didn't have any taste. He wondered how effective it was. He had to find a human or animal to experiment on before Rutherford's leg was healed. Beelzebub and the others wouldn't work, since this medicine was only effective on living beings. Qin Zhao suddenly thought of David. He ran out of the basement and pushed open his bedroom door. It was 6 a.m., and Qin Zhao lifted the sleeping David. David, get up. Qin, what time is it? David rubbed his eyes and looked at the clock hanging on the wall. Oh my God, it's only 6. Let me sleep. Drink this. Breakfast? Thanks. David tossed the medicine into his mouth without even looking and then went back to sleep. However, he soon felt pain in his arm. Ah! He opened his eyes again and saw Qin Zhao taking his blood with a syringe. Qin, what are you doing? Nothing, just a checkup. Go back to sleep. Wait, are you experimenting on me? He was suddenly awake. I remember you gave me something to drink. I don't think it was breakfast. It's something I just invented, Qin Zhao said. It can improve your physical fitness. Improve my fitness? Yes. Can it turn me into Superman? No. Then what will it do? I don't know. I need to test your blood. Okay, you can sleep without worry now. Wait, how can I sleep without worry? Does your medicine have any side effects? Definitely no. Don't worry. Qin Zhao's meaningful smile made David unable to calm down. Really? Really? I'm still not assured. Then get up and test the effect. To be honest, it's my first time making the medicine. First time giving it to a human? You didn't do any clinical tests? I did. You're my clinical patient. Can I cuss? Chapter 101, David's Changes. Chapter 101, David's Changes. Do you feel anything now? The point of injection still hurts. Anything else? No. Is your potion ineffective? Or do I have to wait? I'm not sure either. David still went to the police station looking troubled, while Qin Zhao also started another day of work. Everyone in the house had left. Qin Zhao opened the metallic box. He realized that there were many white crystals in the box. Are these not demonic crystals? Taking out a white crystal, Qin Zhao began to inspect it. What's this? Human, where did you get that disgusting angelic crystal from? Take it away. Don't come near me. Beelzebub roared at once. Angelic crystal. So it's called angelic crystal. What are its uses? Nothing, but its radiance will burn demons, including me, like fire. Since demonic crystals had special uses, so should angelic crystals. Qin Zhao believed that angelic crystals were certainly not useless. There were many pieces of angelic crystals in the metallic box. Some were huge, while others were much smaller. Qin Zhao suspected that these angelic crystals were formed because he had helped to eliminate those evil spirits last night. He kept the angelic crystals, planning to further examine them later. Wash your hands or don't touch me. Qin Zhao rolled his eyes at Beelzebub for his huge reaction. Then he called a house maintenance company, requesting a repair. He paid another 2,000 for this. David was on his way to the station. He had no idea how his vice captain would scold him after knowing that he had lost his police car. Thinking of this, David could feel his head hurt. Of course, David had already thought of an excuse. He would say that last night he discovered his police car had been stolen, after which he spent the whole night looking for it. Just then, a loud car collision was heard before him. Lifting his head, David saw 2 cars which just had a head-on collision. Moreover, it seemed that both their speeds had been very fast, especially the Honda. Its front had completely retracted, and even its body was deformed. The other car, a Mercedes, was in a slightly better condition. The driver walked out of the car with his head covered in blood. David charged forward immediately. He discovered that the Honda driver was trapped in his seat. He quickly attempted to open the door, which was stuck. Then, David forcefully pulled the door, tearing it away from the car. "Sir, are you all right?" "My leg's stuck," the Honda driver said in pain. "Do you have a jack on your car?" No. The Honda driver was still very conscious. David looked at the situation and suddenly had an idea. Perhaps he could physically move the seat away so that the driver could come out. David entered the front passenger seat. "Sir, I'll try to push the seat backwards. See if you can move." The Honda driver nodded with difficulty. David raised his legs and placed his feet on the steering wheel, after which he started to kick forward. Clack, clack. The sound of metal stretching was heard. The Honda driver suddenly realized that he could move. His injury was not severe and he was just stuck. Therefore, after more space was created, he immediately escaped from the car. Soon, an ambulance arrived at the site. David knew the paramedic for "Ms. Four, we meet again." Indeed. For glanced at David. "Can you explain to me the situation?" David explained to her what had just happened. For nodded. "By the way, yesterday you and that girl's father brought the girl out. Today, her father brought her back again. She's already awake. You've brought her to Chen's place, right?" I'm gonna be late. Bye." David turned around, ready to leave. "Do you still want my number?" "Yes, we went to Chen's place." "Thanks. What's your number?" "Should we meet again, I'll give it to you." "Liar. You liar." David cursed immediately. David stared in indignation as Four left. However, he soon came to his senses. Just now in the Honda, he had managed to separate the seat from the front of the car without much effort. Of course, he was also unsure if it was due to his strength or the poor quality of the car. Perhaps it's Chen's potion. It was still a few kilometers away from the police station. David started running, and his speed became faster and faster, but he did not feel tired at all. He charged all the way to the station, where he started panting heavily. It was still tiring. However, he did not feel totally exhausted, as if he could still run. His body really did seem to be different. Instead of heading to his office, David went to the gym directly. It was 9 a.m. at the moment. The gym was already filled with many strong policemen. David walked in front of a barbell that weighed 50 kilograms. He reached out and lifted the barbell. It felt extremely light. David added 2 more 20 kilograms weights, which made the barbell 90 kilograms. He used a bit more strength and managed to lift it up. It still felt quite light. He had managed to lift it without difficulty. "David, why were you in the gym? You don't normally come here." A burly black man walked to David and saw him with the barbell. "Huh, you're quite strong. That's 90 kilograms. It still feels somewhat light. How about 2 more pieces?" "Sure." The black man added 2 more 10 kilograms weights onto the barbell. "Not enough. More." "Still not enough." "Kid, I can't add any more. I'm afraid something will happen to you." The black man exercised frequently, judging by his size and muscles. He definitely knew about the endurance of the human body better than David. "Fine." David shrugged his shoulders helplessly. He also did not want his performance to be too shocking. However, he could confirm that his fitness had indeed increased drastically. "Feels hungry." David rubbed his stomach. Very quickly, David realized that he was not just hungry, but rather starving. In the police station restaurant, David spent $40 on breakfast. He drank 1 gallon of milk and ate more than a dozen sandwiches and burgers. A gallon is about 3.7 liters, and a normal packet of milk contains 200 milliliters. So David drank about 20 packets of milk. Many of his colleagues looked at him with their eyes widened. They had no idea that David had such a huge appetite. Moreover, David was only barely full. Satisfied, he returned to the office. Looks like Chen's potion is really working. I'll ask him about it later. Chapter 102. Dell is looking for death again? Chapter 102. Dell is looking for death again. Chun Zhao brought David's blood sample to the hospital. Ms. 4. Chun Zhao found 4. 4 was shocked. Chin, you came voluntarily to find me. Yes. I need your help. Can you do it? What kind of help do you need? Don't tell me you need medicine. I can't do it. Some illegal doctors would collude with hospital doctors to buy restricted medication. This was why 4's first thought was that this illegal doctor wanted her to steal some medication. Of course not. I want to ask you to test a blood sample for me. I see. No problem, 4 answered easily. But now you owe me, okay? I can take it as owing you if you don't make any difficult requests. Great. Give me the blood sample. 4 took the sample. What kind of test? All around. The sample is an athlete's, so I need comprehensive data. Is it your client? Yes. 4 shook the blood sample in her hands. The hemoglobin is obviously lower than the average person. It makes sense that he's an athlete. A full analysis will take 3 hours. Can you wait? Yes. How about we eat lunch together? Sure. Are you treating? No, you are, 4 said with a smile. You know how much it costs for other people to do a full blood test. What do you want to eat? Order whatever you want. Chen Zhao looked at the bill, heart-hurting, and sat beside 4. I thought we would eat in the hospital. I don't like hospital food. Why not? It's too cheap, especially when someone else is paying. You'll get fat if you eat too much. You're so pretty. I wouldn't want your beauty to be taken away. Every man who says that to me actually just wants to fuck me. Do you want that too? Chun Zhao glanced at 4. There are 2 types of people in this world. Those who ask the obvious and those who lie through their teeth. So do you want to or not? I don't. Lies. I was thinking that if you said yes, we would be able to satisfy our own needs. Can I change my answer now? 4 looked at him. Have you ever thought about getting a license? And becoming a legit doctor? Do legit doctors make as much as I do? How much do you make now? I made at least 100,000 each month in the past 2 months. I know. 4 was shocked. Did illegal doctors really make that much? Then why should I become a legit doctor? At least you won't have to worry about getting sued for treating people illegally. Wrong. Legal doctors can also get sued by their patients. On the other hand, my patients definitely won't. They don't even dare to talk about it. So you're fearless now. Firstly, I have my own moral bottom line. Secondly, I'm worth every dollar they give me. I help relieve their pain and keep their secret. I don't think I did anything wrong, so neither of us is better than the other. Fine. I don't have a reason to convince you. Let's stop talking about this. How about we go back to the last topic? Do you have a boyfriend? No. When was your last boyfriend? I'm talking about a serious relationship. 2 years ago. It's been that long and you haven't considered another steady relationship. No time. How do you fulfill your desires then? With your hand or someone from the bar? If you know how busy I am every day, you will know that not everyone has the time and energy to care about that. What? You want a steady relationship with me? If it's you, I can consider it. Nah, I'm not planning on it, but if you have needs, I'm at your beck and call. I always thought that Asians would be shy and conservative. We have a saying, there are all types of birds in a forest big enough. You should understand that, right? Huh. I can guess what it means. Smiling, 4 asked, when was your last relationship? About half a year ago. Chun Zhao and 4's conversation had no taboo topics. They could talk about anything. for also revealed her love history. Her reason for breaking up with her ex was quite cliché. Basically, she caught him cheating red-handed. Let's go. The test result should be out soon. In the hour that they sat in the restaurant, for had been eating non-stop most of the time, when they reached the lab, for went in and took the results out for Qin Zhao. As expected of an athlete, his numbers are 2 times higher than a regular person. It's really active too. Is this the data of a top athlete? Did you test for steroids? Yes, at the bottom of the paper. No steroids were found in the blood sample. Qin Zhao looked at each page. Confirming that there were no problems, he put the papers away. Thank you for... I should leave now. You're leaving just like this. Is there anything else? Or you want to kiss goodbye? Stop dreaming. You owe me, so leave your number. I'll call you when I need you to repay me. Fine. Qin Zhao walked out of the hospital with the test results and got Ethan's call. Qin, your old client, is looking for you. Dell, $3,000. You know his address, right? Yes. When Qin Zhao reached Dell's home, Psura led him straight in. Qin Zhao went to Dell's bedroom and saw him lying on a recliner with a blanket over him. He seemed to be asleep. What's wrong with him? Psura took a deep breath. She walked over and pulled off the blanket on Dell. Qin Zhao had been here 3 times before. Each time it was because of Dell's dick. Qin Zhao had treated countless patients in his career, but he'd never had a patient who could cause so much trouble on his dick without any regard to his safety like Dell. He was always the champion in seeking death, and each time was new and improved. His methods were never repeated. Qin Zhao massaged his temples. Dell's dick was now abnormally congested with small bumps under the skin. However, it hung down, seemingly having lost all energy. Can you tell me what exactly happened? Chapter 103, State of Seeking Death. Chapter 103, State of Seeking Death. He had a minor operation which implanted some metal granules beneath his skin. He said that it can bring greater satisfaction to both parties on bed, Psura said. Qin Zhao walked up and held Dell's penis. Did he have sleeping pills? Yes. We were about to have sex when he suddenly said it was very painful, so painful that he could not take it. How long has it been since the surgery? About 3 days. He started playing so soon? After this kind of operations, his body needs at least 20 days to heal and adapt. Moreover, the granules under his skin are metallic. It's very harmful to his muscles and erectile tissues. Are you sure he did the operation in a proper hospital? He felt not bad the past 2 days, so he planned to try it today. Qin Zhao was already completely speechless. He had never seen anyone who would seek trouble for themselves as much as Dell. This kind of operation was already weird enough, although Qin Zhao had seen it before. Some people did such operations to increase their pleasure. However, even if the metal granules implanted were round and smooth, they would still cause severe damage to muscles and erectile tissues after insertion under the skin. The patient might even suffer metal poisoning. Should the metal granules rust, Dell's penis might be disabled straight away. Most people would implant at most man-made fiber or silicone granules. I recommend that he remove all the metal granules before treatment. What do you think? Air, wake him up. You should ask him. I can't decide for him, Psura said. Qin Zhao patted Dell's face. Dell, wake up. Qin, why are you here? Dell woke up, still looking dazed. Psura called me here. Really? I thought Psura and you were sneaking it out while I was asleep. Actually, I don't mind watching the 2 of you have sex before me. Do you enjoy such an exciting scene? Qin Zhao looked at Psura, who had her arms crossed before her chest. He had to admit that Psura's body was hot enough to allure anyone. Psura also looked at Qin Zhao, after which she licked her lips as if she was seducing Qin Zhao. She made no effort to avoid Dell at all. If you still keep these metal granules beneath your skin, I'm afraid that you wouldn't even feel anything in the future. Is it that serious? I thought it is just temporary maladjustment. The doctor also said that my body wouldn't get used to them anytime soon. I think you should smash the office of the doctor who suggested implanting metal granules. In fact, I've also had patients who had similarly operations, but they only had safer man-made fiber. I suggest taking all the metal granules out. Can you help me to implant man-made fiber? No, but I can take out the metal granules for you. Must I? Perhaps I'll be good a few days later. Dell was extremely unwilling. Up to you, but the next time you call me, I might need to perform penile amputation. All right. I'll listen to you. Hearing that his thing might have to be cut off, Dell agreed in terror at once. Although he seemed to enjoy seeking trouble, he clearly did not really want to kill himself. Dell looked at Qin Zhao. With his eyes sparkling, he asked, "Will it hurt?" "I'll use acupuncture to relieve the pain, so don't worry. You might even feel pleasure from the process. Of course, try not to come. How long do I need before I can have sex again?" 1 week, during which you must not touch water or have sex. If you can get yourself some sedative, inject a small amount every day. And, Sura, I suggest you wear more clothes during Dell's recovery. It's to ensure that his wound wouldn't tear apart. All right, I'll listen. Help me get the metal granules out first. The operation was more troublesome than complicated. In addition, it was even more troublesome to relieve pain via acupuncture. Qin Zhao urgently hoped that he could find a way to get controlled drugs. This would save him much trouble. Many of Qin Zhao's patients required pain relief or sedation. If he had painkillers or sedatives, treatment would be much easier. The entire process took 3 hours. Qin Zhao finally managed to take out all the metal granules. There were 38 in total, all of which were rice grain-sized. Then he applied some self-made medicine to heal the damage to soft tissues. While the metal granules looked smooth, their surface was actually quite rough when observed under a microscope. Long-term implantation was therefore extremely dangerous. Take this medicine. If it's itchy, wash it, dry it, and then apply the medicine. Dell strained to stand up and hugged Qin Zhao. "Qin, thank you." Psura came with some cash and gave it to Qin Zhao. "Right, I should leave now." "You sure you're not having some with Psura?" Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. "I'm worried that your dick will explode." As Qin Zhao left Dell's manor, he received a call from David. "Qin, it's amazing. Your potion's amazing. I feel like Superman now." "Yep, I've also done a blood analysis for you. There's no problem at all." "Oh yeah, where are you now?" "Police station." "I'm at XXX. "Why?" "Come and fetch me. Then, I'll perform further examination on you." "Great. I'll be right there." Soon David arrived. "Where are we going now?" "Street 98. "Why are we going there?" David asked, confused. "To see one of my patients." Are you treating me like your driver?" "If you're unwilling, forget it. I'll get out now." Fine. I have nothing to do now anyway. Only today." When they reached at Street 98, Qin Zhao alighted from the car. "Okay, you can leave now." "Wait, you're seriously treating me as your driver?" "Just kidding. Let's go in together." Qin Zhao knocked on Rufford's door. Rufford was surprised that there was someone else with Qin Zhao. "Who's he?" "My friend. He just drove me here, so I asked him to come up. This is David." "Rufford." "Qin, I'm not your driver." "I know. Stop emphasizing it. Come in." David scanned Rufford's room, which was filled with fitness equipment. There were even 3 different models of treadmills. The entire room was actually a gym. Moreover, there were many pieces of equipment that he had never seen before. "Can I try the sandbag?" David asked, walking towards the hanging sandbag. "Sure." Chapter 104 Data Test. Chapter 104 Data Test. Rutherford didn't think too much about it. He may be a track runner, but he'd occasionally practiced boxing before too. Of course, he didn't train to go compete. It was for the coordination of his arms. The movement of arms was especially important for sprinters. In fact, running with a different posture might bring a 0. 1 second difference. Rutherford looked at how David punched and chuckled. His move was really improper, but the sandbag broke the moment he punched it. Sand shot out of the other side. Rutherford gaped at David in shock. Amazing. "I'm sorry I broke your sandbag," David said apologetically. It's okay. Are you a professional fighter?" "No, I'm a police officer." "Have you participated in the FDD before?" The FDD was an annual wrestling competition held for the police in America. The top fighters in the police field from all over the country participated. If they went with boxing rules, these elites would be unable to compare to the boxing kings. But if they went with free sparring, they could produce a few kings. "No." "Then how come your punch is so strong?" Rutherford asked curiously. "Ask Chin." David pointed at Chun Zhao. Rutherford turned in confusion and looked at Chun Zhao. "I brought him over to show you my results. I can raise a person's physical fitness. It's permanent too. These are his blood test results." Chen Zhao handed it to Rutherford. Rutherford could read the results. After all, he had to do more than 100 blood and urine tests each year. He was familiar with the numbers. Of course, most of the blood tests were to allow the athlete to understand their own condition. The results could show the athlete's current condition clearly. Rutherford looked at the numbers he was familiar with and couldn't help but gasp. These numbers were better than him, a professional athlete. No, they were much better. Not even many top athletes would have these numbers. His red blood cell ratio was 2, 4 times higher than average. What did this mean? It meant that David's aerobic endurance was stronger than others. He could carry more oxygen. If David did long-distance running, he could perform well with just these numbers. Of course, if he wanted to reach the top international level, it wasn't just physical fitness. He also needed professionalism and a bit of luck. David's other aspects were practically all at the top level too. "David, are you Chen's patient too?" "No, I'm his lab rat," David said, wanting to both laugh and cry. Rutherford looked at Chun Zhao with a heated gaze. "I understand why you're confident in sponsoring me now. You have machines for testing fitness, right? I have a sync runner and boxing instruments, and that's it. I can't afford expensive things." Of course, with these numbers, machines weren't necessary. For example, only dumbbells and weights were needed for things like bench pressing, deadlifts, and squats. "Other than treating your leg, I brought David here today to do some data testing for him." "No problem. David, do you plan on becoming a professional athlete too?" No, David said, shaking his head. "I'm very satisfied with my current job. I don't plan on becoming an athlete." The 3 sets were very easy. David first did deep squats. He could push up to 605 pounds, while he weighed 165 pounds. This weight had surpassed the world record. Next was the bench press. His maximum was 516 pounds. This also broke the world record. The third test was the deadlift. His maximum was 650 pounds. This was close to the world record. Rutherford was dumbfounded at this. It wasn't strange for an extremely fit and strong athlete to break a world record. Breaking 3 world records was enough to shock the entire sports industry. Deep squats, bench presses, and deadlifts tested different muscle strengths. For example, deep squats mostly tested muscles in the knee, calves, thighs, waist, and shoulders. Bench pressing exercised muscles in the arm, shoulder, and chest. Deadlifts were similar to squats, but also a bit different. It was practically impossible to train to the max for all 3. Rutherford looked at David's figure. He couldn't tell that this body contained such power. "You aren't Captain America, right?" Rutherford joked. "If I put my uniform on, I can take on the role." Then they did the sync running. This mainly tested the muscles' movement structure, endurance, activity, and heat release. It was a test that all track runners had to go through. What made Rutherford depressed was that his numbers weren't comparable to David's at all. If David trained in sprinting, he could easily do 100 meters in 9 seconds, or even faster. He was like an all-around athlete, and all his numbers were practically perfect. "Chin, you're in charge of whatever treatment and rehab I have to go through." Rutherford had total respect for Chin Zhao now. Giving a non-professional athlete these extreme numbers proved Chin Zhao's professionalism. At least no coach or doctor in this world could do it to this extent. "David, are you sure you don't want to change your career?" Chin Zhao asked, grinning. "I can sponsor you." With David's current body, he could win something in any competition he participated in. Chin Zhao would definitely make money without any risks. "Chin, isn't Rutherford enough for you?" "If I can ensure that I'm making money, no one would mind making a bit more." "I'm fine. I like being caught more." "Or a superhero," Rutherford said, laughing. "Oh, right. You don't have any other conflicts with your club, right?" "No. Those assholes have abandoned me." "Then what about the qualification for the Star Invitational?" "I'd applied for it, so it's under my own name. I'm worried if I can step onto the track in a month, though." "Chin, is a month enough?" "Of course. I'll let you shock the entire world at the Star Invitational." "Oh, someone who called himself a coach contacted me in the morning. He says you recommended him. How is he?" "I don't know about professionalism, but he's cheap enough," Chin Zhao said, smiling. Chin Zhao wasn't a billionaire. Even if he was investing, he still had to consider the expenses. He had to save whenever possible. After Rutherford's treatment, he gave some more reminders. Compared to yesterday, Rutherford was clearly more confident and optimistic. Chin Zhao bringing David here gave him a lot of confidence. Chapter 105, The Poorest Spiritualist in History. Chapter 105, The Poorest Spiritualist in History. After leaving Rutherford's apartment, David suggested, "How about a drink together?" "Sure. Your treat." David drove his car looking for a bar. On their way, David suddenly pointed at the roadside and said, "Look, is that not Ms. Sienna?" Chin Zhao turned his head too. Carrying at least a dozen bags of various sizes, Sienna was walking on the street with much difficulty. Chin Zhao was unwilling to have any contact with Sienna, but David had already pulled over. "Ms. Sienna, do you need help?" "Oh, it's the two of you. Come and help. Carry all my stuff into your car." Sienna was not polite with Chin Zhao and David at all. "I can do it myself." David walked up and carried a suitcase with one hand. Very quickly, he carried all of Sienna's luggage into the car. The trunk was not large enough, so David had to put the rest onto the roof of the car. "Chin, why do you always bring so many pets with you outside?" Sienna looked at the several demons who crowded the rear seats with her. "If you don't want to share a car with my kids, you can get out now and walk." "Ms. Sienna, are you moving houses?" David immediately changed the topic. "No, I was chased out by the owner." Where do you plan to go next?" "Nowhere. Chin, how about I stay at your place for a while? You have an empty room anyway." "No, I don't like to share a house with a stranger." Chin Zhao rejected without hesitation. Nobody knew if Sienna would discover his secrets. What if she entered Blackie's space crevice? Hellhound knew no one else. By then, Sienna would definitely be devoured in one piece. "How about my place?" "I'm staying alone," David asked carefully. "Sure," Sienna agreed without a second thought. She was totally broke at the moment and urgently needed a place to stay. Even though she had no affection for David, she did not mind staying in the same house as him, provided he would not harass her. "Ms. Sienna, Why are you so poor now? Aren't you a spiritualist? What about spiritualists? Can't spiritualists be poor? Damn, why is the rent in Los Angeles so expensive? Also, the pay your police station gives me is way too low. If you invite me next time, I must increase the charge, Sienna said, gritting her teeth. So where are we going now? How about a meal? I haven't had lunch. Realizing that David and Qin Zhao were silent, Sienna said again, I know a decent restaurant. What sources of income do you have? David asked curiously. Not just a consultant for our station, right? David knew that his police station had a few consultants, but they would only get paid minimally, perhaps less than $100 each time. I also do exorcism. Oh yeah, if you need such things, you can contact me. Qin, ignore my last sentence. I thought spiritualists should be very rich. Where did you get that idea from? Since I've been in Los Angeles, I've only done exorcism twice. I received $2,000 for one of them, and only $300 for the other, and that's like 3 months ago. You can send your evil spirit servants to wealthy families and create trouble. Then you show up and solve their problem, Qin Zhao suggested. Qin, don't discuss about how to blackmail in front of a policeman. Fine, I was joking. That wouldn't work. My evil spirits can't even show up under usual circumstances. Neither can they affect normal humans. It seemed like Sienna had had this idea before, but it would not work. Then why can we all see them last night? Ask Qin. He should know it better. Nope. I'm an amateur. You must be mocking me, right? I was being honest. Qin Zhao shrugged his shoulders. Give me your name card. If you know clients who require these things, I'll introduce them to you. Why? Aren't you stronger than me? I said I'm a doctor. I don't exorcise spirits. By the way, Ms. Sienna, why don't you appear in TV shows like those famous spiritualists? They're all tricksters. Damn, stop comparing me to them. The spiritualists I know who orate on TV shows are all tricksters. Every single one of them. Since these tricksters can do it, why can't you? David's question was really stupid. Even Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. Clearly, it was because they had a team behind them for planning and hyping. All these required money. The so-called spiritualists who orated on TV shows were more or less similar to celebrities. They needed to invest a huge sum of money, which Sienna was certainly lacking. Moreover, even if she had that much money, she might not be talented enough. Real spiritualists might not actually be great talkers. Because of Sienna, Qin Zhao and David changed their plan and found a restaurant instead. David, do you always eat so much? Not my fault. Chen gave me a potion today. It greatly increased my physical strength, but also my appetite. Sienna looked at Qin Zhao. Greatly increase physical strength? Unless it's a magic potion. Qin, are you also an alchemist? Amateur. Why do I feel that whenever you say you're an amateur, you're just humiliating me? You really feel I'm humiliating you? Sienna nodded, yes. At least your feeling is right. After lunch, Qin Zhao was also asked to help Sienna move. David lived in an old apartment. There was no elevator, and the stairwell was rather moist. Sienna complained about it, but she had no other choice anyway. Fortunately, David's room was quite clean. Apart from his own room, there was another empty one. Let me warn you first. If you dare to enter my room without my permission, I'll curse you to never be able to get hard. Don't try to challenge a witch's tolerance. With a long face, David asked, what if I ask you to move out now? I'll change your sexual orientation. Chen, you'll protect me, right? Sorry, I can't help you. I'm an amateur. Finally tidied everything up after an afternoon's work. David, do you have ingredients here? Let me make you dinner. Huh? You're cooking? Are you good at cooking? No, I've only made dinner once before. Today will be my second time. What? I think we should eat outside today. David was terrified. What could a person who had only cooked dinner once make? Dark cuisine. Chapter 106, Crazy Magical Dinner. Chapter 106, Crazy Magical Dinner. Seeing that neither Qinzhao nor David were interested, Sienna uttered, "Magic banquet." Magic banquet? What the heck? What's a magic banquet? David asked curiously. A witch can only hold 3 magic banquets in her life. The first one is the baptism, the day I officially became a witch. It's dedicated to my teacher. The second is the welcoming. And what does that mean? When a witch makes friends with regular people, she'll host a welcoming dinner. It means welcoming them to the magic world while also blessing the regular friends to not be hurt by magic. Would it be dangerous if I don't go to the magic banquet? David swallowed. He felt like Qinzhao wouldn't need it, since he was so powerful. Probably nothing could defeat Qinzhao. So the regular friend that Sienna spoke of was clearly him. No, it's not the Middle Ages anymore. This is an old witch tradition that has been passed on till now. It's just a blessing now. Eating it doesn't mean you won't be hurt by magic. Not eating doesn't mean you're in danger. Qinzhao was actually quite excited for it. The name itself made him anticipate it. There's a lot of food in the fridge. Use whatever you need. Before that, I need some other seasonings and flavorings. Sienna ran into her room and took some bottles out of her luggage. What's in there? Some mixes necessary for magic banquets. Sienna was obviously a skilled chef familiar with all sorts of kitchen tools. David and Qinzhao were both interested in how she made the magic banquet, so they watched from the side. Son of nightmares, listen to my prayer, reply to my calling. Give your servant your blessing. As Sienna mumbled, she poured the magic potion in the bottle into the pot. A mesmerizing fragrance rose up from the bubbling soup. Smells so good. Whisper of nightmares complete. Sienna was quite satisfied with her product. After pouring the soup into a bowl, Sienna began the second dish. She started mumbling again. Turbid fog, extend your feeler and touch my soul. I swear with magic to share the turbidity with you. Sienna reached into a box and took out a wriggling worm. You. Qinzhao almost threw up as he watched Sienna toss the worm into the pot. Qin, what's wrong? You don't feel good? Did you see what she just threw in? What? David seemed not to have seen it. I don't feel good. I'm going back. Qinzhao shook his head. He'd completely lost his interest and appetite for the magic banquet. You aren't going to stay for dinner? Sienna is preparing for it so seriously. The dinner isn't that significant for him, Sienna said. My magic power isn't as strong as him, so it won't have any effect on it. I see. Then, Qin, should I take you back? No need. Enjoy dinner with Sienna. I'm leaving. When Qinzhao got home, Feilai was in the living room. Qin, you're back this early today? Walter, come to me. Instead of Qinzhao, Feilai was clearly more welcoming of Walter. You don't look good. Are you sick? No, I got disgusted. Qinzhao waved his hand. I'm going to work in the basement now. If you need me, knock on the basement door 3 times. Which door? The outside one, or the one inside? Feilai's expression was awkward. The inside one. Oh, heat up some food for me. I'll eat it when I come out. Sienna's magic banquet disgusted me. Qinzhao entered the spatial crevice and started today's research. Blackie, you know about angelic crystals. Oh, you have angelic crystals? Yes, and quite a lot. Don't you owe me demonic crystals? You can pay me in angelic crystals. Beelzebub hates angelic crystals. You don't. I do, Blackie replied. To a demon, angelic crystals burn like a hot brand. Then why do you want it? Angelic crystals hurt you instead of giving you benefits. What can you use it for? Yes, but it's useful for souls. What does that mean? Angelic crystals can mend a soul. You know, after a person dies, their soul's memories will gradually scatter, so I can only get incomplete souls. If I can use angelic crystals to mend souls, then the complete souls will be much more valuable. Are there uses other than for souls? Chen Zhao asked, a bit disappointed. I don't know. That's all I know about angelic crystals. Oh, when you give it to me, it's best if you grind it. I don't want to touch complete angelic crystals. I owe you 200 years worth of demonic crystals. Are you sure you want the equivalent in angelic crystals? That much? I don't need that much. I only need 30 years worth. Blackie had destroyed 238 evil spirits last night. They had different forms, though, so the angelic crystals received from them were different too. If he measured the angelic crystals with demonic crystals of the same size, then he got around 400 years worth. Chun Zhao was researching all types of medicine now, so he needed a lot of material. He summoned Raz again. Raz, I need poisonous vines, scales of fire snakes. It's 35 years worth of demonic crystals. Raz, do you want angelic crystals? Huh? Living Lord, you have angelic crystals? Yes. Are you planning on selling angelic crystals? If you want it. How much do you have? First tell me what price you'll give. I'll buy it with twice the demonic crystals. I learned from Beelzebub that you demons don't need angelic crystals and hate it instead. What are you going to use it for? Huh. It's valuable because it's rare. You humans hate weapons, but weapons are always so expensive. Angelic crystals are destructive on demons, but there are still some who turn it into weapons. It's too rare, though, even rarer than demonic crystals. Twice the value in demonic crystals seems to be too low. Raz's words reminded him. It was supply and demand. To demons, this was raw material for ammunition. He couldn't sell it so cheaply. I know that my price is a bit low, but I have risks too. Angelic crystals are too rare. After I bring it back, I have to find a way to sell it too. If I can't find it, then I'll be stuck with it. Living Lord, please understand. 3 times the value. I have 30 years worth in total. If you can accept it, then this batch is yours. If you don't, I'll find another demon. Chapter 107, Demonic Sorcery. Chapter 107, Demonic Sorcery. Raz agreed immediately. The sole intention of his speech just now was to lower the price. After all, if Chen Zhao decided to sell his angelic crystals to other demons, he would lose a great amount of profit. He did not have a way to sell angelic crystals at the moment, but it was only because he had never had any businesses involving angelic crystals in the past. What were angelic crystals? They were to demons as radioactive matter is to humans. 3 times the cost of demonic crystals meant nothing to Raz. Once he found a way to sell them, he could even make a 10-fold profit. It was just like how smuggling guns was always the most profitable business in the human world. Of course, little did he know that Qin Zhao was also careful this time. Qin Zhao would ask the other demons how much Raz managed to earn this time. Then he would appropriately adjust the cost of the remaining angelic crystals. The honored living, I don't have so many demonic crystals with me. Can I pay you with my goods? Well, I've already bought what I need. I don't really need anything at the moment. Didn't you want the spatial ring last time? I have it with me. But 100 years of demonic crystals is too expensive. I still don't want to buy it. Let me give you a discount. 90 years. Qin Zhao still shook his head. Still too expensive. 85 years. I can't make it any lower. Raz's face was filled with pain. 60. No way. 80 years is my bottom line. 70 years. Any higher, and I'll take demonic crystals instead. Living Lord, please show your kindness. I'll make a great loss for 70 years. Qin Zhao sneered. Never believe a profiteer's words, especially a demon profiteer. 70 years. If you accept this price, I'll give you the angelic crystals now. Subtract the items just now, and you need to pay me 15 years of demonic crystals. If you don't accept, then forget it. Chun Zhao was firm about the price. Fine, make it 70, but for the remaining 15 years, please buy my goods so that my loss will not be that great, Raz said, looking as if he was having a difficult choice. Apart from those I wanted, what else do you have? Raz placed his goods in front of Chun Zhao, after which he introduced them one by one. Chun Zhao scanned the goods over and over, but was not satisfied with any of them. Most of them were entirely useless to him. Do you have any demonic spell books that I can learn? Chun Zhao asked. Yes, Raz replied at once. Then he found a golden book among his pile of goods. Chun took the golden book and gasped. It was extremely heavy. Is this book made from pure gold? It's demonic dark gold, not the gold in the human world. It's the cheapest metal in hell. Chun Zhao inspected the book carefully. It was indeed not gold. He was somewhat disappointed by the discovery. If it was pure gold, he would sell the book directly. Are the symbols in the book demon's language? Yes, living lord, I recommend a demonic potion for you. It'll allow you to master hell symbols immediately. How much is it? 10 years of demonic crystals and 5 years for the spell book. Exactly 15. Chun Zhao glanced at Raz. Include 1 drop of demonic dragon blood, and I'll accept the price. After careful consideration, Raz barely accepted the deal. Demonic Spellpedia. Chun Zhao drank the demonic potion directly and could understand the hell symbols at once. Does it include all the spells in hell? Not that complete, of course. It only contains the most basic demonic spells. You can choose suitable ones and practice them. If you want more advanced spells, I'm afraid 5 years wouldn't do. Maybe next time. After their deal, Raz returned to hell. Chun Zhao started reading the 20 kilograms spell book. He had to admit that the book was way too heavy. As a result, he could not read it for too long. With no other solutions, Chun Zhao could only drink 1 portion of the Superman potions that he had made. Chun Zhao called the potion Superman Potion. It was in fact more or less the same as the one David had. The only difference was that Chun Zhao's Superman Potion was made from perfect crystal. Its effect was therefore significantly greater than an ordinary strength potion. While Chun Zhao called it the Superman Potion, he was definitely not becoming Superman. Chun Zhao was merely going to become stronger. In comparison, Chun Zhao was looking forward to learning demonic spells much more. This was a truly supernatural power. Blood solidification seems to be a good way to treat high blood pressure. This spell looks easy to learn, Chun Zhao muttered to himself. Hell Knell seems useless. It can let a person see the scenes in hell. Cry of the Ghoul looks like those undead spells in novels. And I need to prepare a corpse in advance, who would bring a corpse with them all the time. Banshee's Charm. It's like advanced hypnosis. Should work great on insomniac patients. Spiritual Sting. Must be used for torturing. Blackie. I thought humans can't learn most demonic spells. Why do I feel that it's very easy? At least it's not as hard as I thought. No idea. Perhaps you're special. Lend me the book when you're done. Is there a spell that you don't know? In fact, I don't know all of them. I think there's some spells on this book that I can learn as well. Blackie and Chun Zhao were both beginners at demonic sorcery, so the two of them really had much to discuss. With the spiritual vessel, Chun Zhao would not feel tired. Although the spiritual vessel had no other uses, it could allow Chun Zhao to stay awake for 3 full days. Before he realized it, Chun Zhao had already stayed in Blackie's place for 6 or 7 hours. Blackie, I'm going to sleep. You can study it slowly. When I'm free, I need to go out and hunt too. Knock, knock. Just then, a deep knocking was heard in the crevice. Someone was knocking on the door in the basement. It should be Feilai. Chun Zhao walked to the exit. Hellhound followed him closely, reluctant to let him go. Feilai was on the other side of the door, which was suddenly pushed outwards from the inside. In that instant, Feilai saw a huge black thing in the fog. Chun Zhao walked out from the inside with Walter. Then he closed the door and turned the key. Feilai, what up? I saw it inside. The huge thing standing behind you just now. What's that? Why did you call me out? Tell me what that thing is first. Is it a powerful demon king that's been sealed here? Are you a member of a mysterious organization that's been secretly protecting mankind all this while? Feilai unleashed her imagination wildly. Next time, after you knock, turn around. Don't look at that thing in its eyes, or it'll devour your soul. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I already saw that thing's eyes just now. Is it already hidden in my body now? Will it eat me in my dreams? Nope, its seal is very firm, as long as you don't go past this door. Chapter 108. Accept as Truth. Chapter 108. Accept as Truth. After Chen Zhao left the basement, Feilai suddenly had a lot of questions. Chen, how come Walter can go in? All right, I'll tell you the truth. Walter isn't a regular dog. I knew it. Feilai exclaimed. I knew that Walter isn't ordinary. It has some special duty, right? It must be so. You took him away from me because it must complete its duty. Yes, Walter is a guardian beast. He has guarded this place since ancient times, reincarnating many times. Some problems occurred this time, though. He stayed in with the coastal rescue team. He saved many people, but he neglected his duty, so he was punished and got cancer. I had to bring him here so he could continue his duty. I see. I finally understand. Feilai believed it. She really believed it. So, if I'm here, will I affect Walter's duty? The thing sealed within the door can't come out. But if someone enters it, it may sneak into the person's body and escape like that. At that time, Walter will be punished even more severely. I understand. I won't go in. Feilai nodded seriously. What about you? Is it your duty to guard this place too? Pretty much, but I have more duties. You know, there are actually a lot of places in this world that seal the things you fear. My job is to patrol like a security guard and check all the seals. Are there more seals in this town? You already know enough. Asking more won't help you. There must be more seals, right? Miss, just keep imagining. However, Feilai's curiosity pushed her to keep asking. In the beginning, Chun Zhao could give some vague answers. Gradually, Feilai started throwing out crazy and absurd questions. Feilai was honestly pissing Chun Zhao off. Feilai, look at my eyes. Huh. The instant Feilai met Chun Zhao's eyes, a wave of fatigue hit her. The Banshee's charm was activated. Chun Zhao grabbed the unconscious Feilai and tossed her onto the sofa. This woman was annoying, but her body and feeling was amazing. The Banshee's charm was very powerful. They could get hypnotized easily if they weren't careful. If they went to a bar, they would get 10 corpses in a night. The only bad part about the spell was that they'd have to sleep for at least 12 hours, and nothing could wake them up. At 12 o'clock, Feilai's screams sounded in the living room. She first checked her clothes and body. She didn't calm down until she was sure no one had done anything to her. She was sure that she'd been hypnotized by a spell, because she remembered the last moment before she'd lost consciousness. Robio, I'm sorry. I overslept. Feilai called Robio first. It's okay. There's not much work in the morning, but your excuse is too weak. Overslept? Robio knew that Feilai would never sleep in. She'd also never been late in her 2 years as part of the team. Plus, who could sleep in until 12? It's that bastard's fault. Robio was already imagining things. Feilai was probably late because she messed around with some man. Can you come today? I need to wash up. It'll take an hour. Ethan, give me a hamburger. $1, thanks. I just gave you $1,500. I deserve that. Auntie Lee, give me some food. Li Qin got up with a smile to get food from the kitchen. She was very grateful to Chen Zhao. The man had reached out in her most difficult period and given her a place to stay. She also knew about Chen Zhao and Ethan's relationship. Oh, right. That old witch is looking for you. What old witch? Oh, your wife? Ex-wife, Ethan corrected. What does she need? I think someone in the prison. She's in charge of needs your treatment. I'm not going, Chen Zhao said. He didn't like that place. He'd also never been there before. More importantly, Caprice gave him way too much pressure. Chen Zhao wasn't good at dealing with such overbearing women, let alone a prison warden. Chen Zhao felt like this woman would definitely be the behind-the-scenes boss in a TV show. Whatever. That's it? I thought you'd try to convince me. Why should I convince you? I hate her too. Ethan rolled his eyes. Good. But people who reject her usually don't have good endings. What's her number? In the end, Chen Zhao still went to the Simpson prison so he wouldn't have unnecessary problems. It wasn't smart to offend a prison warden. She didn't have any law enforcement power, but she did manage a prison. There were thousands of bastards with more than enough horrible criminals. Thus, Chen Zhao didn't want to have conflicts with a prison warden. He brought his entire family this time, even taking Blackie along. Contrary to what he'd imagined, Simpson Prison wasn't that eerie. Most of the place was clean and orderly. It wasn't break time when he entered, so the prisoners were all in his cells. Judging from the environment, it should have medical facilities and doctors. Why did they look for him? Miss Caprice, where is my patient? Chen Zhao asked. Follow me. Caprice took Chen Zhao past cell after cell. Hey, new kid, come here. Hey, Asian, where's your room? Let's be friends. Caprice glanced at Chen Zhao. Are you afraid? Of them? They're just pretending to be fierce. Chen Zhao wasn't afraid of the ones who called out. Caprice took Chen Zhao to a cell at the end of the hall. There was only one prisoner, an old man around 60 years old. He sat on the bed and was extremely thin. Chen Zhao observed him. He'd probably just come in. He was clean, and though he was wearing the prison uniform, he still looked very composed. He's your patient. Chapter 109, Ethical Bottom Line. Chapter 109, Ethical Bottom Line. What illness does he have? Here are his medical records. Caprice passed the prisoner's medical records to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao scanned the records. Diabetes, high blood pressure, thrombus. These are all common elderly diseases. I can't treat these diseases fully. I can only relieve his condition during an episode. He needs more comprehensive treatment and rehabilitation. I need you to ensure that he won't have an episode during his next checkup. What? I want you to ensure that he won't be eligible for medical release, Caprice said. Why? From his medical records, he's indeed eligible. Do you know why he's here? I'm a doctor. I don't need to know such things. Raping young girls. In court, 28 female victims testified against him. He committed the crimes over a span of 43 years. Among his victims, there were 2 who were only 2 years old, one of whom eventually died. Another 5 females are on the autism spectrum, probably because of the psychological trauma they had experienced when young. From the information the prosecution collected, there are at least 20 more victims, but they were unwilling to appear in court. His case lasted for 6 years. Finally, the Supreme Court convicted him of his crimes. In these 6 years, the mother of one of the victims was beaten and severely injured by unidentified gangsters the night before court. She's still in the ICU. 5 of the witnesses received death threats. Caprice glanced at the old man in the cell. The old man also raised his head and looked back. He's a rich man, If he's released on medical grounds, then all our previous efforts would be in vain. I see. Chen Zhao had originally thought that, as a doctor, he should give every patient the correct diagnosis and treatment advice from a purely professional perspective. However, after knowing the old man's crimes, he felt that even his professional ethics could not stop him from wanting to kill the old man. That time, even when Chen Zhao was shot by the beautiful female killer Kelly in the chest by her sniper rifle, he did not think about killing her. The first time he had ever wanted to kill someone was in the hospital, and his target was that brutal gangster. The old man was the second person Chen Zhao really wanted to kill. Chen Zhao lifted his head and scanned around him. Caprice looked at Chen Zhao. It's a surveillance blind spot. Thanks, Chen Zhao nodded. Can I go in now? Caprice entered the password onto the lock and the mechanical door opened. Chen Zhao walked in and Caprice also left. Hi. Chen Zhao smiled and walked towards the old man. The old man also smiled. His smile was so kind and warm, just like the sunlight in winter. Hi, are these your kids? Smiling, the old man clapped his hands. I have a few dogs at home too. No idea how they are now. Nobody's taking care of them and it's really worrying. I really hope to leave this place as soon as possible and see my kids again. I'm afraid that won't be easy. Chen Zhao sat down on the bed. I'm a doctor. I need to perform a checkup on you. The old man did not cooperate. Instead, he only smiled gently. Kid, do you need money? How much can you give? Chen Zhao asked instead. 200,000. Kid, you're a great young man. You deserve this much. 200,000 and you can buy my ethical bottom line. The old man's expression changed slightly. Just say an amount. I believe you know what's appropriate. What outcome do you want? I want you to certify that I need to be medically released. He wants me to give him a certificate? Chen Zhao did not even have a medical license, so he could obviously not give a legal certificate. Of course, he was not planning to get himself involved anyway. Even though he wanted to cause trouble to the old man, he was not going to use a legal approach. Caprice had called him here precisely because he was illegal and had no records as a doctor. Moreover, Chen Zhao was really not planning to take his money. Chen Zhao first performed an examination on the old man. To be honest, his body was indeed in a bad state. The old man had various elderly diseases. If he was really put in jail, his days would be numbered. Chen Zhao started hesitating. Should he heal the old man so that he could suffer longer in jail, or should he leave the old man to die on his own? The second option did not require Chen Zhao to do anything, but then he would not be able to stop the old man from being medically released. To rich people like him, medical release was equivalent to acquittal. Heal him. After some consideration, Chen Zhao made up his mind. He had to first stop the old man from being medically released. He could think about the rest later. This was the urgent task at hand. Young man, how is it? How's my body? You'll get what you need. Chen Zhao smiled. I'll give you a certificate later. Just wait here. The old man squinted and watched as Chen Zhao left. He did not believe Chen Zhao because Chen Zhao did not talk about money at all. Once Chen Zhao left the cell, Caprice walked to him. How is it? His condition is indeed sufficient for him to be released. That's not the result I wanted. Caprice's face darkened at once. Mix this medicine with his food, Chen Zhao said. What's this? You're not trying to poison him, right? This medicine can ensure that he won't be eligible for medical release during his checkup. You sure it's not poison? Please, although I hate that old man, I'm not going to get myself involved for him. All right. Caprice gave Chen Zhao $1,000. Here's your pay. Chen Zhao did not reject the money. It was what he should receive. As he left the prison, Chen Zhao suddenly realized that he had already seen many perverts. Was everyone already so rich that sex was the only thing on their minds? More importantly, For the perverts that Chen Zhao had met, even death was not sufficient to expiate their sins. No, one of the perverts was not that bad. Dell, although he was a pervert, he only played himself and did not harm others. What he did was quite embarrassing, but he only scourged himself. Just then, Qin Zhao's phone rang. It was Dell, the expert death seeker. Qin, where are you? I need you. Come here quick. Tell me, did you do something to your dick again? No, I didn't. I really didn't this time. I just raised a snake. Sounds great. Do you want to ask me about how to raise a snake? No, the snake bit my dick. Chapter 110. Dell is suddenly cute. Chapter 110. Dell is suddenly cute. Chen Zhao helped wrap up Dell's lower body and then slapped his dick. All done. Ah, hurts. Dell cried out. You know it hurts? The only thing you did right is that you didn't raise a poisonous snake. Otherwise, I would be doing a resection for you. Chen Zhao looked at the corn snake curled up in a ring. It wasn't an adult yet. Corn snakes were gentle and suitable as pets. They weren't very lethal either, and didn't pose a threat to humans. How did you get it to bite your lower body? It's Tsura's fault. I was sleeping and she put the snake on me. Bullshit. You pervert curled the snake on your crotch. Tsura yelled immediately. Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. He chose to believe Tsura because Dell was indeed a bit of a pervert. Dell, I'm begging you, Qin Zhao said with a headache. Please have some other sickness the next time you make me come, or be hurt somewhere else. You make me treat your reproductive organ every time. Actually, after becoming familiar with Dell, one would realize that someone crazy and a bit dumb like him was actually quite funny. He was harmless to people around him, but very dangerous to himself. He was an adult, but he often did stupid things that not even kids would do. Qin, here is your pay. It's fine. It's free this time. What? You don't want money? That's so weird. You must be a fake. Chen Zhao slapped the bear dick again. I ran into a true pervert a while ago. Compared to him, I suddenly feel like you're so much cuter. You think I'm a pervert? It's the truth, whether you admit it or not. Jin, you've been here so many times but never stayed. How about you stay for dinner tonight? Tsura invited. Will you add weird things in? Chen Zhao was seriously scared. A bastard like Dell had unimaginable ways to hurt himself. Chen Zhao didn't want to be a casualty. Don't worry, Tsura said. This asshole is really picky about food. Tsura and the servants created a rich feast on the grass beside the swimming pool. Chen Zhao observed the food on the table. Disregarding the things imported from places he didn't know, the commonly seen ingredients were roughly worth $1,000. A rich man's world was truly unimaginable. Dell, what's your job? I don't do anything. He inherited his dad's company shares and just waits for the dividend every year, Tsura said. It's the famous CAA. CAA was a well-known management company in Hollywood. Chen Zhao had heard of it before, too. There were many super A-list celebrities under them, as well as a dozen A-listers and hundreds of others. Of course, they didn't only have actors. This also included directors, athletes, musicians, and even authors. Chen, if you're interested in a celebrity, I can help you out. Are you a pimp? Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. He couldn't afford celebrities. Even a B or C-lister would need at least $10,000 per night. He didn't have the capital for that. Of course. Chen Zhao also had a Chinese mindset. He didn't feel safe if he didn't have some money in the bank. He'd made $50,000 these past 2 months, but he barely spent it. The biggest expenses were the remodeling and repairs for his home. Other than that, he didn't have any large expenses. If he lived the way Dell did, he would probably be bankrupt very fast. CAA wasn't just a management company. They also accepted many other projects. If a film company wanted to film a movie, They only had to pay money. Then CAA would be responsible for the director, actor, screenwriter, production, and editing. CAA would even be involved in box office division. This was their main source of profit too. CAA's influence in Hollywood reached into every corner. It seemed that every movie had actors from CAA in it. Internationally, it was thought that Hollywood had 6 major companies, but CAA was actually the 7th, one hidden behind the scenes. Chen Zhao already learned from Tsura that Dell was CAA's shareholder. He had 11% of shares. He was second only to the current chairman, who had 15%. He would get a significant amount of dividend each year. Even if Dell feasted and fucked celebrities every day, he still couldn't waste it all. Of course, Dell was also a regular on all sorts of entertainment news. Of course, they only reported on his bizarre news. Chen Zhao was quite jealous, but he knew that it was only jealousy. He knew clearly that even if he worked hard his entire life, he still couldn't live this kind of life. After drinking and eating his fill, Chen Zhao decided to leave. Chen, you're leaving? Are you sure you don't want to do it with Tsura? Chen Zhao was speechless. How much did Dell want his girl to have sex with someone else? He would ask Chen Zhao whenever he came. Chen Zhao really couldn't understand Dell's hobby. If it was under normal conditions, he wouldn't mind doing it with Tsura. The problem was that Dell wanted to watch. Chen Zhao couldn't take this. He didn't want to act in porn for someone else. Chen, if it's you, I won't mind. Tsura was incredibly open too. She said this without even blushing or blinking. She licked her red lips like a thirsty woman. They were a natural pair. When Chen Zhao got home, he was faced with a furious Feilai. Chen, did you put a spell on me yesterday? What? What are you saying? I never sleep anywhere other than my bed. But I slept for 12 full hours on the sofa yesterday night. You can't blame me for falling asleep when you were watching TV. Indifferent. Chen Zhao took off his shoes and hung his jacket on the coat rack. Is there food? No. Don't change the topic. Didn't I tell you already? I didn't do anything. I remember clearly that you had me look at you, and that was it. You drank quite a lot of beer yesterday. Maybe you got drunk. Oh, I left a note on the table to buy some beer when you get back. Did you buy it? Yes. $98 in total. No, we share, so I'll only pay half of that. Chapter 111. Changes to the Gate of Hell. Chapter 111. Changes to the Gate of Hell. In the end, Chen Zhao still managed to change the topic completely. Nevertheless, Feilai was still quite angry. She sat down on the sofa in frustration and started drinking alone. After showering, Chen Zhao casually sat down beside Feilai. This beer is expensive and horrible. Why would you buy this brand? I like it. If you don't like it, don't ask me to buy beer next time. Ah! Chen Zhao suddenly screamed. Blackie had made an abrupt entrance from the wall. Although it was not the first time he appeared like this, Chen Zhao was still unable to get used to it. What? You saw a ghost? Wait, is there really something? Nothing. It's none of your business. Chen Zhao waved his hand, after which he began communicating with Blackie using his mind. Blackie, can you please appear in a normal way? It's very normal to me. I mean the human definition of normal. Now is not the time for this. I just came back from hunting and passed by that gate of hell. I realized that it's somewhat unusual. Chen Zhao recalled that Blackie had indeed told him there was a gate of hell in the mountain beside the town. He had originally intended to go and take a look with Blackie when he was free. However, he had been busy all this while and almost forgot about it entirely. What's with the gate of hell? I feel someone's activating it. How? Can a gate still be used? I don't know. I also thought that it's already deserted. But the huge catfish you caught in the lake last time had clearly been affected by hell. And now the gate feels weird too. So I think perhaps it can still be used. Could it be a madman planning to summon a demon army and destroy the world? No way. That gate of hell can't even completely summon demons like Beelzebub. Its effect is somewhat similar to the demonic ritual implements you have. It's almost impossible to destroy the world with that. Why is the gate of hell even there if it can only summon 1 or 2 inferior demons? I thought it can summon large demon kings or something. That gate of hell was built by humans. As a human, you should know this better. Qin Zhao stood up. Fei Lai, I need to go out for a while. Where are you going? You going to exorcise evil spirits? Or did some mysterious event happen somewhere? Stop imagining things. I'm taking my dogs for a walk. Walking your dogs? Fei Lai squinted and stared at Qin Zhao. I'm going with you. I haven't had a stroll with Walter for quite long as well. I don't think so. It's not safe at night. So you're going to leave me in this haunted house? I've no idea how many evil spirits there are in this house. And there's also a terrifying monster sealed beneath the house. I feel that the roads are much safer than here. How about I leave Walter here to accompany you? All right then. Qin Zhao heaved a long sigh. It would be really inconvenient for him to visit the gate of hell if Fei Lai followed him. However, shortly after Qin Zhao left home, Blackie said, Your housemate is behind you. What? Qin Zhao turned his head around and did not discover anything. The sky was already dark, and the sides of the road were filled with grass. Fei Lai, come here, I already saw you. There was no movement. Qin Zhao called again, Walter, come out. Woof! Walter charged towards Qin Zhao, dragging Fei Lai along. Traitor! You traitor! Fei Lai slapped Walter's head in anger. Go home. No. If you insist on not going back, I'll use magic and let you stand here alone for the whole night. Do you believe I'll call the police now and say that you've molested me? As you wish. Qin Zhao was not scared at all. Not every accusation of molestation would be put on record. After all, no one could win a case with just words and no evidence. What are you going? Are you going to cast another spell on me? Qin Zhao only raised his hand, and Fei Lai immediately took a few steps back. Then, she took out a pair of sunglasses from her pocket. Luckily, I'm prepared. Please, it's already dark. Are you really planning to become blind with your sunglasses? You promise you won't cast a spell on me. Do you think I'll cast a spell on you now and then carry you home? I don't care. I'm going wherever you're going. Forget it. I'm not going anymore. Let's go home. Qin Zhao gave up. Unable to lose Fei Lai, he could only go back. He planned to go to the gate of hell in the morning when Fei Lai was working. Not going anymore? How can you do that? Why not? Qin Zhao already started walking back. Are you coming or not? If not, you can wander around yourself. I'm going home. Aren't you going to exorcise evil spirits? If you don't go, will people die? If anyone dies, it's all your fault. You keep following me, and I can't go. Fei Lai started hesitating. However, when she lifted her head and saw Qin Zhao's relaxed face, she suddenly realized something. You're lying to me. Fei Lai knew that if there was really an urgent matter, Qin Zhao would surely not stand here and argue with her. Although she had only stayed with Qin Zhao for a short while, she had still managed to find out about his character. Qin Zhao was not the kind of person who could sit back and watch a disaster happen. He could not remain idle if he knew that a tragedy was imminent. She had only stayed with Qin Zhao for a few days, but their neighbors Bant and Mary had been giving him stuff every day. Most of the time, she had helped Qin Zhao to take their gifts. She knew that it was because of the winery fire 10 days ago, where Qin Zhao and Walter had charged into the burning building and saved 9 lives. One of them was the son of Bant and Mary. Therefore, they were both extremely grateful towards Qin Zhao. All in all, Fei Lai managed to guess that the matter Qin Zhao was originally going to settle was either not serious or not urgent. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. Hi. Chen, it's me, Morgary. I need you. Fuck. What do you mean by you need me? I'm in my car, right at your door. Still the same price, $10,000. Give me 10 minutes. I'm not at home. Going back now. Okay. Be quick. What is it? Did something happen? Nope. It's just work. Work? Of course it's my patient. What else do you think it is? Chun Zhao and Fei Lai walked back to their house and saw a car parked before the door. Chen Zhao recognized it as Morgary's car. Turning his head, he said to Fei Lai, "You should go back." "Are you bringing Walter away again?" "You can keep Walter." "Oh yeah, go and help me take my toolbox out," Chen Zhao said. Although he had purchased the spatial ring from Raz, he would certainly not put his toolbox in the ring. After all, what would his patient think if he were to suddenly pull out a scalpel out of nowhere? Chapter 112, San Diego. Chapter 112, San Diego. Morgary started the car as soon as Chen Zhao got in. Looking at the bloody Morgary, Chen Zhao said after a stretch of silence, "Take off your shirt." Morgary drove and tossed his shirt out the window at the same time. "Where are we going this time?" "San Diego." "What? San Diego? That far?" "Yes," Morgary replied simply. "I thought you would hide deep into the forest. Why are we going to San Diego?" San Diego was more than 100 miles to the southeast of L.A. However, Mountain Town was northwest of L.A., so going to San Diego from here without taking main roads, it would be at least 300 miles. "It's close to Mexico," Morgary said. "We plan on going into California Bay and getting to Mexico along the coast. Is it okay for you to tell me your escape route?" "I trust you," Morgary said. Chen Zhao didn't know if he should be happy to be trusted by a gangster. "How did you get this injury? All inflicted by sharp objects? Did you get into a fight?" "Don't mention it. It's a woman." "You can't even defeat a woman." "You won't be able to either. That woman is a beast. No one can beat her." Chen Zhao couldn't argue with Morgary on this. He was a doctor, not a fighter. "I don't think she went for the kill. That's why I say she's a beast. She's sadistic. Pretty. If she's pretty, then there are no ugly girls in the world." "Good, it's not her." "What?" "Nothing." After exiting the L.A. area, the car went on a coastal road. One must admit that the scenery was beautiful. It had started cooling down, and the ocean wind blowing into the window was chilly. Chen Zhao had to keep the window open, though. Otherwise, the car would be filled with the smell of blood. He couldn't stand the smell. Morgary couldn't take the cold because he was shirtless, but he didn't say anything because he was a man. Chen Zhao glanced at him. "The cold breeze helps scatter your internal heat and improve blood circulation. It will help make your blood clot faster." It was basically a type of heat consumption, just like jogging. Of course, if the heat dissipation wasn't controlled, there would be problems. People didn't get better at combating the cold as they grew stronger. In reality, stronger people might be worse against the cold because their heat sensations were more intense. Bearing the cold to practice, older people were better too, because their bodily functions and heat sensations had weakened. They reacted slower to the difference between cold and warm temperatures. It was like how someone about to freeze to death would feel warm. For people freezing to death, their heat sensations were already dead, so they wouldn't feel the change in temperature. Instead, they would feel warm. Of course, with Morgary's body, he wouldn't die from some breeze. He'd just get a cold at most. Achoo. "Chen, give me your jacket." "I'll get cold." "Me too." "No, strong men don't say they're cold." "Why do you see me like that? When did I say I'm a strong man?" "So you're not." "Give me your jacket first." Giving a jacket to a man is disgusting. But in the end, Chen Zhao still did so. The car ride was around 4 to 5 hours. Chen Zhao got dizzy either because of the car or because of the wind. Morgary and his boss were hidden in San Diego, but not in the city. After getting there, he drove down a small road and avoided the city. The winding path probably hadn't been maintained in more than 20 years. The surface was seriously broken. Around 2 in the morning, the car parked before an abandoned train station. It was a grave for old-fashioned trains. There were few rusted steam trains there. One had to admit that it was a great place to hide in. Knock, knock. Morgary knocked on one car and it opened. "Mr. Chin, you're here." The dispirited man looked at Qin Zhao with pleasant shock. Qin Zhao remembered him. His name was something like Sanders, and he was afraid of snakes. The eerie guy, named Nesta, and the big boss were inside the car too. Nesta was still cold as before, but he nodded when he saw Qin Zhao. "Mr. Chen." The boss lay weakly in the corner. Nesta helped him up. Qin Zhao put down his toolkit, and Sanders immediately moved aside. "Mr. Chin, did you bring that snake again? Seems like you miss Raymond. Raymond, come meet your old friend." Raymond slithered out of the box and started going for the man. Qin Zhao went to the boss. "You look bad. Where are you hurt?" With the help of Nesta, the boss turned with difficulty, revealing the bloodied bandage on his back. Qin Zhao opened it and was hit in the face with the smell of rot. The wound under the bandage was 3 fingers long, stretching from the left shoulder blade to the lower back. Most of it already had suppuration. "This is at least 3 days old," Qin Zhao said, furrowing his brows. "Why didn't you contact me earlier?" "I've had these injuries before and healed in like 10 days without doing anything," the boss replied weakly. "That just means you were lucky, but you won't be lucky every time. The same injury can have 2 possibilities under different situations. Some can heal itself with your immune system. Most will get infected." Qin Zhao felt the boss's forehead. "You already have a fever. If you delayed it for another half day, you'd be going to the ICU. Is it serious?" "It's mainly because you delayed it for so long. If this happens again, either contact me in time or find hard liquor to clean the wound." Thankfully, Qin Zhao brought rubbing alcohol. This was the only medical product that Qin Zhao could get his hands on. However, cleaning the wound and cutting off the decayed flesh would be very painful without anesthetics. In addition to cleaning the wound, alcohol could also lower an object's temperature. Alcohol was highly volatile liquid. It could quickly take away heat when touching skin at room temperature. Of course, he still had to use medicine. Qin Zhao gave the boss 2 ibuprofen capsules. Most fever medicine were over the counter and could be bought at supermarkets. Qin Zhao's toolkit was always supplied with some over-the-counter drugs, such as fever medicine, pain relievers, and anti-inflammatory drugs. These often came handy. Finally, he stitched up the wound. The entire process took around 30 minutes. Chapter 113, Female T-Rex. Chapter 113, Female T-Rex. "Qin, you've saved my life again." Sitting down, the gang leader gave Qin Zhao a warm hug. "I'm happy that none of you pointed a gun at my head this time." There was a moment of awkwardness for all the 4 present. "Do any of you still have injuries or discomfort?" Nesta and Sanders had the same kind of injuries, but they were very minor and there were no signs of inflammation. "Mr. Chin, can you ask it to go away?" Sanders was horrified by Raymond, who was coiled up before him. "He's called Raymond. You can tell him yourself." Stop joking. It's your pet." "Hiss. Snakes are really too scary. I prefer dogs." Raymond had already opened his mouth, displaying his pair of poisonous fangs. Sanders' hair all stood up in fear, but his arm was held firmly by Qin Zhao. "He doesn't like that sentence in particular. You better apologize," Qin Zhao said as he treated Sanders' injuries. "Sorry, Raymond, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that, but can you move away?" "Human, kneel down. Your apology is too insincere." Clearly, Sanders could not understand Raymond's words. Qin Zhao glanced at Raymond. "All right, that's enough. You've already scared Sanders out of his wits. That's boring. Raymond twisted his body and crawled away slowly. Can snakes be trained to have such intelligence? The gang leader looked at Raymond curiously. Don't even think about raising a snake. I know a fool who tried to. The last time I went to his place, I helped to bandage his dick. What's your secret? Nothing. Everyone's been asking me the same question. I'm a doctor, not an animal trainer. I think you can consider switching to animal training. Sure. Don't find me next time when you're injured. Forget what I just said. Continue to be a doctor. It's more promising. Morgary gave Chen Zhao his pay. Chen Zhao looked at the four people. Are you going to Mexico? Did Morgary tell you that? I feel that if you're really going to Mexico, I'll lose a huge amount of income. I'll miss you. Chin, I'll send you home in the morning. No need. It's tiring for you to drive here and there. Chun Zhao shook his head. I'll go back myself. Send me to a place with public transport or something. Let's go to the train station then. Isn't this place a train station? Of course I don't mean this one. An hour later, the sky turned bright. Morgary brought Chun Zhao outside. However, the two discovered that the tires of the car parked at the side of the road had been punctured. Shit, that woman's here. Boss and the rest are in danger. Morgary's expression changed drastically, and he immediately started running back. Chun Zhao was speechless as he looked at Morgary's back. Shouldn't you at least care about me? I need protection too. Chun Zhao was about to follow Morgary when he felt some pain on his back. Something was pointed against his back. Don't move. Raise your hands. Don't speak. Chun Zhao turned his head. A woman who had been hiding behind the car had moved quietly behind Chun Zhao. Now, she was pointing a knife at Chun Zhao's waist. Madam, do I not move or raise my hands? Raise your hands first, and then don't move. Lifting his hands, Chun Zhao said helplessly, Madam, I'm a doctor. I'm not close to them. The burly woman's face and eyes were filled with fierceness. I don't care what's your relationship with them. Since you've healed Morgary, you're my enemy. Actually, I haven't healed them yet. I didn't bring any medicine, so he was about to drive me back to get my medicine. Chun Zhao was terrified. If the woman were to move the knife just slightly forward, his kidney would be penetrated. By then, he might not be able to get hard for a few months. Madam, take it easy. It's useless to threaten me, a doctor. Even if you kill me, they'll still find other doctors. Moreover, I was also forced. They're a gang, and I'm only an ordinary doctor. I can't fight back at all, so I'm actually on the same side as you. Who said you're on my side? Aren't you enemy with them? I am, but I'm not related to anyone, let alone be on the same team as you. We're not enemies, anyway. Let me go. The powerful woman seemed to be somewhat hesitant. It looked like she also did not really want to harm Chun Zhao. Gaia, stop! Suddenly, they heard Morgary's voice behind them. Morgary had already charged out from the house. Chun Zhao was speechless. He had almost convinced the woman, and now Morgary was going to mess everything up. Gaia, whatever you want, I'm here. Chen's innocent. Morgary sounded very angry. If this happened at any other place, Chun Zhao would surely be touched by Morgary's words. But now he could only cry. Gaia glanced coldly at Morgary, after which she looked at Chun Zhao. You said you aren't very close. It depends on your definition of close. You dare to prank me. Gaia stabbed the knife forward suddenly, and Chun Zhao quickly shifted his waist back. Gaia was even more enraged. You dare to dodge? Duh. If I don't, my body will be penetrated. Chun, run. Morgary shouted as he charged towards Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao bolted out. Gaia reached her hand out and held Chun Zhao's shoulder. Gaia was over 1.9 m tall in addition to her bodybuilder-like muscles and 100 kilograms weight. She was significantly larger than Chen Zhao. Therefore, Gaia was very confident with her own strength, being able to even defeat fighters like Morguri in a few rounds. She had more or less been ignoring Chen Zhao's presence. However, when she held on to Chen Zhao's shoulder, she felt that she was grabbing a car instead of a person's shoulder. Her entire body was dragged along, and then she fell onto the ground. By then Morguri had already arrived, and he pressed Gaia onto the ground with all his might. Gaia finally came to her senses. She kicked her knee and immediately managed to press Morguri down instead. Standing not far away from them, Chen Zhao seemed to be lost. Should he go up and help? Morguri's hands were restrained, but he still shouted in pain, "Chen, don't mind me. Just go." "Go? Go where?" "I don't know the way," Chen Zhao said helplessly. Chen Zhao regretted not bringing Walter with him. If Walter was here, he would be able to fight with Gaia for a while. Now it's just me. Wait, something's wrong. Chen Zhao suddenly realized that he was not ordinary either. He had increased his physical strength, so why should he be afraid of a woman? "Bitch, let go of Morguri, or I'll not show mercy anymore." Chen Zhao shouted, "Let me warn you first, I know Kung Fu." Pressing Morguri onto the car with just one hand, Gaia turned her head and looked at Chen Zhao. "What are you going to do with me again?" Gaia sneered. Chapter 114 I Fell. Chapter 114 I Fell. Chen Zhao wasn't sure either. He was pretty strong, but could he really beat this giant, stocky woman? Morguri was huge, but Gaia pinned him to the car, immobilizing him. Gaia hooked her fingers at Chen Zhao. "Come. Chen, you're not her match. Leave. Morguri, don't underestimate me." Chen Zhao had already charged and punched toward Gaia. The woman dodged his fist easily. She raised her leg and kicked Chen Zhao precisely in the stomach. Immense pain seized him, and Chen Zhao was kneeling on the ground. He'd really overestimated himself. He may have drunk the strengthening potion, but he was nothing more than a strong doctor. He'd thought that he was awesome, but then Gaia showed him back to his place. He heard wind in his ears. Gaia's leg was sweeping toward his face. Chen Zhao hurriedly raised his arms to protect his head. Boom! The heavy sweep made Chen Zhao's ears ring. His head felt heavy too. Morguri yelled and broke free from his restraint to grab Gaia from behind. "Chen, go! Go!" He'd been embarrassed by this woman so badly. Chen Zhao was going to be a despicable man today. He shot up and yelled, "Grab on tight!" With that, he raised his leg to kick Gaia, but the woman reacted quickly. With an over-the-shoulder throw, she blocked herself with Morguri. Ah! Chen Zhao's kick wasn't weak. Morguri couldn't even stand up after that. "Chen, I told you to run," Morguri cursed. "Are you stupid?" Chen Zhao finally realized that he couldn't beat this woman. Gaia strode forward, forcing Chen Zhao to put up a boxing pose. But then his vision blurred and another punch landed on his face. He shook his head. Before he could recover, he was hit again. "If you keep hitting me, I'll show you." Ah! Another punch. Crack! There was a sudden gunshot. The boss held a gun in the distance. The muzzle was pointed at Gaia. "Gaia, I don't want to deal with you, due to our past. Don't let me see you again." Gaia stared at him coldly and turned away. Chen Zhao didn't know what business they had with each other, but there seemed to be a story. It wasn't the time to worry about it, though. Chen Zhao wasn't in the mood. His entire body was in pain, especially his face. Looking at Gaia, who'd walked into the distance, Chen Zhao went to help Morguri up. "Morguri, you okay?" "I think you broke my back." Chen Zhao touched his back. "No, it's just dislocated. I'll help you put it back." The boss, Nesta, and Sanders walked over. "You two all right?" "Yes." Morguri's cold expression was back as he shook his head. Sanders, drive your bike and take Chin away, the boss said. They clearly didn't want to talk about this. Chen Zhao didn't want to ask either. Only Chin Zhao could fit on Sanders' bike, but Beelzebub and Carrie could squeeze in the front. After a bumpy ride, Sanders brought Chen Zhao to the train station. Chin, is your face okay? Sanders stared at the bruised Chin Zhao. Due to his identity, he didn't take off his helmet. I'm fine. You're really strong. The last time I was beaten up by that woman, I couldn't walk for 3 days. I'll just take it as a compliment. Chen Zhao stuffed his helmet into Sanders' arms. I'm leaving. You should go back too. After getting beaten up for no reason, Chen Zhao was extremely pissed. He applied ointment onto his face, but the bruising didn't fade. He bought a train ticket. On the train, Chen Zhao sat across from a sexy girl who looked to be around 20 years old. She wore a black jacket with a white tank top. With her long brown hair and light lipstick, she looked fashionable and sexy. Chen Zhao covered his face. His current appearance was going to affect his flirting success rate. You get beaten up? The sexy girl asked. I fell. Chen Zhao lied through his teeth. I have some ointment and bandages. Do you need them? No, I already applied some. Chen Zhao looked at her. A regular girl won't bring ointment around, would they? I'm a medical intern. I'm Chen Zhao. Can I know your name? Evely Model. She reached out and touched the bruise on Chen Zhao's face. It must hurt. Chen Zhao grasped Evely's gentle hand and took it down. Her hand was delicate and soft. But Chen Zhao didn't like having unfamiliar men and women touching him, especially his face. I'm a doctor too. I don't need someone else diagnosing me. Whoever hit you did it hard, Evely said. I told you. I fell, Chen Zhao repeated. Okay, so you fell. She clearly didn't believe him. Chen Zhao was embarrassed. His injuries couldn't fool a fellow doctor, even if she was only an intern. Do you live in L.A.? Chen Zhao could only change the topic. No, but my college is in L.A. My hospital is there too. Evely glanced at him. Which hospital do you work at? Or a private clinic? Chen Zhao chuckled, but didn't reply. You're an illegal doctor? Evely suddenly realized something. Chen Zhao looked at himself. Is it obvious? You brought your medical kit, so you must have gone to treat someone. If you are from a private clinic, you won't go to another city unless it's a special patient. Plus, you have injuries on your face. I can't imagine what kind of patient would beat up a legitimate doctor. By the way, I fell, and I could have gotten beaten up by a gangster. It doesn't have to be my patient. It doesn't matter. I'm right, aren't I? Chen Zhao pursed his lips. I guess. Why don't you go get a license? I can't, Chen Zhao answered honestly. He was a foreigner. If he wanted to get a license, he couldn't do anything else. It would take at least half a year to familiarize himself with American laws and medical practices. He'd also have to read a lot of medical books. Plus, with his history in China, he might not even get a license after half a year of hard work. When he'd first came to America, he indeed thought about testing for a license. However, after he got his current job and started accepting and becoming familiar with it, he realized that he no longer wanted a license. A doctor without a license can only kill their patients. I haven't killed any of my patients yet. That's only for now. Chapter 115, I Want Revenge. Chapter 115, I Want Revenge. The journey on the train took an hour. Their conversation clearly did not have a happy ending. After all, most illegal doctors were not welcomed, and that included Chen Zhao. Evely, why don't you give me your number? We can have a drink together sometime. I think you should take care of your injury first. Your current appearance will scare others away. Evely stylishly turned around and left, leaving Chen Zhao alone on his seat, not knowing what to do. It was the first time Chen Zhao's face was marred by someone else. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He just could not let it go. By right, he should not be so serious with a woman. But how could she be considered as a woman? She was really just a human-shaped T-Rex. Chun Zhao took out his phone. Bored, do you know any boxing coach? Yes. Do you need one? I was beaten by someone. I'm going to learn boxing. I'm going to take revenge, Chun Zhao complained. All right. I do know a very good boxing coach. Former instructor of the Marines, but it's quite expensive. If you go by the hours, it'll be 200 per hour. Chun Zhao gasped, so expensive? Is there a package or something? Package? I'll ask for you. Great. Call me when you have an answer. As Chun Zhao walked out of the train station, Board returned the call. Chin, I've asked the coach. How is it? The coach asked you how strong you want to become. What if I want to surpass him? That's basically impossible. Fine. I also don't know what level I want. Anyway, the person who beat me was very strong. Even my face is marred. I hope that next time I meet her, I can return her the favor. The coach said that if you're hiring him for an extended period, he can spend 2 hours training you every day. It'll be $8,000 a month. 2 hours a day only, and $8,000 a month? It's too expensive. He's the best in the profession, and his boxing skills are even better than those boxing champions. Of course, I mean below the boxing ring. Can I finish the training in a month? I'm not sure, but he's never trained anyone for more than 3 months. So I'll definitely finish my training in 3 months. No, if you exceed 3 months, he'll use his fist to tell you that you're not suited for it. I like that. How do I contact him? His assistant's number is. You can go to OSP Comprehensive Fitness Training Center to find him. He's the owner. Chun Zhao looked at the time. It was already 8 in the morning. By the time I reach there, it'll be roughly the opening time of the center. Chun Zhao decided to go there and meet the powerful boxing coach. Chun Zhao arrived outside the fitness center and called the number Board had given him. Hi, I'm Lope's assistant, Ola Miller. Lope is currently working. How may I help you? Chun Zhao heard a very charming female voice from the phone. Hi, mister. Board recommended this place to me. I need a boxing coach. Sure. When would you be free? We need to discuss about it in detail. I'm outside the fitness center now. I'll go down to fetch you. They hung up the phone. In less than 5 minutes, a lady with high-heeled shoes trotted towards Chun Zhao. Nice to meet you, mister. Chin. Hi, how do you know it's me? I don't think I told you how I look like. Don't you think your surname, Chen, is enough to reveal your identity? Ola said, smiling. Please come in. Is Mr. Lope in the center now? It's Ms. She's still on her way. Come to my office first. Ms. Coach Lope is a woman? Yes, what? Do you discriminate against females? No, I was only somewhat surprised. I heard from Board that she's the best and also a former instructor of the Marines. So subconsciously, I thought it must be a man. Even if Chun Zhao really had opinions of women, he would not say it. In America, if he dared to openly say that he discriminated against women, he might even be beaten till his was disabled, especially when he was in a fitness center filled with a bunch of muscular people. Fine. I forgive you, Ola said. Back to real business. Mr. Chin, since you want to hire Lope, can you tell me what you need? I don't have much time every day. At most 2 hours, preferably in the morning. I need Coach Lope to teach me as much boxing skill as she can. Can you tell me why you want to learn boxing in the first place? Chin Zhao pointed at his own face. Revenge. Who beat you? I need a reference. I'm not sure, but the person who beat me is strong. Chun Zhao answered, very strong. Chun Zhao was too embarrassed to say that it was a woman, especially when Marguerite and he were destroyed by her at the same time. Then I'll list a few standards: gangster, amateur fighter, professional boxer, well-known professional boxer. Which category do you think that person is in? Should be an amateur fighter, or maybe close to professional boxer. I don't know either. Mr. Chen, what's your profession? Doctor. After obtaining Qin Zhao's reply, Ola automatically lowered Qin Zhao's classification by 1 level. She guessed that Qin Zhao's enemy should be an amateur fighter. From her observation, an amateur fighter was probably able to beat Qin Zhao up like this. What's your relationship with the person? Colleague? Someone familiar? Or a stranger? Do you meet often or occasionally? I'll say stranger. I was dragged into it. In fact, I don't even know why I was beaten. But I hope that next time I meet that person, I can return the favor. I have a few plans. Do you want to hear them out? Yes, please. Since the person is a stranger, and you also don't know when you'll next meet, I suggest you start from the basics. You can get a membership for our gym and train your muscles for 3 months first before your boxing training. Of course, in principle, we don't encourage you to train your body just for revenge. No, I'm confident with my physical strength. I don't need muscle training, but rather boxing training. If it's just gym, I can go anywhere else, Qin Zhao said frankly. Lope, good morning. Qin Zhao turned his head around and his entire body started trembling. It turned out that the female coach was the woman who had beaten him. Gaia Lope. Fuck. Chapter 116. This coach is my worst enemy. Chapter 116. This coach is my worst enemy. Qin Zhao was just a normal guy. How brave could he be? Should he go straight up against Gaia Lope? Before, Qin Zhao thought that Gaia was only good at fighting. Now he finally knew her background. She was the fucking former instructor of the Marines and a top wrestling coach. And Qin Zhao was naive enough to want to go up against her. He was just looking to get beat up. Gaia had already walked out. Her 6-foot-something body loomed before Qin Zhao. I have somewhere to be. Bye. Gaia pushed Qin Zhao back into his seat with her huge hand. Lope, you know, mister. Qin. I made the bruises on his face. Ola shuddered and then looked at Qin Zhao with pity. Could there be anything worse than this? He'd been beat up and wanted revenge, but then came to his enemy's territory to ask her to teach him how to fight. You want to learn wrestling? I was kidding. Board called me earlier. You want to take revenge on me? I'm seriously busy. Sit down, Gaia barked, and Qin Zhao instantly grew obedient. Does it hurt when I squeeze your shoulder? Ow. Ola rolled her eyes. Qin Zhao's acting was so fake. Your fitness is much better than I'd imagined. I used 80% of my power, but you only have a few bruises on your face. It's okay, it's not much. Qin Zhao's smile was quite forced. Arm wrestle with me. If you win, you can leave. Are you sure? Qin Zhao instantly grew spirited again. I can't beat you in wrestling, he thought, but with arm wrestling I can go easy on you. Come on. Gaia already had her arm resting on the table. Ola looked at her in shock. She'd been Gaia's assistant for 6 years, and she knew how terrifying the woman was. There were many gym members with similar physiques as her, but none of them were Gaia's match. It wasn't only in wrestling. No one could even beat her in arm wrestling. Gaia's grip and instantaneous burst of power were both at a world-class level. No, she was at a beast's level. Ola glanced back at Qin Zhao. His physique, arms, and weight weren't in the same weight class as Gaia. How could Gaia request Qin Zhao to arm wrestle with her? This is completely bullying, Ola thought. Boss, if you break his arm, you'll get sued. But what Ola didn't expect was that Qin Zhao actually agreed. Grasping Gaia's hand, Qin Zhao said, I'll let you. Thud. Qin Zhao had wanted to act cool, but Gaia started without warning. I wasn't ready, Qin Zhao complained. Can't you let me finish acting cool? Fine, I'll give you another chance. Then Gaia said to Ola, Ola, you say go. The two clasped each other's hand, and Ola asked, ready? They nodded at the same time. Ola waved her hand. Go. Gaia's power burst forth immediately. She didn't underestimate her enemy because she knew that Chen Zhao wasn't a simple figure. But when she used all her might, she discovered that she couldn't move. So strong. Gaia looked up Chen Zhao to see that he looked relaxed. He even had a shit-eating grin. Should I go easy on you? You can use 2 hands. Ola gaped. This guy was crazy. In all these years, no one had ever dared to act arrogant before Gaia. Paired with Chen Zhao's expression, even Ola wanted to beat him up. Acting cool felt great. Watching Gaia use all her might, Chen Zhao grinned. Don't kill yourself. You can use 2 hands. I won't mind. Chen Zhao's arm felt like it was made of metal. Gaia couldn't make it budge. Her expression hardened and grew serious. She didn't use 2 hands because arm wrestling needed a place to apply power. Holding onto the table with 1 hand would give her more strength. Using 2 hands would actually make her weaker. A minute later, Chen Zhao felt that Gaia's strength had weakened. Gaia let go. She'd used up all her power. If she couldn't take care of Chen Zhao in a minute, it was useless to keep going. I lose. You can go. Huh. Chen Zhao wasn't used to Gaia like this. I can leave. As you wish. Then I'm going. Chen Zhao picked up his toolkit and prepared to leave. You really don't want to learn wrestling from me? Gaia asked. For free. Fuck off. What price? If it's 2 hours per day for a month, I can charge you $5,000 per month. If you want a flexible schedule, then we'll go with an hourly rate. It'll be $150 per hour. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. This was even cheaper than what Board had said earlier. How about 9 to 11 every morning? Sure, Gaia said. So I can leave now. You haven't paid yet. Oh, and don't tell anyone what happened, Gaia said. What? You think it's embarrassing? Chen Zhao looked at her quite proudly. If you want to get challenged by the people out there, you're welcome to do whatever, Gaia said nonchalantly shrugging. Ola, help him do the paperwork. Not everyone in the gym were muscular beasts, but most of them were. They were all familiar with Ola, so when they saw her, most would walk over to say hi. Hey, you're new, right? A muscle guy in an undershirt put his arms over Chen Zhao's shoulders as if they were close friends. Want me to be your coach? I'm the best here. I'll only charge you $30 per hour. Atai, Lope is his coach, and he's not here to work out either. He wants to practice wrestling. Bro, you have guts. You actually went to Lope to practice wrestling. Chen Zhao glanced at Ola. Is Ms. Lope really scary? Don't worry. All her past students are still alive. Haha, all the surrounding people started laughing at Ola's words. Can I still back out now? Chen Zhao felt like he'd made an incredible decision. Of course you can, but you better pray that Lope won't find where you're living. Chen Zhao paid the money very unwillingly and signed all the papers. He left the gym in low spirits. It felt like he was paying money to get tortured. No, it didn't just feel like it. It was the truth. Chapter 117, check. Chapter 117, check. After leaving the fitness center, Chen Zhao went to Rufford's house to treat his injuries and check his recovery. Rufford was fully cooperative towards Chen Zhao's treatment. Chen Zhao estimated that Rufford would fully recover in at most a week. Of course, he also had to come here every day. With Chen Zhao's help, Rufford's leg injuries healed at a remarkable pace. He had already met up with Board, and they had a preliminary discussion. While they had yet to sign any contract, they had already reached some initial agreements. Then, Chen Zhao went to Ethan's motel. Ethan was furious about Chen Zhao's dine and dash, but Chen Zhao had a great reason. He only came here to ask if there was a new client and ate lunch since he was already here. However, Ethan's place was really too boring. Chen Zhao went home after half an hour. He rarely had any free time in the morning. When he reached home, he saw Bant's small truck parked on the other side of the road. Bant and Mary were helping a young man to alight from the vehicle. Bant, Mary. Qin Zhao walked up and greeted them. Then he looked at the young man. You must be Ken. Mary approached Qin Zhao and gave him a hug, after which she said to Ken, Ken, this is Qin, the one who saved you from the fire. Thank you, buddy. Ken was still having difficulty walking at the moment, and his voice was somewhat hoarse. Nevertheless, Qin Zhao still bent down and hugged Ken. How are you? I've been in the hospital for so long. My respiratory tract was scalded, and I need to rest for some time. Ken's injuries were still fine. At least he was much luckier than those who had died in the fire. Because of his respiratory tract damage, he could not eat any food. He had been on glucose recently, and so he was very weak. I'm a doctor too. If you feel unwell, you can find me any time, or perhaps call me. Qin, have you eaten already? Come to my house, Mary said enthusiastically. Maybe not. You've just fetched Ken home, and surely you need to take care of him. I wouldn't trouble you further. Also, I don't have a fixed working time, and I might need to go out soon. All right then. I'll go back first. See you. People in America like the idea that distance produces beauty. Even if two people are very close, they would still leave each other some personal space. Returning home, Qin Zhao realized that Walter was not around. He took out his phone and called Fei Lai. Fei Lai, did you bring Walter with you? You weren't around last night and didn't even come back in the morning. I'm too worried to leave Walter alone at home, so I brought him to my workplace. All right, remember not to tell others about it. I know. Ding dong. Qin Zhao was about to say something else when the doorbell rang. Someone's at the door. I'll hang up now. After Qin Zhao hung up, he opened the front door. Outside the door was a white-haired old man with a goatee and a fur walking stick in his hand. His clothes were neatly groomed, and he looked like an old English gentleman. Hi, you're looking for? I'm Treed Pempton, owner of the winery. The white-haired old man nodded gently and extended his hand. Hi, I'm Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao shook Treed's hand. I know you, young man. You saved my people. Please come in. Qin Zhao invited Treed into his house, and Treed sat down. What would you like to drink? Tea or coffee? Tea. Thanks. Qin Zhao made a cup of tea and put it in front of Treed. Mr. Treed, how may I help you? I'm here just to thank you. You're a great man. Treed took out a check and put it in front of Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao was momentarily stunned before he shook his head. Sorry, but I can't take it. Why? It doesn't belong to me, Qin Zhao answered. It's rightfully yours. Qin Zhao still shook his head. If he had saved a few patients with his medical skills instead, he would not have rejected the check because that was his job. It was only reasonable for him to take his pay. However, saving those people from the fire was not his usual job. In fact, Qin Zhao had charged into the burning building with some selfish intent. First of all, Walter had already charged into the building. When he went in, Carrie followed him. Qin Zhao therefore felt that he was at least safe. Moreover, Qin Zhao had actually already benefited from his deed, namely the second perfect crystal. Thus, he did not want to get paid again. It was his own principle. The number on the check was indeed alluring, but Qin Zhao still did not want to take it. In fact, Qin Zhao was but an ordinary human with 3 principles. Don't ask for trouble, don't leave anyone in the lurch, and don't commit evil. If the first and second principles had a clash, he would follow the second principle first, while if the first and the third had a clash, he would follow the third one. For example, treating the perverted old man in Caprice's prison was a huge trouble. Therefore, Qin Zhao followed the third principle first. Treating that old man was in fact equivalent to committing evil. Of course, Chen Zhao still decided to treat him so that he would remain in jail for longer. Chen Zhao would never reject any money he should take, but he would not take what he should not. Mr. Treed, please don't put me in a difficult position. Fine. Kid, if you need anything, call me anytime. Sure. By the way, can I ask if the land beside the lake on the edge of the town is private or owned by the town? Huh, that barren land? It belongs to the town. Do you want to develop it into a farm, or perhaps live there? I don't think you can turn it into a farm, because the soil quality there is average. More importantly, in the Mexican-American War 170 years ago, that was a main battlefield. Large amounts of gunpowder seeped into the soil, so the land is no longer suitable for agriculture. I'm planning to build a house there. Of course, it's only a preliminary idea, and I don't have a detailed plan yet. If you want to build a house, you need to pay for the land, the house, and build a path to the main road that's at least 3 kilometers. You need at least $150,000 just for an ordinary road. How much does that piece of land cost? Are you sure you're going to buy it? I need to know the cost first. I'm not too sure, but I can ask for you, Treed said. That's great. Thank you, Mr. Treed. I should be the one to thank you. Right, I should leave now. Bye, Treed said, standing up. Aren't you going to stay for a bit longer? Nope. If I keep staying here, you'll probably feel more uncomfortable. Huh. Treed was indeed an astute man. He could tell that Chen Zhao was somewhat uneasy in his presence. Chen Zhao sent Treed to the door when his phone rang again. After Treed waved his hand and left, Chen Zhao picked up the call. Ethan, what's up? New client for you. Chapter 118, Orphanage. Chapter 118, Orphanage. What's the price? Quote your own price. What do you mean? Don't you decide on the price first when you talk to clients? 399 Bin Road. I'll send the exact address to you later. Bye. With that, Ethan hung up. All Chen Zhao could do was call Vincent and get to 388 Bin Road. When he got there, he looked up and realized it was an orphanage. Chen Zhao massaged his temples. It seemed that he wouldn't earn anything from this job. How much money could an orphanage give? Even if they could, Chen Zhao wouldn't want it. It was troublesome. The metal gate of the orphanage wasn't closed. It seemed to have broken and hadn't been repaired in a long while. Chen Zhao waited for a bit before an old woman in plain clothing walked out. She came over when she saw Chen Zhao. Hello, are you the doctor? Yes, I'm the doctor. Who needs treatment? I'm the administrator of the orphanage. Please come with me. The orphanage was quite large. There were some recreational structures for the kids, but they all looked really old. There was a slide with chipped paint, a rusted seesaw, and a yard of fallen leaves that no one raked. Looking up at the tower, one could see various youthful faces in the window. The orphanage was quite depressing. The main building was 4 floors and looked to be from the 20th century. The wall was dark gray, and the stones in the corners were weathered. Walking in, the hallway was dark too. Lighting was bad in this type of building, but the lights weren't on either. Chen Zhao couldn't see the way clearly, but it still felt uncomfortable. Kids who grew up in this environment wouldn't be very healthy mentally. The hallway seemed to be lined with craft rooms. Kids inside were making some sort of cards. Administrator, what are the kids making? Christmas cards, she answered as she walked. It's almost Christmas. The kids will bring these cards along to sell on the street. $1 per card. Is money this tight? The government gives the orphanage $50,000 every year. Adding the donations from all around the world, we get around $200,000. That seems quite a lot. We have 400 kids. On average, each child has less than $500 per year. Do you still think it's a lot? The administrator's reply was cold, but also a bit helpless. There are that many kids here. Actually, we even owe the electric company. They once came to warn us that if we don't pay the bill, they'll cut off our electricity. 2 volunteers, and I went to the company to threaten them that if they dared to, I'll destroy their reputation. Qin Zhao didn't know what to say. The administrator was using blackmail, but she had no other choice. Is one of the kids sick? No, a volunteer, the administrator replied. Qin Zhao was led to the last room. A young man was lying on a bed. The trash can nearby was filled with bloody tissues. A girl was crying beside him. She seemed to be around 11 or 12. Qin Zhao immediately went over. The young man had several knife wounds on his stomach. How did you get hurt? Qin Zhao asked. It's me. I hurt Mr. Carrie. Doctor, please save Mr. Carrie. Don't worry. He won't die. Qin Zhao checked the injury. It was basically just skin trauma and blood loss. He hadn't hurt his internal organs. The wound had to be disinfected, so Qin Zhao first gave him an antibiotic. Hey, are you still fully conscious? Yes. Carrie nodded. He was hurt, but he wasn't that weak. He was still clear-headed too. I'm okay. Then he turned to the girl. Cheryl, I don't blame you. Stop crying. This man was really attractive. Even from a guy's point of view, he was still overly attractive. This girl probably liked her super attractive teacher. Qin Zhao wondered if she confessed to the teacher, but was rejected. So her love turned to hate and she stabbed him. After the treatment and bandaging, Qin Zhao said, Don't get it wet or do intense exercise or eat irritating foods for 3 days. Also, keep this bottle of antibiotics. Take 2 after each meal. You can take off the bandage in 3 days. Okay, thanks. How much should I pay you? Carrie, I'll pay, the administrator said. After all, you got hurt here. No need, Qin Zhao said as he packed up. I'll do it for free. That's not right. Qin Zhao picked up his kit. Here's my card. Call me if you need anything. At that time, the girl ran over to Qin Zhao. You're not as attractive as Mr. Carrie, but you're a good person. What the fuck? Are you insulting me or complimenting me? I don't need this kind of compliment. Qin Zhao's expression grew uncomfortable. Madam, I must leave now. Thank you, young man. May God bless you. Qin Zhao didn't like this place. The atmosphere was too suffocating. He left like he was escaping. It was still early when he got home, only around 4 p.m. He saw 5 police cars drive past the road before him. What happened in town? Qin Zhao mumbled to himself on the side of the road. How come there are so many cops? Just then, a car stopped before him. Leonardo's head poked out of the window. Hi, Chen. Leon, what happened? Someone died. Oh, how? Suicide by hanging. You don't need all these cops for that, right? It's a wanted criminal who's been hiding in town. He rented a place. The landlord went to collect rent today and found the guy dead inside. I won't keep you from work then. I don't have much. How about we go get a drink? Leonardo asked. Are you sure I'm not disturbing your work? I'm just a patrol cop. Solving cases has no place for me. The crime team will take care of it. Qin Zhao got into Leonardo's car and they went to an open-air restaurant near the site of the case. Qin, where's your big dog, Walter? He's with his mom. Miss Jerlin. No. Qin Zhao shook his head. I'm not dating Jerlin. It's Feilai. That woman you brought over that made a big scene. She's my roommate now. What happened before this? Chapter 119, Business for Sienna. Chapter 119, Business for Sienna. From afar, Qin Zhao saw a few police carry a corpse out from a house surrounded by police tape. Qin Zhao also saw a few familiar faces. The police seemed to be led by Melson again. Melson also noticed Qin Zhao and walked towards him. Qin, how come you're here? Do you know Leon? Hi, Melson, I live in Mountain Town. Leon is the patrolman here. Do you want to sit down and have a drink with us? I'm still working. Police can't drink during working hours, Melson said with a serious tone as he glanced at Leonardo. Leonardo felt really awkward. Melson suddenly laughed and patted Leonardo's shoulder. Leon, I was just joking. Give me a glass. The atmosphere became much more relaxed. Melson was rather unreserved. After getting glass, he downed the alcohol one mouthful. Amazing. The corpse has been in the room for over 10 days before it's discovered. It really stinks. Hey, stop talking about it, or we wouldn't be able to eat anything on this table anymore. Mr. Melson, did that person commit suicide? Leonardo asked curiously. No. Although we haven't found any key evidence, I believe in my own deduction. That fugitive committed a very serious crime. This kind of person is very strong mentally. How could he quietly kill himself in a house he's rented? Melson glanced at Chun Zhao. Chin, you look unwell. Don't tell me you're involved in this case. Chin Zhao rolled his eyes. I'm just surprised by the crime rate here. I've only been here for 3 months, and so many crimes have happened around me. I can't imagine the same thing happening in China. Is the crime rate in China very low? At least I haven't experienced any homicide cases around me, and also nobody's ever pointed a gun at my head. Someone pointed a gun at your head? Is it that female killer? By the way, did that female killer find you at all after the incident? No. Chin Zhao shook his head. You better be careful. That female killer is a criminal wanted by Interpol. Her file is thick enough to make a textbook. But if I meet her, I don't think I can do anything. Hope that you can arrest her as soon as possible. Chun Zhao felt someone stare from the distance. He lifted his head and saw a woman near the police tape looking at him. Chun Zhao recalled that woman as Gina, a forensic doctor. Chun Zhao felt very uncomfortable being stared at by the woman. The first time they met, she seemed to be particularly interested in that female killer. He had no idea what their relationship was. Is Jerlin not here today? Haven't you been contacting with her? Melson glanced at Chun Zhao. We normally wouldn't ask about each other's work, Chun Zhao replied, slightly embarrassed. Chun Zhao had been busy the last 2 days. He had to work from morning to night, and perhaps even at night. Jerlin went to San Francisco. Why did she go there? She was moved there from the police station in San Francisco. Now, there's an old case she's handled before, so she has to go back and help in the investigation, Melson answered. How long will she be there? I'm not sure. Maybe a month. David, drive me to Ronan Park. Also, help me to carry these stuff onto the car. Since David consumed the strength potion, he had been becoming stronger and stronger. The 2 boxes before him felt just like 2 small bags. Sienna, why are you going to Ronan Park? Work, Sienna replied. Work? Did someone ask you for exorcism? Do you need my help? Or should we contact Chin? Sienna rolled her eyes. Please, I'm going there to set up a booth. Also, while I may not be as powerful as Chin, I'm still a professional spiritualist. I can handle most situations by myself. Booth? David was stunned. This was entirely different from the high-class spiritualists he had always imagined. A proper spiritualist was actually going to set up a booth in a remote park. After driving Sienna to Ronan Park, David helped her to build a small tent and ready the booth. Do you still need anything else? If not, I'll go to the station. Nope. You can leave now. A policeman standing beside me will really affect my business. There were very few people in the park in the morning. Sienna sat down under the tent, waiting for a customer. Sienna shifted her booth every once in a while. She could not stay in a crowded place, because it might cause her some trouble. Just then, a lady walked towards her. Seeing the lady, Sienna was energized at once. Today's my lucky day. There's already a customer. The lady looked somewhat weak and pallid. The dark circles below her eyes were particularly serious. "Are you a spiritualist?" The lady looked at the various items on the table, some of which she had never seen before. There was also an obvious crystal ball with a sign at the side. Spiritology, exorcism, divination. "Yes, miss, how may I help you?" "Can you exorcise demons?" the lady suddenly asked softly. Demons? There's no demons in the world. Anyway, Sienna had never seen a demon, or so she thought. Sienna looked at the lady and then nodded. "Of course." The lady placed a mirror on the table. "The demon's right inside. Help me to exorcise the demon in the mirror." Sienna picked the mirror up and inspected it carefully, but she did not find anything strange. Nonetheless, there was no reason for her to reject the customer. In fact, most people who wanted exorcism were only hysterical. The lady before her was clearly also suffering from hysteria. Of course, Sienna was not really concerned about such things. The only real thing was the money she was about to get, so she said, $100. The lady took out bits and pieces of money from her pocket. She counted $100 and piled them before Sienna. "Here you are. Please help me to exorcise the demon now." "Of course." Taking out her magical phosphor, Sienna sprinkled it onto the mirror and chanted, "O evil existence, in the name of Satan, I command you to show your true form." Boom! A colorful flame burst out from the magical phosphor. At the same time, there was a glimpse of an illusory figure before it disappeared. This was Sienna's old trick. She would often ask Yberg to hide beside the magical phosphor. When the phosphor ignited, Yberg would show up momentarily. This visual effect would make her customer believe in her more. "Demon, prepare to die." With all her might, Sienna stabbed her implement onto the mirror. Following a clear crack, the mirror started to break apart. Chapter 120. Mysterious Paranormal Activity. Chapter 120. Mysterious Paranormal Activity. If she was going to act, she should do it all the way. Sienna destroyed the mirror before the woman. At the same time, the remaining magic phosphor on the mirror exploded again. Inside the mirror, they could see many screaming shadows disappear. Sienna sprawled onto the table as if out of energy. Her forehead had beads of sweat, and she panted for breath. Such a strong demon. Thankfully, it's daytime. "Miss, the demon on here has been exorcised." As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Sienna had practiced her act thousands of times. She could get an Oscar by now. The woman nodded and finally smiled. "Am I free?" "Yes, you are free now. The demon won't disturb you anymore." The woman walked away with a satisfied smile. Sienna smiled too. Many times, treating people with dissociative disorders didn't mean healing her mind. Instead, one only had to follow her train of thought and end the thing she was imagining. Then she would go back to normal. Sienna wasn't a therapist, but she'd many of these cases before, and she was used to it. She looked up, but saw that the woman had suddenly climbed onto the stone fence in the front. Shocked, Sienna hurried over. "Miss, what are you doing? Get down here." The park was built on the side of a cliff, and the cliff, around 30 feet tall, was right behind the fence. There were jagged rocks and angry waves below. If you jumped down, you really could die. The woman stood on the fence and turned to look at Sienna with a gentle smile. "I'm free." Sienna's expression changed drastically. "Miss, you're already free. Why do you still want to?" "I will return to God's embrace, no longer controlled by the demon. I no longer have fear, no longer have terror. I no longer need to hide in the shadowy corners." "Miss, suicide is a sin. You won't go to heaven." "No, he said that if I break free from the demon, I'll be able to return to God's embrace. He won't lie to me." "Who's he? Who said that?" "He won't lie to me. He won't lie to me." "Miss, I don't know who you're talking about, but suicide is an unforgivable sin. You'll definitely go to hell. Do you want to tell me who you're talking about?" I'll go ask him, and then you can decide if you want to jump down. The woman hesitated. Seeing this, Sienna immediately added, Spiritualists all know each other. Maybe I know who you're talking about. Sienna felt that the woman had been tricked by a spiritualist without good intentions, or a liar. He's not a spiritualist, but he only appears at night. Appears at night. Sienna frowned. Who is he? My ex. He's working now. No, he's dead. He died not too long ago. Sienna's eye twitched. She didn't know if the woman's delusions were acting up or if she really was involved with an evil spirit. Can you tell me more details? Come down first. The woman hesitated, but she still jumped down from the fence. Sienna quickly went over and steadied her. Then the woman suddenly stood up and exclaimed, Oh my God, what's wrong with me? How could I be so impulsive? She started hitting her head and feeling aftershock. Let's go sit over there. The woman followed Sienna and sat down. Sienna kept observing her. She had to be sure if this woman had a mental disorder or was really affected by an evil spirit. If she had a mental disorder, Sienna would call the cops. If she was affected by an evil spirit, then Sienna could watch without doing anything. My ex is called Nance. After we moved, he started getting weird. In the end, I couldn't take it anymore and broke up with him. The next day, he committed suicide. Sienna frowned, and the woman furrowed her brows. When I was cleaning up his belongings, I found that mirror. That night, Nance appeared before me. He told me that a demon was hidden in the mirror. I had to find a way to destroy it. Otherwise, the demon would eat my soul. Nance told you to commit suicide. Sienna glanced back at the shattered mirror on her table. He said that the demon can't be killed and the mirror will recover. I can only escape from the demon completely by killing myself before the mirror recovers. The more Sienna heard, the weirder it became. Where did the mirror come from? The former owner of our new home left it behind. Where's the former owner? I heard he had an accident. Miss, you said that the mirror will recover. Yes, I've tried many ways. I even shattered it with my own hands, but it would always reappear before me. Sienna was sure that it wasn't the mirror. At least, she didn't feel anything strange about the mirror. The mirror looked quite old, but it seemed to be just an ordinary mirror with a wooden frame. However, Sienna couldn't make any conclusions. She had to see the so-called ex right now. If this ex really did exist. Sienna wasn't a rookie. She actually had a very rich experience, but she'd never heard of such a complicated problem. Oh, we've already talked for so long, but I don't know your name. Chris Ackerman. I'm Sienna Yeiberg. Sienna had been observing Chris all this time. She was mostly sure that Chris was affected by an evil spirit. However, Chris was very calm right now. She wasn't excited after getting off of the fence. Evil spirits had different abilities. Some could affect the victim's mind. The victim would often do crazy things, such as committing suicide under the spirit's control. Sienna wasn't sure if Chris was lied to and thus made the wrong judgment, or if she was already controlled by the evil spirit. However, after this conversation, Sienna was sure that Chris was quite clear-headed, at least she was now. The evil spirit's influence may vary at times, making her suddenly have the impulse and then disappear before growing stronger at night. After days and days of this, the victim could gradually break down and finally commit suicide in misery. This was what evil spirits often did, unless they were the super frightening spirits. Those could possess someone and control them directly. Ordinary evil spirits had to use accumulated mental torture to hurt someone. Chapter 121. First Lesson, Get Beaten. Chapter 121. First Lesson, Get Beaten. Where do you live now? I've been hiding in a church. I don't even dare to leave the church these days. Sienna shook her head. She did not think that the people in the church knew how to exorcise evil spirits. If the church had any holy relics, perhaps it could help Chris. However, if the church was ordinary, It would not be useless for her, no matter how lavishly designed it was. Do you want to live at my place for the time being? You need to pay, though. How much is it? That depends on how long you're staying. 200 for a week. What do you say? That's expensive. If I stay in a hostel, it's at most 20 every day. Chris was not rich either. After all, she was jobless at the moment. $150 then. My house is much better than a hostel. How about my problem? Another $100. I'll definitely settle all your problems. At least I can guarantee your safety. Did Nance become an evil spirit? Has he been lying to me? Chris's tone was filled with sorrow. She had totally woken up by now. Only after experiencing despair would one feel fear. She did not even dare to imagine how desperate she had been just now. Perhaps. Does your ex-boyfriend appear at night? Sienna patted Chris's leg. Most of the time. Can you really exorcise evil spirits? Are you really a spiritualist? Different from her hysterical state just now, Chris was extremely clear-headed at the moment. She even began to doubt Sienna. I'm a professional. Professional? By setting a booth here? Who told you that a professional spiritualist can't have a booth? Those orating spiritualists on the media are the real fake ones. I'll only give you the money after you settle my problem. Pay me half first. I can give you at most another $50 now. The rest after you help you. Having lost her job, Chris was poor as well. 100. I'm providing you accommodation and food. You have to pay me the rent first. Fine, 100. The rest after everything is finished. After discussion, the two finally reached a consensus. Sienna was a witch, but a very poor one. Sienna called David. David, are you busy now? Yes. What is it? I have a friend, a beautiful female friend. She wants to stay with us for a few days. Are you okay with that? Of course, as long as she wants. David seemed to be elated. Sienna clenched her fist in excitement. After she hung up, she realized Chris's face darkening. You're staying with your boyfriend? No, just an ordinary friend. It's his house. I'm just renting a room temporarily, Sienna answered. In fact, it should be borrow instead of rent. She did not have to pay any rent. Anyway, she did not have enough money to pay. As for using David's house to earn money, she was too poor to care about her dignity at the moment. Moreover, David was more than willing to let Chris move in. Ordinary friend? Is it safe? Chris did not really trust a man's conduct. That time, Nance and she were roommates as well. Nance had promised not to touch her at the beginning. However, one day when she was drunk, Nance slept with her. In her eyes, all men were the same. David's a policeman and a coward. It was Chun Zhao's first boxing lesson. There were two muscular men behind Gaia who were just as heavily built as herself. Gaia waved her hand, and the two men threw the protective gear they were holding onto the floor. Wear it. Do I always have to wear protective gear in boxing lessons? Chun Zhao asked. Gaia shook her head. Only the first lesson. As Chun Zhao wore the gear, he asked, why the first lesson? The two muscular men had already put on their boxing gloves. Gaia glanced at the two men and then looked at Chun Zhao again. First lesson. Do I fight against them? Chun Zhao asked. No. First lesson is physical resistance training. What? To put it simply, you'll get beaten. I want my money back. Chun Zhao was immediately enraged. He had spent the money to learn how to beat others, not how to get beaten. With a smile on her face, Gaia stared at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao could only ask for less. Never mind the money. I'm not learning anymore. All right, stop complaining. They're both professional and will know what's appropriate, Gaia said with a serious tone. What are they professional in again? Beating people up. After joking, Gaia became professional again. Qin Zhao adjusted his protective gear, and the two muscular men also stood before him with their gloves ready. Qin Zhao, when you face one or more opponents, you need to make a judgment, attack or defend. If you decide to defend, you need physical resistance as well as defensive skills. Now, Atai and Johnny will be your enemies. Can I fight back? No, Gaia answered without mercy. Smack. Atai hit his gloves together, producing a deep sound. Young man, use your hands to protect your head. I don't want to kill you, Atai reminded. Shit, I want to go home. Everyone would be scared when cornered by two muscular men. However, when Atai's fist hit Qin Zhao's head, he only trembled slightly. It was not as painful as he had thought. Just then, Atai's second punch arrived. Qin Zhao was prepared for the first punch. However, because he was momentarily distracted, the second punch hit his ear. Qin Zhao staggered and sat on the floor. Frowning, Gaia made a hand signal at Atai. Atai removed his gloves and helped Qin Zhao to get up. Kid, are you still all right? Yes, I'm fine. What number is this? It's your middle finger. Fuck, let's continue. To be honest, Atai's punch was much less powerful than Gaia's. Qin Zhao managed to easily defend himself. Soon, Johnny joined Atai's team. Johnny's attack was even slightly weaker than Atai. Qin Zhao started to estimate his physical resistance. Even though he was jointly attacked by two people, as long as they did not hit his weak points directly, he would not get injured. There would at most be a bruise. Fuck, I'm already tired. Kid, are you not tired at all? Nope, let's continue. Atai, come and rest. I'll go. I'm tired. I need rest. Realizing that Gaia was about to join, Qin Zhao admitted defeat at once. If this female T-Rex was serious, he might actually die. Chapter 122, Summoned to Hell Again. Chapter 122, Summoned to Hell Again. When Qin Zhao left the gym, it was already noon. Just like Gaia's charge, her classes were all high quality. At least, Qin Zhao didn't only get beaten up during this lesson. Gaia taught Qin Zhao how to use his body to block attacks from the outside world. People with better fitness weren't necessarily better at taking hits. One had to practice the ability to take hits. It was like the difference between a bodybuilder and boxer. The boxer might not be as muscular as the bodybuilder, but the boxer could definitely knock him out. In boxing, the body accounted for 70%, while technique was 30%. In a fight, if the opponent couldn't hurt you, then you had a lot more choices for hitting them. After finding a random restaurant to eat lunch, Qin Zhao went to Rutherford's home. Rutherford was recovering quite nicely. He always cooperated with Qin Zhao's treatment. He was an athlete. For ordinary people, a doctor only had to check every few days, and it was enough. An athlete had to be checked every day, recording the entire recovery process and numbers. According to Rutherford's current condition, he would be able to do some therapy exercises in around 5 days. Qin Zhao also called Board to tell him to get ready. On the way back, Qin Zhao called Jerlin. She was in San Francisco now and didn't know when she could come back. The case seemed to be a bit complicated. After hanging up, Qin Zhao returned to town. It was only noon, so Qin Zhao and Blackie went to the so-called Gates of Hell. Blackie, how much farther? A's temperature had dropped drastically, but Qin Zhao still felt hot and stuffy while walking through the forest. It was quite tiring. With our current speed, it'll take another half hour, Blackie said. You have to climb this mountain. Blackie floated around Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao really envied this way of moving, but sadly humans would never be able to fly without the help of machinery. Half an hour later, Qin Zhao could see a huge, bottomless pit in the middle of the mountain. It was more than 100 feet wide, and the hole was deep and dark. This is the Gates of Hell, Blackie said, floating above the pit. This is it? It looks like a normal pit, Qin Zhao said, unconvinced. There were some plants around the pit. Deeper in, there was moss. Chen Zhao couldn't see anything special about it. "If I jump down, will I go straight to hell?" he asked. "Normal people will just die if they jump down, but you can try." Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. He couldn't see the bottom of the pit, but it was at least a few dozen feet deep. Even a man made of steel would break apart after falling into it. He didn't plan on proving how special he was by jumping down. Plus, it wasn't very meaningful even if he could go straight to hell. He could go to hell without these gates. There was no need to take this risk. "It seems that someone is making sacrifices here," Blackie said doubtfully while looking at the ditch. "The first time I was here, only a small portion was activated. Now, half of it is activated. You can see that? How come I can't see anything?" "It's not by looking. It's a feeling. The aura of hell is seeping from the pit. This means that it's opening." Chen Zhao didn't really mind this. Last time, Blackie had said that even if a human summoned a demon, only lower-level demons could come. They couldn't even get subordinates of the 7 sins like Beelzebub or Raymond. So it had very limited danger. After circling it, Chen Zhao decided to leave. It wasn't very fun at all. Chen Zhao even regretted climbing the mountain for so long to come see the gates of hell. At home, Chen Zhao took a shower, washing away all the dirt and fatigue from his body. Then he went to the basement to study demon magic again. Blackie was interested in it too, so they studied together. Right then, Chen Zhao suddenly felt something familiar. "Chen Zhao, what's wrong?" Blackie looked at him in confusion. Chen Zhao was slowly disappearing. "Is it some magical effect?" "No, I think someone in hell is summoning me again." "Was it Beelzebub? How come he summoned him without any warning?" But when Chen Zhao reached hell, he was somewhere unfamiliar. There was a black castle connected to a mountain. Black clouds shrouded the sky. Eerie cries sounded in the dark mass above the castle. Chen Zhao looked down. There was a complicated magic array. It wasn't Beelzebub. He looked up and saw Beelzebub's standing there in his true form. However, there was an even taller and bigger demon beside him. Beelzebub's true form was around 16 feet tall, but the demon beside him was like a mountain of flesh. His lower body was like a fat insect. A total of 8 legs stretched out from either side of his abdomen. His upper body was upright. Asymmetrical scales covered his dark skin, and there were complex red lines on his stomach. He had 3 pairs of stocky arms, but no neck. There was a triangular head on top of the shoulders. He had a huge mouth, but no teeth. His mouth was filled with red light. There was an oddly shaped horn, even bigger than his head, wearing a metal ring as an accessory. His deep and black eyes had no pupils. It was like a black hole. One wouldn't dare to meet his eyes. This demon emanated a terrifying aura. Chen Zhao didn't know what an aura was, but he could genuinely feel the horror of hell. "Human, living being," the demon uttered with heavy and deep syllables. "Beelzebub, who is he?" Beelzebub walked over and stood between the unfamiliar demon and Chen Zhao. "Human, this is Lord Beelzebub Zophi. He's a subordinate like you." "Yes, we're from the same family." "Living being, I didn't mean to offend you," Beelzebub Zophi said. "I summoned you here to ask for help." "Help? Lord Zophi, how can I help you?" Chen Zhao didn't know Beelzebub Zophi, so he didn't dare treat him casually like he did Beelzebub. This demon lord didn't seem easy to talk to either. Chen Zhao wasn't sure why the demon had summoned him to hell. Chapter 123. Chen Zhao's First Delivery. Chapter 123. Chen Zhao's First Delivery. "My wife's having a difficult birth. I heard from Vito that you're a doctor. You can save my wife." "Air!" Chen Zhao really wanted to say that he was not an obstetrician. At least he had never delivered a baby before. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao knew most things about baby delivery. Therefore, he did not mind helping a lady to deliver her baby, even if she was a demon. However, Chen Zhao was unsure if there was a difference between human delivery and demon delivery. I need to see your wife first before I decide whether I can help her, Chen Zhao said. Follow me. Beelzebub, Zophi, lifted his limbs and dragged his body towards the castle. Beelzebub, Zophi, brought Chen Zhao into a huge room the size of a soccer field. The room had a dome and no furniture at all. The ground was filled with complicated markings, which Chen Zhao guessed to be magic markings. There was also a red-skinned female demon. She was at least 3 meters tall and had a few bony spikes on her back. At the moment, she was lying at the center of the room. Her limbs were chained and she kept moaning in pain. Chen Zhao could clearly see something wiggling constantly in her bloated abdomen. Damn, dirty little bastard, you really want to kill your mom. The female demon kept cursing the baby in her body. Noticing Chen Zhao and Zophi, the female demon shouted, Zophi, did you bring me food? I have no appetite. I need to get the little bastard out from my belly first. If he still refuses to come out, I'll open my own belly and choke him to death. The female demon had a really bad temper. As she spoke, a fire pillar suddenly shot from her mouth. Chen Zhao felt the temperature around him increase immediately. With her hands on the floor, the female demon stuck her fingers into the floor and then broke the floor apart. My wife has the bloodline of the evil dragon, so her temper is really bad, Zophi explained, looking at Chen Zhao. Why are you explaining this to a petty soul? Quickly come and help me. Give my belly a few punches. This little bastard's growing too fast. I really hope that you can kill him. Hi, madam. I'm a delivery doctor. I'm here to help you deliver. The female demon was stunned. You're alive. Yes, I am. Your husband summoned me here from the human world to help you. Be quick then. I've already had enough. I swear that I will never have another child. Zophi looked at Chen Zhao. Can you help her? Chen Zhao was unsure either. I can try. Then go. Chen Zhao walked to the back of the female demon and observed her lower body. Then he turned his head and looked at Zophi. Later, I need to touch your wife's genitals. Quick, I can't take it anymore. The female demon completely ignored Zophi. Perhaps demons did not even care about these things. Doctors would not care either, since touching the genital was unavoidable, especially for baby delivery. Obstetricians might even put their hands in and message the walls to help the mother widen the opening. Of course, the female demon's genital was significantly larger than that of a human and also contracted at a faster pace. After wearing gloves, Chen Zhao put his hand in. He needed to confirm the fetus's position and posture. However, just after he put his hand in, he suddenly felt a sharp pain, as if his hand was bitten by something. Chen Zhao wanted to withdraw his hand, but the thing bit his hand tightly. On the other hand, the female demon seemed to be much more relaxed. The fetus finally stopped moving. However, it was only because poor Chen Zhao had sacrificed his own hand. Chen Zhao pulled his hand out with all his strength. Finally, the head of the fetus passed through the opening. He could even see the little demon biting his hand tightly. WTF. It was really too dangerous to deliver a demon. Chen Zhao could not do anything but continue to pull the little demon out despite the pain. After the fetus's head was out, the rest would be much simpler. Madam, be ready. I'll use more force now. Quick! Splash. With a strong pull, Chen Zhao managed to pull the baby out. Then, a large amount of amniotic fluid spurted out, wetting Chen Zhao completely. He felt intensely disgusted. However, he could not care about the foul stuff on his body at the moment. Instead, he looked at the little demon who was still holding on to his hand. The little demon was not like the demonic beasts in Beelzebub's house. He was already in the form of a demon, and he seemed to have inherited his mother's red-colored skin. The female demon's belly had already deflated. Chen Zhao lifted his arm and looked at the little demon hanging on it. Madam, do you want to hug your child? Abitos, let him go, or I'll stuff you back into my womb, the female demon roared at the newborn baby. Chen Zhao was speechless. Madam, he's just been born. How can he understand you? However, the next moment, the newborn demon Abitos actually let go of Chen Zhao's hand. He fell onto the ground and then climbed to the female demon. The female demon started licking the amniotic fluid off Abitos' body with her tongue. Chen Zhao opened his mouth slightly, not because he was disgusted by the female demon's action. After all, she was a demon and had her own habits. It was because his hand was still in blood and felt really painful. Luckily, his hand was still intact and he could still move all the joints. Being able to feel pain meant that his hand was not completely destroyed. Chen Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. Human, come here. The female demon placed her kid near her chest, allowing him to lie and suck on her breasts. Then, she waved her hand at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao approached her. The female demon straightened her upper body and then placed her hands around Chen Zhao's head. Chen Zhao was really scared that the female demon would suddenly close her hands and crush his head. However, he was clearly worried for nothing. The female demon had no bad intentions. Instead, she lowered her head and kissed Chen Zhao's forehead. The living, please accept the blessing of the fire dragon from the peak of Blackrock Mountain. Zophi also walked up to Chen Zhao. Before his enormous body, Chen Zhao looked as small as a cat. The living, henceforth you can do whatever you want in my territory. Do whatever I want. Do you demons always use such arrogant words? Do you need anything else? No. Thank you for your generosity. If you have nothing else, I'll be going back first. Chen Zhao wanted to leave hell as soon as possible so that he could treat his own hand. You need to stay here for 1 full day, I'm afraid. Give me your hand. Zophi bent down and grabbed Chen Zhao's injured hand with his own. Chen Zhao thought that Zophi was going to heal his wound with a demonic spell, but he was clearly wrong. Zophi made another cut on Chen Zhao's palm with his sharp nail. What are you doing? Don't resist. Zophi made a wound on his fingertip with his nail. A drop of his blood dripped onto Chen Zhao's wound. Chen Zhao withdrew his hand at once. He felt that something was entering into his wound. Chapter 124, One-Day Tour of Obsidian City. Chapter 124, One-Day Tour of Obsidian City. Chen Zhao rubbed his hands. Did some mutant parasite thing latch onto him? He started thinking about scenes from alien movies. Zophi didn't explain to him either. If you want to go back to the human world, you'll need another day. Before this, you can stay in my castle or walk around the city. Zophi snapped his fingers, and a floating female spirit appeared beside Chen Zhao. Jessica, help me take care of my guest. You can swallow whatever demon offends him. The female spirit was pretty, but unfortunately, she only had her upper body. She didn't have a lower body. She wore a light white veil, and her hair floated slowly as if she was in water. Chen Zhao followed the female spirit named Jessica and studied her. Jessica, were you a human before? No, I'm a banshee, a demon. I'm Lady Kalicia's servant. She was probably the most human-like demon that Chen Zhao had met. That was why Chen Zhao thought she was a human spirit. Chen Zhao reached out to touch her, but his hand touched Jessica. There was a very slight feeling. It wasn't obvious, though, and more like touching some kind of vapor. If he did it without meaning to, he could completely miss the feeling. Respected living being, would you like to tour Obsidian City? Will I be in danger? Please do not worry. You are the Lord's respected guest and also a living being. No one can offend you. Plus, I will be by your side at all times. Then let's go see. Jessica took Chen Zhao to the highest point of the castle. There was a platform with a dozen two-legged dragons. These dragons were huge, all about 65 feet tall, like huge helicopters. They all had a saddle on their backs, clearly for people to sit on. However, they were way too big for Qin Zhao. These are Lady Kalisha's kin. They were part of the dowry like me. Now, they're the mounts for the Lord and Lady Kalisha. Of course, you're the most respected guest of Obsidian City, so you're also qualified to ride a two-legged dragon. With that, Jessica let out a shrill scream. A group of small demons, half the height of Qin Zhao, slipped out of the cave beside him. They quickly grouped before Jessica and uttered some things that Qin Zhao couldn't understand. Go prepare a saddle for the respected lord. Are they demons too? Qin Zhao pointed at them curiously. They're inferior demons responsible for miscellaneous chores. These inferior demons moved quickly, climbing up and down a dragon to change the saddle and seat. In a few minutes, it had changed to a fancy wooden chair. It looked like a wide carriage with a hood. Qin Zhao climbed onto the dragon and sat in the chair. It was quite comfortable. Who will drive it? Jessica started talking to the respectfully grouped demons. The inferior demons started arguing, even fighting and biting each other. Finally, a dirt yellow demon jumped onto the dragon's back. The other demons made angry noises. The dirt yellow demon pulled the reins and the dragon soared into the air. Other than the shock in the beginning that was uncomfortable to Qin Zhao, it became a lot steadier after that. Is being a coachman this competitive too? They're too weak. If they're not given a job, they'll think that they're worthless and insecure. That's why they'll fight for any chance to work. They may even kill their competitors for this chance. Jessica was still floating around Qin Zhao while explaining about the inferior demons. Basically, they were like the cows of hell. They ate grass and produced milk. When needed, they would even be used as food. They were also the most loyal dogs, and their value was displayed in many aspects, not just in hard work. If they became loyal to someone, they would do anything for the person. They may risk their lives. They could even turn themselves into suicidal bombs. If there were enough of them, they could act as cannon fodder. Plus, they had some intelligence. If they lived in the human world instead of hell, they would definitely be more liked than dogs and cats. They weren't very ugly or scary-looking either. If you got used to their appearance, you'd even think that they were cute. Living Lord, if you have the need, I can gift you some inferior demon children. Inferior demon babies? Yes. Mature inferior demons already have someone they're loyal to, so they won't change it. The children don't have one yet, so they will become your most loyal servants. Can you do that? Qin Zhao really was tempted. If he could raise some inferior demons, he could put them in Blackie's home. They could help him do chores or bring him food and water when he and Blackie did experiments in the future. Of course. How long are their lifespans? Around 3 years, but I can choose some who are close to adulthood for you. This way, you don't have to worry about raising them for too long. How many can you give me? As many as you want. Inferior demons are the least valuable. Many are actually freed each year. Do they have high fertility rates? Qin Zhao was worried that if he introduced the inferior demons into the human world, they would cause a species explosion. That would be kind of troublesome. Indeed, but I can just choose one sex, all male or female. That way, you don't have to worry about them reproducing too often. A while later, the dragon was above Obsidian City. After circling in the air, the inferior demon steered the dragon to land on the ground. There were all types of demons in Obsidian City. There were some that even Jessica didn't know the names of. The city was quite lively. It seemed that Zophie governed this place very well. Oh, Jessica, I want to buy some plants from hell. Where can I buy it from? Plants from hell? There probably aren't any merchants who sell it specifically, but you can go to Amuro Market. There are many merchants there. Maybe someone brought some special plants. You can check. Jessica brought Chun Zhao to Amro Market, but it was covered in fog. He couldn't see anything. Living Lord, you must use the demon vision to look. Otherwise, you won't see anything. What's the demon vision? You can't do it? It's a low-level demonic spell. Chen Zhao hadn't even heard of it before, let alone know how to do it. The low-level demon magic book he'd bought from Raz didn't have any records of demonic spells. I'll prepare a spell scroll of the demon vision for you, Jessica said caringly. Thank you. Chen Zhao accepted quickly. But what do we do now if I can't even see the Amro Market? It's okay. I can lend you my eyes for now. Chen Zhao was confused. Eyes could be lent. What kind of crazy technology was this? Or rather, crazy magic. It's a talent that banshees have. We can lend any of our organs to others. This is too amazing. So if someone's missing a heart, can you lend your heart to them too? Banshees do not have hearts. Is your talent troublesome? No, it's very easy. Watch. Jessica just dug out one of her eyes and handed it to Chen Zhao. He was speechless. Chapter 125. Hell of a Shopping Trip. Chapter 125. Hell of a Shopping Trip. Following Jessica's instructions, Chen Zhao stuffed her eyeball into his eye. Immediately he could see more things. Although he had inserted an eyeball, he did not feel any discomfort at all. It was more like wearing a pair of night vision goggles. He felt nothing special. Chen Zhao discovered the bustling market hidden in the fog. Of course, the place was also filled with chaos. Some of the demon merchants were enormous and occupied a large amount of space, while others were small and naturally bullied. Demons walked around the various stalls, looking for the items they wanted. Suddenly, a huge demon approached Chen Zhao. It was a 4-meter-tall, green-skinned demon. He had no head, for thick and muscular limbs, and a mouth on his belly. At the moment, the demon was trying to grab Chen Zhao with his claws. Chen Zhao lifted his head and stared at the green demon in astonishment. Food, delicious food. I'm food. This demon's going to eat me. Before Chen Zhao could react, Jessica had already attacked. She spouted a cloud of frosty gas from her mouth, which immediately engulfed the green demon. The green-skinned demon was completely frozen before he could even touch Chen Zhao. Then, Jessica gently pointed at the demon with her finger. The huge demon fell backwards onto the ground and broke into many pieces. There was some disturbance among the demons around them, but they all seemed to be used to such scenes. A large number of demons would gather here every day. They had already seen all kinds of chaos. Jessica, is your power frost? No, I just cast soul freeze. How dare an inferior big mouth offend you? I've already destroyed his soul completely. Realizing that Jessica was protecting Chen Zhao, the demons, which were originally ready to make their move, could only give up their plan. They did not dare to challenge a powerful banshee, especially when she was the servant of a big lord. A few demons around them secretly carried the big mouth corpse away. Chen Zhao turned his head around and glanced at the few demons. Feeling his look, the demons immediately hid in a corner. What are they going to do? Eat him, of course. This adult big mouth is not weak. Other demons can obtain some demonic power from his corpse. Chen Zhao was also already used to this brutal world. Just then, Chen Zhao saw some dried, old dayflowers in a stall. Last time, Chen Zhao had bought a lot of old dayflowers from Raz. It was a species only found in hell. Chen Zhao frequently needed old dayflowers for his potions. Since there were so many old dayflowers right before him, he decided to purchase some more. How much do these old dayflowers cost? Chen Zhao looked at the stall owner. 1 soul fragment, and these 2 bundles are yours. Huh? How many demonic crystals is 1 soul fragment equal to? Chen Zhao asked, frowning. 800 soul fragments are barely equal to 1 year of demonic crystals. But nobody would be stupid enough to trade a piece of demonic crystal for soul fragments, the stall owner answered. He had been discreetly peeking at Jessica, who was behind Qin Zhao. It appeared that he was very scared of her. Qin Zhao's face darkened, because the profiteer Raz had sold him old dayflowers at 1 year of demonic crystals per bundle. That is, he had been cheated. Indeed, it was a huge difference. The demon before him only sold old dayflowers at 1 soul fragment per 2 bundles, which was 200 times cheaper than Raz's price. Qin Zhao had asked Beelzebub about it before, but he had clearly asked the wrong demon. Either Beelzebub was lying to him deliberately too, and then gained some benefits from Raz, or he did not know the actual price either. Qin Zhao could accept a win-win situation, where he gets what he needs and the merchant gains some profit. Of course, because it involved 2 completely separated worlds, he did not mind Raz earning a bit more. However, he could not accept a price that was 200 times more expensive. What's in this bottle? Water from the river of death. It's worthless. If you need it, I'll give you all for free. But this is a soul vessel. 1 soul fragment for it. Qin Zhao was speechless again. When Raz sold him water from the river of death, it cost 1 year of demonic crystals. Raz could earn Qin Zhao's money only because Qin Zhao really did not know the actual prices. This, and this. I want all of them. How much is it? To be honest, the stall owner had no math talents at all. He took a long time just to add the amounts up. 30 soul fragments in total. Of course, because of your honorable identity, I'll only take 25 fragments. Qin Zhao generously threw him a small piece of demonic crystal. Receiving the demonic crystal, the demon trembled in fear. Lord, I don't have enough change. No need. Jessica glanced at Qin Zhao. Living Lord, don't you know how precious demonic crystals are here? I know. My demon servants told me before. Then why did you give him a piece of demonic crystal? These petty demons don't deserve it. I only have demonic crystals and no soul fragments. You could have told me that. I have many soul fragments with me. Then Jessica took out a small bottle and poured out many fragments from it. No, since I've already paid him the demonic crystal, I wouldn't take it back. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the stall owner heaved a long sigh. After all, Qin Zhao's generosity allowed him to earn a great deal. The 1 year of demonic crystal that Qin Zhao had just given him was probably more than what he was going to earn in half a year. Living Lord, do you still have demonic crystals with you? Jessica asked. Yup. Do you mind trading some with me? I don't think I'll trade them. Qin Zhao shook his head, and Jessica was heavily disappointed. Demonic crystal was still a rare item for her position. But you've helped me a lot. Take them as your reward. Qin Zhao took out 10 pieces of demonic crystals of various sizes. They were roughly worth 20 years of life. Take them. Then I shall. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. The demons around them all tried to come close to Qin Zhao as their eyes sparkled. Realizing the intention of the surrounding demons, Jessica immediately screamed, "Scram, you petty bugs!" Just then, Qin Zhao noticed a familiar figure in the distance. He had to admit that Jessica's I had given him an excellent eyesight. Even though it was about 1,000 meters away, Qin Zhao could still see it clearly. The familiar figure was no demon other than the demon profiteer, Raz. Chapter 126, Profiteer. Chapter 126, Profiteer. Qin Zhao walked over to Raz. He had his own stall too. When he looked up and saw Qin Zhao, he was obviously surprised, but his expression quickly turned enthusiastic. Respected living lord, welcome. When Raz saw Jessica beside Qin Zhao, he started sweating. Jessica gave him too much pressure. This banshee's aura was too scary. She had a reputation too. In Obsidian City, Jessica was known as a vicious woman. Raz, what a coincidence to run into you when I'm shopping. Haha, yeah, what a coincidence. Living Lord, how come you're here? I was invited by the Lord, Qin Zhao replied. He is a respected guest of the Lord, Jessica said, looking down. Raz, I bought some things while shopping earlier. Can you check if I was scammed? Qin Zhao took out many local specialties of hell from his spatial ring. When Raz saw these things, it was like he'd been struck by lightning. He froze in his spot. Raz finally realized that Qin Zhao was here to punish him. Living Lord, aye. Qin Zhao narrowed his eyes at Raz. Is there anything else you want to say? Raz turned and ran, ducking into the crowd of people. He didn't even want his stall anymore. He just wanted to get away from Qin Zhao. Jessica glanced at Qin Zhao. Should I grab him back for you? Yes. Jessica shot into the air. A few minutes later, she carried the limp Raz back and tossed him down before Qin Zhao. Raz seemed to be under some spell. His body was like jelly and couldn't stand up. Qin Zhao squatted down before him. Raz, I'm very disappointed in you. I'd thought that we could establish a long-term and steady relationship, but you took advantage of the fact that I don't know hell's market price. You sold everything to me 100 times more expensive. Living Lord, you are the most benevolent man I've met before, Raz pleaded. I'm sorry. I am willing to return all of your demonic crystals. Please forgive me. Living Lord, how many demonic crystals has he scammed from you? Around 100 years' worth. Jessica's eyes glinted. She wasn't surprised with Raz's greed. Instead, she was surprised that Qin Zhao had so many demonic crystals. And if he didn't accidentally learn of the true prices, he might keep getting scammed. How dare you? Jessica kicked the limp Raz. You even dare to cheat the living Lord of so many demonic crystals. You'll never be able to pay it all back. The demonic crystals are still here. They're still here. I can return them all. That's unnecessary. You can use your products to pay me back in the future. To be honest, Qin Zhao was furious, but he still needed a steady supply source. If he killed Raz, he would have to find another source. Raz wouldn't dare to cheat him anymore. After all, Qin Zhao still had his demonic ritual implement. This meant that Qin Zhao had the advantage. If Raz dared to cheat him again, Qin Zhao could use the ritual implement to summon him into the human world and punish him. There was no contract relationship when summoning a demon with a ritual implement. Thus, Qin Zhao had no restrictions when summoning Raz. He wouldn't get punished at all if he killed Raz. However, if he killed Raz, he would need to find an even more reliable source. The new supplier might be even worse than Raz or give him the ritual implement. It was better to keep Raz around. With the ritual implement, he wouldn't pull any more tricks. As for the price, Qin Zhao was honestly angry. However, it was a voluntary trade. Qin Zhao wasn't familiar with the market price, so he couldn't blame people for cheating him. Of course, there wasn't anything about fair trade in hell. Whoever had more power would have more rights. Right now, Qin Zhao was in charge. Jessica, what spell is he under? The weak curse. Should I undo it? Yes. Living Lord, do you use demonic crystals to trade with him? Yes. Living Lord, 100 soul fragments can be exchanged for 1 year's worth of demonic crystals in the market. But demonic crystals are actually much more valuable than that. Some demons even accept 2 times the price. Why is there such a big difference? Technically, the market price and actual price shouldn't be too different. An average of 20% in difference was normal, but 2 times the price was hard to understand. Demonic crystals can extend most demons' lives, but soul fragments are only food. So, do you think the market can determine the value of demonic crystals? This meant that the price Raz charged Qin Zhao was far more than 200 times the price. It may even be more than 300 times higher. Qin Zhao glanced at Raz and huffed coldly. He didn't know the price before, but now he did. He'd make sure Raz would suffer in future trade. But at the moment, Raz was still irreplaceable. Qin Zhao had quite a few ritual implements from all sorts of demons, but only Raz was focused on trade. Not everyone that went between the human world and hell could be merchants. Merchants also had to have a clear mind. For example, if Qin Zhao switched his position with Raz, he might not be able to run the trade better than Raz. This was why Qin Zhao wouldn't change his trade partner unless he had no other choice. However, remembering how he'd thought Raz's price was fair, he felt bitterly disappointed. As expected, demons couldn't be trusted. He walked through the market. He saw many interesting things, but most were only interesting. They didn't have much use. Raz followed behind Qin Zhao cautiously. Rather than Qin Zhao, he was afraid of Jessica. He was finally freed when Qin Zhao got bored. When he first came to this demon city, he found everything fresh and interesting. But after walking around a bit, he realized it was just the same old thing. It was just like how he'd fantasized about America. But after arriving, he realized it wasn't much. Interest in new things came quickly and left quickly as well. To Qin Zhao, hell was just a chaotic place. However, there was a unique order within the chaos. Chapter 127. Next lesson will still be physical resistance training. Chapter 127. Next lesson will still be physical resistance training. By the time Qin Zhao returned to the human world, one day had already passed. He walked out from the basement and realized that Fei Lai was home. "Don't you have to work today?" "Today's my rest day." Fei Lai was lying on the sofa with a few cans of beer on the table before her. Fei Lai's attire at home was always so casual. She had a loose pair of shorts which could display her long legs to the fullest, and a white shirt that was a few sizes bigger. She did not seem to be wearing a bra. This was one benefit of sharing a house with a beautiful lady. Qin Zhao could enjoy a pleasant view at any time. If a well-built man were lying on the sofa instead, the scene would be completely different. "Have you been in the basement all this while?" Qin Zhao stretched himself and grabbed a can of beer. "What happened to your hand?" Realizing that Qin Zhao's hand was bandaged, Fei Lai asked subconsciously, "Did something happen?" "Stop imagining." Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. Qin Zhao had no idea what devastating scenes Fei Lai had in her mind. Nonetheless, he was not going to explain anything. After all, it would be awkward if he told her that he had injured his hand during a baby delivery. Therefore, he would rather maintain his mysteriousness before Fei Lai. Qin Zhao did not avoid Fei Lai either. He started changing the bandage in front of her. Although only one day had passed, his wound had almost recovered. A terrifying bite mark was still visible, but the wound had fully scabbed. "What were you bitten by?" "You wouldn't want to know it." Qin Zhao exercised his hand. He felt that something was hiding in his palm. However, he could not feel anything unusual from the outside. Qin Zhao was clueless about what Beelzebub Zophie had given him for helping his wife. "Qin, what are you doing? You've been staring at your own hand for 10 minutes already." Fei Lai's voice interrupted Qin Zhao's thoughts. Rolling his eyes, he said, "Isn't it obvious? I was daydreaming." Just then, Qin Zhao's phone rang. He picked the call up. "Hello?" "Qin, you didn't attend the lesson today." "Oh, sorry, I was busy with work." "If you have work next time, you better inform me in advance so that I won't spend 2 hours just waiting for you." "Right, the next lesson will still be physical resistance training." "This is revenge. You said there would only be one physical resistance training session." "I'm busy. Bye." Ignoring Qin Zhao's complaint, Gaia hung up at once. Qin Zhao was stunned. "Fuck, this female gorilla is really revengeful. Didn't I miss one lesson only? What a specific revenge." "Sienna, who's this?" David returned from the police station and saw an unfamiliar lady in the living room. He recalled Sienna had indeed told him the previous day that a friend was going to stay over for a few days. Chris, my friend. I told you yesterday. Hi, I'm Chris Ackerman. Hi. Your name is somewhat familiar. David, what an outdated trick, Sienna said with her face darkening. No, I actually find it familiar. I think I've heard it before. David tried his best, but still could not recall where he had heard this name. If you want to chase a lady, you need to learn from Chin. I heard that he knows many beautiful ones, Sienna said. She had been in contact with four, so she knew some things about Chen Zhao. Chen? Do you mean an Asian doctor? Chris asked. Do you know Chen as well? Sienna was rather surprised. What a small world. Oh, yeah, I remember. Chris Ackerman. I heard this name from Chin. He asked me to look for you, David exclaimed. Chen's looking for me? Why? He said that you're in trouble, David replied. Has your problem been solved? I don't think he can solve my problem, Chris said, disheartened. Chris, maybe he'll have a solution, Sienna said in a serious tone. Will he? Isn't he a doctor? Yes, a doctor, but he's also a spiritualist. While he claims to be an amateur, he's actually very powerful, at least better than me, Sienna said. Perhaps you can ask for his help. David was energized by the conversation at once. Chris, did you encounter an evil spirit? Chen's powerful, really powerful. He can definitely help you. Let's call him now. It's none of your business. Why are you so excited? Sienna rolled her eyes at David. How is it none of my business? Chin asked me to tell him once I have any information about Ms. Chris. Sienna looked at Chris. Chris, what do you say? Chin, can he really help me? If even he can't solve the problem, I wouldn't be able to help you either. He's your only hope. David moved closer to Chris and Sienna. Trying his best to contain his excitement, he asked, Ms. Chris, what's troubling you? Sienna pointed at the table. David turned his head around and saw a mirror on the table. It's a mirror. You don't say. We can see that it's a mirror. Is there something special about it? David took the mirror and inspected it curiously. I didn't find anything unusual about the mirror either. But yesterday morning, I broke it myself. You broke the mirror? It looks perfectly undamaged. That's the key. Something seems to be hidden in this strange mirror, and Chris has been haunted by this thing. She said it's her ex-boyfriend, and that he would appear every night. I stayed up for the whole of last night and didn't see a thing, but Chris said that her ex-boyfriend did appear. Did you fall asleep? David looked at Sienna. Sienna had two very obvious dark patches below her eyes. What do you think? I've been with Chris all the time, but she fell asleep. At first, I thought that nothing happened, but Chris said that her ex-boyfriend tried to attack her in her dream. Is it an evil spirit? Can evil spirits enter a person's dream? I'm not sure. While evil spirits have a multitude of peculiar abilities, I've never heard of any that can enter a person's dream. You don't have a solution either. Not for now. Therefore, we have to ask Chin for help. He will have a solution. David was clearly fully confident of Chen Zhao. Chris looked at Sienna. Although Sienna was somewhat unwilling, she still nodded her head. He's your last hope. Chapter 128. Champion of Almost Dying, Dell. Chapter 128. Champion of Almost Dying, Dell. Fei Lai, I didn't think your cooking would be this good. Chen Zhao looked at the big platter of Cobb salad that Fei Lai brought out. Cobb salad was different from the European salads with vegetables and fruit. It was unique to California, containing vegetables, fruits, and meat. After pairing it with dressing and seasonings, it had a unique taste. As a Chinese man, Chen Zhao usually judged and looked down on foreign food. It was like the famous movie quote, I'm not targeting anyone. It's just that everyone here is garbage. But after really getting to know foreign food culture, he realized that foreign food wasn't as sad as people thought. Chen Zhao never liked salad because it was too vegetarian. He was a carnivore. This Cobb salad, though, paired meat with vegetables just right. It had both the chewiness of meat and the fresh taste of fruit and vegetables. With the dressing, it could satisfy most people. Cobb salad is actually really easy. You can do it after trying once or twice. The recipe isn't set either. It's mostly just the dressing and seasoning. This is our family specialty. Try the blueberry dressing. Qin Zhao dipped a piece of chicken in the dressing. Oh, it's sour and sweet. Tastes good. He wasn't a food critic, so he couldn't describe the taste with those fancy adjectives. He just thought it was good. Paired with some iced beer, it was an enjoyment even in December. It didn't have drastic differences in temperature between the seasons, but it was quite different throughout the day. Mornings and nights would be cooler, while noon could be more than 70 degrees. Just then, Qin Zhao's phone rang. He kept eating, ignoring the phone. Fei Lai glanced at Chen Zhao, but he really didn't want to answer. The phone kept ringing, so Chen Zhao had to admit that he'd already seen the caller ID. It was Dell. I hope it's not work. Chen Zhao answered the call. Hi. Chen, please come. It was Tsura's choked cries. Please hurry. Tsura? What happened to you? What's wrong? It's Dell. Something happened. Please come. I'm begging you, hurry. Okay, I'm coming. Tsura sounded really panicked, and she was crying too. It was obvious that Dell's problem was serious. Chen Zhao was no longer unwilling. He couldn't keep waiting here either. You have work. Yes. Can you drive me? My patient has an emergency. Okay. Let me wash my hands, Fei Lai agreed quickly. Fei Lai watched as Chen Zhao brought the pets onto the car. Qin, why do you always bring them when you visit your patients? I'm worried about them if no one's home, Qin Zhao said. Drive faster. I'm worried about the patient. The phone rang again, but it wasn't Tsura. The caller ID said David. Hi, David. Qin, I found the person you're looking for. The person I'm looking for? Oh, you mean Chris? Yes. She's right beside me. I think she's in trouble. I'm busy right now. A patient's life is at risk. I have to hurry over. When can you come back? Not sure. How's Chris right now? She seems stable, but I think she's pretending to be composed. I think she's really scared. What about Sienna? Is she there? You can have her help. Sienna is powerless too. I see. Take her to my home first and wait for me to get back. Fei Lai isn't home either. She's driving me to the patient. The key is under the rug before the door. Okay. Sienna and I will bring Chris to your home. After he hung up, Fei Lai asked, What's wrong? Was it David? Yes. What happened? One of my friends is in some trouble. Some trouble? I don't know how troublesome that trouble is right now. 30 minutes later, Chen Zhao and Fei Lai finally got to Dell's home. Tsura, I'm at the door, Chen Zhao said, calling her again. Fei Lai glanced at the door. Your patient is rich. Super rich, Chen Zhao replied simply. No wonder you're in a hurry. Chen Zhao pursed his lips. He couldn't deny that this was part of the reason. Dell paid him $3,000 every time. This wasn't a small number. There really weren't many patients who could pay so generously. Tsura came out hurriedly. The lighting was dim, but Chen Zhao could still see the tear stains on her face. Chen, you're finally here. Tsura hugged him emotionally. Okay, let's go in. Tell me what happened to Dell. I was in bed with him, and he started convulsing. You were having sex. Chen Zhao asked. Tsura glanced at Fei Lai and then Chen Zhao. Gritting her teeth, she said, We were doing something special. Something special. S&M. Dell had me shock him with a low-frequency taser. If there was a competition for almost killing oneself, Chen Zhao was sure that Dell would definitely win. Chen Zhao sped up his pace while asking, Is he conscious right now or not? Chun Zhao was afraid that Dell had lost consciousness or even died from a heart attack. After all, it had already been half an hour. If Dell's heart had stopped and still hadn't gone through emergency first aid, then he would already be dead. If Dell was dead, then even a god couldn't save him. He's awake, but he keeps convulsing. When he reached the outside of Dell and Sura's bedroom, Chun Zhao could already hear Dell's pained cries. Fei Lai, stay at the door. Don't worry. I do emergency treatment too. I've seen everything. Fei Lai didn't mind. Fine. After entering, Chun Zhao saw a whip, chains, and other sex toys. Turn on the lights. The room was quite dark. Chun Zhao moved over and restrained the spasming Dell to start checking. As long as he hadn't died and his heart hadn't stopped, it was good news. Dell was insistent on going down paths that could kill him, but he was quite lucky. At least he'd been lucky so far. Chapter 129, Night Road. Chapter 129, Night Road. Dell, do you still recognize me? Chun Zhao had to confirm if Dell was still fully conscious. Chun, help me. It's so painful. Where? My whole body. Standing beside them, Fei Lai said, Looks like epilepsy. Chun Zhao shook his head and said, It's abnormal heart rhythm caused by electric shock. Sura, did Dell consume anything before you started playing? After slight hesitation, Sura nodded. What drug is it? Chun Zhao was unsurprised by Tsura's response. In fact, he had found out that Dell had been consuming illegal drugs in his previous visits. In addition, he knew it was not weed, but something more intense. Highly concentrated MDMA. MDMA stands for methylene-dioxymethamphetamine, the main ingredient for ecstasy. In fact, the amount of MDMA in ecstasy is relatively low. Consuming pure MDMA would produce more intense hallucinations and pleasure, but also have higher toxicity. It was almost equivalent to death after enjoyment. Chun Zhao really could not understand this kind of person's mentality. Of course, as a doctor, Chun Zhao was not obliged to urge Dell to fight his drug addiction. Dell would not listen to him anyway. After some examination, Chun Zhao confirmed that Dell was suffering from complications due to abnormal heart rhythm, which thereby caused his convulsions. To be more direct, his own body was sending him an alarm. Chun Zhao turned his head and instructed Sura, Go fill the bathtub with water, warm water, the kind that you can still put your hand in. A few minutes later, Sura ran out from the bathroom. Done. Chun Zhao carried Dell into the bathroom, which was really easy given his current strength. Putting Dell into the bathtub, Chun Zhao turned his head and said to Fei Lai, Bring me my toolbox. Sura and Fei Lai both stood outside the bathroom so as not to disturb Chun Zhao's work. Fei Lai knew some first aid, but she could not understand what Chun Zhao was doing. Chin, why did you put him into warm water? The human body is very sensitive, especially to temperature. Warm water can relieve his contractions, but he still needs acupuncture. I don't think you know much about acupuncture. In fact, most Americans are not unfamiliar with acupuncture. It often appears in films too. But can you see his acupoints clearly in water? Wouldn't you insert the needle into the wrong spot? Chun Zhao did not doubt himself for a second. His other medical skills might be questionable, but he had been practicing acupuncture since young. Acupuncture requires more than just the eyes. Chun Zhao also needed to feel the spots with his hand. Dell was partially submerged in water at the moment. Although light would be refracted, Chun Zhao could confirm the acupoints by just touching and without even looking. Dell's body calmed down gradually and the convulsions also stopped. Chun Zhao had managed to ease Dell's abnormal heart rhythm with acupuncture. Then he carried Dell back into the bedroom and began to massage his muscles. Chen, be gentler, it hurts. It's good that you can still feel pain. Chun Zhao was massaging the softer areas with a lot of force. Apart from his abnormal heart rhythm, Dell was also poisoned by the illegal drug. Chun Zhao still had to help him detoxify, that is, make him vomit the toxic substances. Under the night sky, a car was racing towards Mountain Town. David was driving at full speed, while Sienna was sitting on the front passenger seat. Chris, who was sitting on the rear seat, seemed to be behaving unusually. She had been holding the mirror all this while. "Chris, can you keep that mirror?" David said, glancing at the rear mirror. However, Chris continued to look at the mirror with her head lowered, as if she had heard nothing. Sienna's expression became serious. Chris seemed to be asleep. "Chris." Sienna turned her head and attempted to wake Chris up. There was no response. David and Sienna both felt rather anxious. Suddenly, David saw Chris from the rear mirror. No, it was not Chris, but an unfamiliar face. David was so shocked that he could not even hold the steering wheel properly. The car rocked on the road. "David, drive properly. What are you doing?" Sienna complained. "No." David turned his head and looked at Chris. It was still Chris, and nothing had changed. "What's wrong?" Sienna realized that David's expression was somewhat strange. "I'm not sure," David muttered, uncertain. "When I looked at Chris from the rear mirror, I realized that she's someone else." Sienna also looked at the rear mirror, but she did not find anything unusual about Chris. Nevertheless, she did not think that David was mistaken. Anyhow, she also did not know what was happening. Nervousness crept up her spine as time passed by. "Are we not there yet? I don't think it took this long the last time I came here," Sienna asked impatiently. David tried his best to contain his fear. Although he was a cop, his identity and the gun in his pocket were of little help to their current situation. "David, you see that billboard ahead." "Why?" David indeed saw a billboard at the side of the road. "I remember we've already passed that billboard." "Maybe there are several of them." "Sometimes there are identical billboards on the road," David explained, but only as an attempt to comfort himself. "No," Sienna suddenly shouted. "I remember clearly that the light at the center of that billboard was flickering. We've indeed passed that billboard already." "It's just coincidence," David continued to drive forward. However, an identical billboard appeared before them soon. In the row of lights above the billboard, the one at the center was also flickering. David could feel all his hair rise up instantly. "We've been driving on the same section all this time," Sienna confirmed. Why would this happen? Suddenly, a figure bolted in front of the car. David stamped on the brake in panic. "Did we hit?" Sienna's face turned pale as well. The two quickly rushed out of the car. However, they realized that the person lying on the ground before the car was Chris. What's happening?" David looked at Chris in puzzlement. Chris was before them, so who was in the car? With a serious expression on her face, Sienna also turned her head and looked into the car. Because of the headlights before them, they could not really see what was in the car. Sienna walked to the car door and looked inside. It was empty. There was no one. Chapter 130, Mirror Reflection. Chapter 130, Mirror Reflection. "Help her into the car first," Sienna said. David was a bit scared now. "Sienna, she's real, right?" "I don't know." "What about in the car?" "There's no one there." "What? There's no one there? How can there be no one?" "Let's leave first." Sienna guessed that this was a ward that they were trapped in. As for why Chris, who was in the car, suddenly ran before the car, she had no clue. When they returned to the car and started driving, they passed by the billboard again. They hadn't broken free from this road. The car kept going back and forth. Sienna kept looking back at Chris. She was lying in the back seat. "Where's her mirror?" Sienna turned around, but accidentally saw David in the rearview mirror. It wasn't David driving at all. It was an unfamiliar woman. Sienna's eyes shot open. It wasn't David. He'd been switched out. While David wasn't paying attention, Sienna secretly took out the magical phosphor and tossed it at him. Boom! The fake David didn't expect Sienna would suddenly attack. It screamed and gradually disappeared. However, the car also lost control and crashed into a tree on the side of the road. After who knows how long, Sienna opened her eyes. Her forehead was in pain. She probably hit her head when they'd crashed. Thankfully, she had her seatbelt on, so nothing serious happened. David and Chris weren't in the car. They were gone. Sienna shook her head, trying to get rid of the pain. Since David and Chris had disappeared, Sienna could only get out of the car to find them. The road was really dark. Sienna didn't like this feeling. She had a headache about these uncontrollable situations too. The enemy hidden in the darkness was more troublesome than any enemy Sienna had dealt with before. His biggest problem was that he was strange and unknown. As of now, he still hadn't revealed his identity, but was completely toying with them. Sienna summoned her father. Yberg, help guide me. I must find David and Chris. Where are we? Yberg looked around. He actually couldn't find his bearings. Yberg's special ability was guidance. This didn't have any combat power, but it was a nice auxiliary ability. For example, they were able to go forward on the right path last time because he'd been driving. He wouldn't go forward blindly. Instead, he would follow his heart and make the correct choice. However, he couldn't feel anything right now. I can't feel the correct path, but I can feel that there's something terrifying up ahead. Something terrifying? Sienna asked. An evil spirit? No, it's something I've never seen before. This aura makes my hair rise up. It's not an evil spirit. Yberg's cowardly personality was revealed again. Put me away. I don't want to face this. It's even worse than last time. It's scarier than Maria. Sienna still decided to go down the direction that Yberg pointed in. She walked for more than 10 minutes and saw someone lying under a street lamp. Chris. Sienna hurried over. David, how are you? David woke up slowly. It hurts. Sienna, what happened? Do you know where Chris is? No. Where is our car? Why am I here? Sienna shook her head. She wasn't sure if this David was real or not. Judging from what had happened, the hidden enemy could replace David or Chris or even herself without anyone realizing. She was sure that she was real, though. This went without saying. Can you walk? Yes, you still haven't answered. It's kind of complicated. Do you remember what happened before you passed out? I remember I ran into Chris, and then you looked inside the car, and then I can't remember. Was David switched out at that moment? Sienna thought, let's go forward. After a while, 3 figures appeared before them. There's someone! David cried excitedly. They sped up, but when they got closer, they saw that the 3 incoming people were Sienna, David, and Chris. The Sienna and David on the left were confused. The 3 across from them were confused too. You. They all looked at each other cautiously. Just then, another person ran out. Chris. It was another Chris. This new Chris was exhausted and covered in sweat. You. There were 2 Siennas, 2 Chris, and 2 Davids. I'm real. You're fake. I'm real. The 2 Davids started arguing. Sienna looked at her clone. Stop the disguise. Maybe it works if you pretend to be them, but it's useless for me. I was going to say that too, the other Sienna said. You can't pretend to be me. Sienna scoffed. The enemy could clone her, but could they clone Yberg? She took out Yberg's case and released him. Huh? 2 Siennas? Who's the real one? I summoned you, so I'm obviously the real one, Sienna said. You and that fake Yberg, stop, the other Sienna yelled. She also took out a case and released a Yberg. Huh? 2 Siennas and another me? What's going on? Sienna's expression hardened. The enemy was stronger than she'd imagined. They could even duplicate Yberg. What could she do now? Sienna took out the magical phosphor to use a spell. However, the other Sienna did the same, cautiously staring at her. Sienna scattered the magical phosphor. It formed an image in the sky while she chanted, "Ancient truth, please descend and distinguish truth from lie for me. Ancient truth, please descend and distinguish truth from lie for me." The other Sienna chanted at the same time, using the same spell. The magic array hit the foreheads of the two Siennas. A huge ball of flesh appeared above their heads. Seeing this, Sienna's expression changed drastically. Not only did the enemy know how to use the spell of ancient truth, they were even better at it. The eye of true vision above their head was even bigger than the one she'd summoned. Chapter 131, My Right Hand is Starving. Chapter 131, My Right Hand is Starving. One of the balls was significantly larger than the other. Judging from this, the fake Sienna was clearly more powerful than the real one. Just then, the ball of flesh summoned by the fake Sienna started changing. A gap opened on the ball, turning it into an enormous eyeball. Just as the eye opened, a beam of red light shot out and blasted towards the ball above Sienna's head. The ball of flesh above Sienna's head was penetrated by the red beam before it could even open. Suddenly, the eyeball opposite her flew towards her. Many tentacles extended from the eyeball and wrapped around Sienna's eye of true vision. Sienna quickly backed away with a serious expression on her face. The fake Sienna opposite her smiled, while the real Sienna grew even more anxious. "What do I do? What do I do?" The fake Sienna pointed at the real Sienna and instructed Yberg, "Kill her! She's fake." However, the Yberg that had been summoned by the fake Sienna seemed hesitant. I can't." "What?" The fake Sienna was stunned. The next moment, the Yberg that she had summoned broke into pieces, just like a mirror. "Damn! Why?" The fake Sienna started screaming, and her body also began changing. In the end, the fake Sienna turned into a 3-meter tall goat head monster. Standing there, he looked just like a walking black goat. The black goat monster was holding a gold-framed mirror. Meanwhile, the other two fakes also crushed like two mirrors. They turned into two beams of light and returned to the gold-framed mirror. Confusion was written all over Sienna's face. What happened? Why did she just disintegrate? Chris and David also looked perplexed. They had just been intensely arguing with their fake counterparts. Why did they suddenly disappear? Demon. He's that demon. Seeing the black goat monster, Chris's face was filled with horror. All right, the game ends here. The black goat monster produced a few obscure syllables with his mouth, but the three could all understand him perfectly. Sienna held her ritual implement with her right hand and grabbed a handful of magical phosphor with the other. The black goat monster was giving her an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Demon. Is this really a demon? Are there really demons in this world? What are you? Sienna asked softly. I, Dagon Byros, ruler of the reflection world. Huh. Look, we have another 2 petty humans here for sacrifice. Dagon Byros stared at the end of the road. He could see flashes of headlights in the distance. Another car had entered the region and there were 2 people in it. They were precisely Feilai and Qin Zhao. Chen, what is that? Woof! Beelzebub barked and Qin Zhao glanced at him. Nothing. Just ram at him. Huh. Feilai stared at Qin Zhao with her eyes widened. Ram. Crash. Dagon Byros was sent flying away directly, and the mirror also dropped onto the ground. The front of the car dented from the severe impact. Qin Zhao, Beelzebub, Raymond, Carrie, and Walter all alighted from the car. Qin Zhao walked to the gold-framed mirror and picked up. On the other hand, Beelzebub, Raymond, Carrie, and Walter had already charged towards Dagon Byros. Everyone stared at Qin Zhao's pets with their jaws on the ground. Apart from Walter, who was still normal, the other 3 had all turned. They became even bigger than Dagon Byros. especially Beelzebub. He was originally a Shar-Pei, but now he was an enormous dog larger than a tiger. Raymond had also changed from a small, colorful snake into a huge python that was 5 or 6 meters long. Carrie's size did not change much, but she had 2 tails and a cloud of frost circling around her. Dagon Byros, who had been superior just a moment ago, was jointly mauled by Chun Zhao's demons in the next instant. Chun Zhao could feel the mirror in his hand struggling wildly, as if it wanted to break free from Chun Zhao's grip. This mirror is the medium used by this reflection demon. Destroy it, and you destroy this mirror ward, Blackie said, floating beside Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao smashed the mirror heavily onto the ground, destroying a corner of the mirror. No, no, no. Return me the mirror, Dagon Byros screamed, trying to escape from the 4 demons' attacks. However, the next moment, Carrie awarded him with a giant ice bolt. The ice bolt pierced through Dagon's chest and nailed him onto the ground. Walter bit firmly onto Dagon's calf. Beelzebub was the fiercest of the 4. He tore away one of Dagon's arms and then ate it directly. Chun Zhao was about to smash the mirror again when he felt something strange about his right hand. His right palm seemed to be splitting apart. Then, Chun Zhao saw a mouth at the center of his palm. That's right, a mouth. The mouth bit onto a corner of the gold-framed mirror. Following a clear crack, it tore down a piece from the mirror. Ah, Dagon Byros moaned madly. Confused, Chun Zhao looked at his own hand. The mouth on his right hand seemed to be sending him a signal. Eat, eat, eat. I want to eat. Chun Zhao put the mirror onto his right palm. The mouth opened again, showing all its sharp teeth. The hard mirror felt nothing more like a piece of meat in the mouth. Crack! Another piece was torn away. Dagon Byros' moaning became even more miserable. Chun Zhao felt a message from the mouth again. Delicious. Then eat more. Chun Zhao also tried to deliver his thoughts to the mouth. The mouth needed no more than a few bites to finish the gold-framed mirror. In his high-pitched screams, Dagon Byros finally turned into a black cloud of sand and vanished. The surrounding immediately became much brighter. Everyone stared at each other and could not contain their emotions. Chun Zhao's pets had already returned to their normal states. They could only be demonified in non-human regions, such as Blackie's space crevice. They had been in the reflection demon's reflection world just now, which was similarly not part of the human world. Blackie, is that reflection demon dead? Nope. The mirror is only his medium, not his body. How about the demon just now? It's merely a demon soul controlled by the reflection demon, a pathetic, fallen goat monster. Still looking dazed, everyone stared at Chun Zhao and the pets around him. Chun, are you really a druid? Did you kill that demon? Chun Zhao's pets were clearly not ordinary organisms. After all, who had seen a fox which could shoot ice bolts like a machine gun, a Shar-Pei which was bigger than a tiger, or a snake which could spurt clouds of poisonous gas from its mouth? Chapter 132, Medium. Chapter 132, Medium. Everyone squeezed into Fei Lai's car and drove to Chun Zhao's house. Drink this. You're fine. Chun Zhao handed a cup of calming tea to Chris. Thanks. Chris accepted the cup. Chris, after I sent you back, I went to find you again the next day, but you weren't there already. I asked David to help me find you. Where were you these days? The church, Chris replied. Chen, what was that thing? Right now, Sienna was most concerned about Dagon Byros. She'd never felt so powerless and clueless before. Demon, Chun Zhao replied simply. More specifically, it's a reflection demon. Where's Nance right now? Chris asked further. Is he controlled by that demon? Yes, Blackie had told him. Chun Zhao continued. The reflection demon uses a medium to project into the human world. What we saw earlier wasn't his true form. The demon that looks like a mountain goat is actually controlled by the reflection demon. Chris X is the same. The reflection demon can possess humans to control their souls, and then use that soul to possess past friends and family. He'll keep receiving souls as long as the medium remains. By medium, do you mean the mirror? Yes, but not the mirror you saw earlier. The mirror that Chris and her ex got is actually the medium's reflection. That's why it can never be destroyed. Chen Zhao was only repeating Blackie's explanation. The medium only exists in the reflections world, which is where we'd entered. You can only truly destroy the medium there. So you're saying that the demon personally destroyed the medium? If he didn't let us go, if you went in, then we'd be powerless against him? Chen Zhao shook his head. The reflection demon isn't as strong as you think. He was just using his own abilities to make the reflection the same as the outside world. He could make copies of you all with the same compatibility. What's compatibility? For example, if he copies something, his copy can't go against what the original does. Another example, if a loving couple enters the reflection world, he can use the copied wife to kill the actual wife, but the copied wife to kill the actual husband, or the copied husband to kill the wife. This is what compatibility is. If he goes against this law, then his abilities will become ineffective. Sienna understood immediately why the copy would recover its original appearance. He didn't know that Yaiberg was her father. No matter how their relationship was, they were still family. Even the copy wouldn't be willing to hurt his daughter. This was the so-called compatibility. Earlier, you said that the Black Mountain Goat, Demon Dagon Byros, isn't the true reflection demon. Then, is the reflection demon still alive? After this paranormal event, Chris was left with trauma. She was afraid that the reflection demon would come back for revenge. He's still alive, but he isn't in the human world. His true form can't enter the human world, and his medium has been destroyed. As long as no one makes another medium, he'll never be able to affect the human world, let alone take revenge on you. Since the medium existed, then someone must have created it, right? What if someone else makes one? That medium has a history of more than a century. Its creator is long dead. You don't have to worry. Plus, if the reflection demon wants revenge, it'll come for me first. Hearing Chen Zhao's reply, Chris was finally relieved. Then what about them? Sienna pointed at the playing animals. What exactly are Beelzebub and the others? My pets. Isn't it obvious? Pets? Do you think I'm blind? Well, they're my pets right now. Then where did you learn your magic? Is it some Oriental magic? Chinese people call magic fascia, right? David commented. Beelzebub must be divine beasts. I did my research. Research? You? Of course. Chin and I are friends. I have to understand Chin. Is Oriental magic really this powerful? Sienna had been dealt a blow. After all, she'd been helped by Chen Zhao twice. In fact, she could say that she'd been saved twice. Each time had been more dangerous than the last, but Chen Zhao had taken care of them easily. Chen, where's the gold? Are you going to take it for yourself? Sienna stared at Chen Zhao with shining eyes. Chen Zhao's expression was dark. The gold was part of the medium. It was destroyed along with the medium. Hey, that gold is worth more than $10,000. How could you do that? Sienna, it's okay, David comforted. That gold was cursed. If you give me the gold, I won't care if it's cursed. Sienna was sad, but Chen Zhao was even more pained. The gold had been eaten by the mouth on his hand. More than 200 grams of gold was worth at least $10,000. Chen Zhao still wasn't sure what the mouth was used for. The only thing he was sure about was that Beelzebub, Zophi, had given it to him. Chin, I can go find you if I run into these things again, right? Chris looked at him with teary eyes. If you need a doctor, I'm happy to help. But if you need to exorcise evil spirits or demons, please ask Sienna. I'm an amateur. Knock, knock. Knock sounded at that time. Everyone exchanged glances. It was already 2 in the morning. Who would come? After opening the door, they realized it was Leonardo. Leon, how come you're here? I was patrolling and saw that your light is still on, so I came to look. Come in. Chen Zhao moved aside. Do you usually patrol by yourself? Where's your partner? My previous partner quit, and they haven't assigned me a new one. I hope it'll be a beauty. When Leonardo entered the living room and saw everyone, he gaped. Let me introduce everyone. David, he's a cop too. This is Leonardo. He's in charge of Mountain Town's security. Hey, come sit down. You're Chen's friend too? David tossed Leonardo a can of beer. Chapter 133, The Fearsome Gaia. Chapter 133, The Fearsome Gaia. Are you having a party? Leonardo asked. Nope, it's just a normal gathering, but we were so engrossed that we forgot the time. Chen Zhao said with a smile on his face. If I recall correctly, you've only been here for less than 3 months, right? Look at how many friends you have already. I grew up in Los Angeles, but only have a few friends. You're my friend, too, Chen Zhao said, smiling. David also put his hand on Leonardo's shoulder. Buddy, we're friends now as well. My birthday is this weekend. Ken, can you attend my birthday party? Leonardo invited, looking somewhat shy. Of course. Can all of us go? Yes. All of you are very welcomed. I hope that you'll all be there. In fact, Leonardo had knocked on Chen Zhao's door just now only to invite him to his birthday party. However, he did not expect so many people to be present. Even more unexpectedly, he managed to know so many new people in a single night. Leonardo was not really a loner, but he did not know how to socialize. Even in the police station, most people were only his colleagues and not friends. The number of friends that he made that night was perhaps almost equal to the number of friends he had before. However, Leonardo could not stay for too long because he was still working. Leonardo, do you mind giving us a ride? We're leaving too, David said. Sure, Leonardo agreed without hesitation. Sienna and Chris left with David as well. After 2 busy days, Chen Zhao could finally have a good rest. The next day, Chen Zhao was awakened by Feilai. He did not have enough sleep, but he had things to do. It was already over 8 in the morning. After washing up, he still had to attend Gaia's boxing lesson. Chen Zhao had a rather tight schedule. He still had to check Rufford's injury at noon. After all, he was investing on Rufford, so he had to gain some profit from it. When Chen Zhao arrived at the fitness center, he was somewhat anxious. He still remembered Gaia's threat. Luckily, Gaia was just scaring him, and the lesson was what they were supposed to have in the first place. In the 2 hours, Chen Zhao spent an hour hitting the sandbag. Chen, you're exerting your strength in the wrong way. You can't just use all your strength in every punch. You're learning how to fight, not going for a boxing tournament. Gaia had been observing Chen Zhao's punches. While street fighting also requires physical strength, the key lies in your techniques. Use minimal force to defeat your opponents. Therefore, pay attention to the angle and power of your attack. Maybe you're not just facing one enemy, but 2 or perhaps 20. If you use all your strength in every punch, you wouldn't last long. Gaia walked up. The most popular boxing styles now are free sparring and military boxing. I'll teach you free sparring. Why not military boxing? As Gaia wore her gloves, she waved her hand at Chen Zhao. Let's fight. For real? No, just an example. Do I attack or you? You'll attack. Chen Zhao formally put up a boxing stance and protected his head. Then he slowly stepped forward. Punch. In the instant he punched, Gaia dodged his attack. She made a turn and her elbow struck towards Chen Zhao's face. Not my face. Gaia was not planning to injure Chen Zhao. Her elbow stopped 5 centimeters away from Chen Zhao's face. Military boxing is used to kill. Do you plan to kill anyone? Gaia asked. Before you're ready to kill, military boxing is even weaker than free sparring, Gaia said. The moves in military boxing are crueler and designed to destroy your opponent's body. They are mostly targeted at joints and weak points. Gaia, since you're so strong, you can certainly win any boxing competition, right? Gaia shook her head. It's not as simple as you think. I might not even win women's boxing. The rules on the ring wouldn't allow me to display myself fully, so don't even talk about men's boxing. I'll be considered lucky if I can win just 3 opponents. How about outside the ring? I can kill 10 top boxing champions in 10 minutes. Chen Zhao shivered. He went to the restroom, and when he returned, Gaia had already removed her gloves. Gaia, why do you hate Morgri so much? It's none of your business, Gaia answered directly. Chen Zhao scratched his nose in awkwardness. He was really stupid just now for finding trouble for no reason. After leaving the fitness center, Chen Zhao went to Rufford's house directly. Board was there as well. Rufford was doing some light recovery exercises under his guidance. Hello, Chin. Both of them stopped. Chen Zhao said, Continue and finish Board's lesson. 10 minutes later, Rufford approached Chen Zhao. After nearly 1 week of treatment, his leg no longer hurt. Indeed, he felt that he had already fully recovered. However, Board felt that it was not the case. It could only be confirmed after Chen Zhao's examination. Rufford's feeling might not be accurate. Sometimes, an athlete may feel that he has already recovered, where in reality there is still some indiscernible damage. Once he starts to exercise vigorously, his injury would relapse. To prevent such a situation, one must be careful. After some checkup, Chen Zhao patted Rufford's shoulder. Rufford, your recovery is excellent. You can already exercise as usual, but not too intensely for these few days. Board, give me a copy of Rufford's physical data over the next few days. No problem. Chen Zhao was the person who had introduced Board to Rufford, and he was also Rufford's investor. He was indirectly Board's boss, not to mention that he had saved Board's wife and daughter. Therefore, Board would certainly listen to Chen Zhao fully. After spending an hour in Rufford's house, Chen Zhao received a call from Ethan. Chen, a new client. FDD Commercial Building, level 40. What's the pay? 800. That's low. Who is it? What disease? I'm not going if it's another gang leader or something. Chen Zhao was usually not picky about the pay or the client, but 800 was indeed relatively low. If it was only a normal client, he would take it as an opportunity to widen his social circle. However, if the client was someone dangerous, 800 was not sufficient for him to take the high risk. FDD Commercial Building is in downtown. Do you think a gang will work there? Fine, I'll go now. Chapter 134, Strange Mother and Daughter. Chapter 134, Strange Mother and Daughter. The FDD Commercial Building was a well-known landmark. When Chen Zhao entered, he was almost stopped by the security guards. This building was mainly used for work offices, but it also had some luxury suites that could be rented. Judging from the security, the monthly rent for a suite would be at least $20,000. Chen Zhao's client lived in one of the suites. He reached the 40th floor and rang the bell after confirming the room number. He remembered that the last time he came to this kind of suite, he'd met 2 beauties. He wished that his client this time was also a beauty. Of course, it would be best if she wasn't a murderer. The door opened. It was a 30-something-year-old woman. She was beautiful with some makeup on and wearing fashionable clothes. However, her stomach was bleeding. She hadn't pulled out the knife yet. She looked down at the pets around Chen Zhao. You are. Were you the one that called a doctor? You're a doctor. Yes. Are you sure you're not a vet? It's my habit to bring my pets out. I'm worried if I leave them at home. All right, come in. Chen Zhao entered and saw that the living room was in a mess. He turned to look at the woman. Are you sure you don't need to call the police? This is from my daughter and I fighting. How can I call the police? Then your injury. Also her masterpiece. Chen Zhao didn't know what to say. He didn't know this mother and daughter pair, so he didn't know their conflict. How old is your daughter? 15. The woman lay down on the sofa. Chen Zhao lifted her shirt. Bear with me. I need to take the knife out. Judging from the wound, the knife hadn't gone in too deeply. It was evident that her daughter didn't use a lot of power. Woof, woof. Walter suddenly started barking at the bedroom. Chen Zhao looked over and saw blood flowing out from the crack under the bedroom door. Expression changing, he turned to look at the woman, to see her stabbing him with the knife. Fuck! Frightened, Chen Zhao quickly grabbed the woman's wrist, but he was still a step late. The knife had already scraped his palm. He was so scared that he flipped over the sofa. The woman raised her knife again. Chen Zhao lifted his foot and kicked the woman's wound that he'd just stitched up. The woman clutched her stomach in pain, while Chen Zhao was covered in cold sweat from fear. He'd been learning how to fight these days, but he realized that not everyone could perform what they'd learned when it was actually necessary. This was the difference between him and Gaia. Gaia had actually been on the battlefield before. Chen Zhao was confident that his strength and speed were both above Gaia. However, if it was Gaia here, she definitely wouldn't be in a pathetic state like Chen Zhao. He looked at his arm. There was a scratch left by the knife, but it wasn't that serious. He looked at the woman on the ground and opened the bedroom door. A girl was lying on the ground in a puddle of blood. Chen Zhao hurried over to check. She wasn't dead yet. He carried the girl out of the bedroom. She'd been stabbed in the chest and suffered blood loss. Her injury was very grave. Her breathing was weak. The woman stood up, holding onto her stomach, and looked at Chen Zhao with an ugly expression. She's your daughter. Stepdaughter. Hatred flashed past the woman's face. I'm calling the cops. Don't call them. No, I must. You tried killing your daughter. Chen Zhao couldn't ignore this. If the girl died, he would be in trouble too. I didn't, the woman explained anxiously. She tried to commit suicide. It's not my fault. Why didn't you tell me? Chen Zhao interrogated the woman while performing first aid. Walter, give me the kit. Walter dragged the kit over. Chen Zhao carefully pulled the knife out. Blood spewed out of the girl's chest immediately. Chen Zhao quickly covered the wound. He took out a bottle and spread the sticky thing across the girl's injury. This was the saliva of the swamp soul-eater frog. It was apparently great at stopping bleeding. Chen Zhao couldn't help it. Acupuncture wasn't enough to stop the girl's bleeding. He could only use demon medicine. He also had to multitask and be wary of the woman, who knew if she would go crazy again and try to stab him. She wants to frame me with her death, the woman explained in panic. Please don't call the cops. If you do, I'm done. Chen Zhao's eyes flashed. He wasn't sure if the woman was speaking the truth or not. You stabbed yourself, right? After hesitating, the woman nodded. Yes. What happened? If you make me feel like you're still hiding something, I'm going to call the cops immediately. Vil is my stepdaughter. You told me. Her father died from liver cancer 10 years ago, and she'd always hated me. Understandably, I don't like her either. We've had countless big and small fights before. Chen Zhao listened quietly while thinking about whether the woman was telling the truth or not. Recently, I heard that she's hanging out with a group of hooligans, so I fought with her again. The woman hated her stepdaughter to the extreme. After all, they weren't blood-related and not everyone was responsible. To this woman, Vil was just a burden. I grounded her, telling her that she can't step out of the suite for 10 days. She said that if I don't let her out, she'll kill herself. And I said that even if she dies, she can't die in the suite. Then she hid inside her room. An hour ago, I opened her door and saw that she'd stabbed herself. I was scared, So you stabbed yourself too? The woman nodded. I thought that if I didn't do anything, the police will definitely say that I killed her. Everyone knows that we have a bad relationship. What's the logic behind you stabbing yourself? Chen Zhao didn't understand at all. Could stabbing herself erase her sin? I was going to make it look like an armed robbery. The woman's expression was pained. Her stomach was still bleeding. Chen Zhao tossed over a bottle. Smear some of this on your injury. The woman continued. I was going to call the cops, but then I remembered that there's a surveillance camera. If they look at the security footage, they'll know there was no robbery, so I had to get a doctor to treat me. Then you came. What about her? I thought she was dead. I really thought Vil was dead. I never wanted her to die. Believe me, I hate her, but I would never kill her. You were going to dispose of her body when you recovered, right? The woman hesitated for a beat, but finally nodded. You never thought about killing your stepdaughter, but you wanted to kill me. Chen Zhao raised his hand. The blood reminded him that this woman was crazy enough to do anything. Chapter 135, Favor. Chapter 135, Favor. I'm sorry. I can compensate for that. How much do you want? 10,000. This is blackmail. The woman roared in anger. This includes my pay for treating your daughter. Also, I must send her to the hospital. What? No, the police will find out. If her daughter was sent to the hospital with such a severe injury, the doctors would certainly call the police. The police would carry out an investigation and her reputation would be totally ruined. I won't say anything. As for what the police will find out, I don't care, Chen Zhao said. Chen Zhao was not entirely sure if the woman was really not the culprit. If she was, it would be too dangerous for her daughter to continue staying with her. Therefore, Chen Zhao had to send the girl to the hospital. Whatever you want to tell the police, it's your problem. Mister, please don't send her to the hospital. I promise I'll treat her better. I promise. I wouldn't hurt her. If this gets exposed, I'll lose my job. What's your job? I'm a KTLL TV news presenter. I'm a celebrity. I can't have any scandals. The woman panicked. She clearly viewed her work as being more importantly as her adopted daughter. After some consideration, Chen Zhao said she has to go to the hospital. That can't be changed, but I know someone from the police station. I can help you ask how to handle such a situation. The woman's mistake could be either severe or minor, because she was Vil's guardian. Not saving her dying daughter was equivalent to manslaughter. Of course, Vil was not dead yet. As long as she was not prosecuted for it, she would be fine. It mainly depended on the evidence found by the police, as well as their attitude towards the incident. Chen Zhao called Melson. Melson, are you free now? Why? I just had a client. Chen Zhao told Melson the situation. After being silent for a while, Melson said, How do you want me to handle it? As long as it's not against the law, I hope that you won't look into the mother's actions. It would be best if the incident is not exposed to the public. How's the girl's injury? I've already performed first aid and her injury is now stable. I plan to call an ambulance and send her to the hospital. Let us call the ambulance. You and that woman stay there now. I'll bring a few people there. All right. After a while, Melson arrived with a few others. Soon, the ambulance also reached. A few police started gathering evidence at the scene. Melson waved his hand at Chen Zhao and the woman. Let's talk. The three walked into the bedroom. Melson glanced at Chen Zhao and then looked at the woman. Madam Daly Simpson, if you don't want to get into trouble when you get questioned later, say that you called the police immediately after discovering your daughter's attempt to commit suicide. Don't say anything irrelevant. Will I be prosecuted? As long as you don't admit that you've delayed any time on purpose, we, the police, wouldn't prosecute you, Melson said. I understand, Daley Simpson nodded. I'll describe the situation to my team first. Don't say anything irrelevant, like about the wound in your abdomen. Of course. Despite feeling uneasy, Daley Simpson still accepted Melson's suggestion. Qin Zhao made a handshake with Melson. Thanks. Qin Zhao knew that Melson was helping him only because Melson had owed him a favor last time. Of course, it was something within Melson's authority. If Daley Simpson really killed someone, he would not ignore it just for Qin Zhao. The $10,000 that Qin Zhao had asked from Daley Simpson was not just for treating them. It also included the favor from Melson and fee for Qin Zhao to not expose her. To be more direct, she was paying Qin Zhao to solve her problem. As for which of Daley Simpson and her daughter was in the wrong, Qin Zhao could not decide. He liked neither of them anyway. Moreover, Qin Zhao also did not intend to change their relationship. Their hatred towards each other had been formed over an extended period of time. Qin Zhao did not even care if they would stab each other with a knife in the future. Qin Zhao had already done what he should. At least he believed so. Daley Simpson was wrong, but if she ended up in jail, Bill would have to be sent to an orphanage or another relative's place. This might not be ideal for her either. Qin, why are you giving me $2,000? Ethan stared at Qin Zhao, confused. Isn't it supposed to be $800 for you? So it should be $160 for me, according to our agreement. Have you finally turned over a new leaf and decided to pay for the food that you've eaten here? Take it or leave it. Stop nagging. Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. Auntie Lee, get me some food. Ethan kept cursing Qin Zhao for his usual dine and dash. After the meal, Qin Zhao went to the hospital to check Bill Simpson's condition and collect the money. By the time he returned home, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Qin Zhao saw Ken arguing with a man in front of Ken's own house. Qin Zhao vaguely recalled the man to be a gangster in the town. That time, Qin Zhao had encountered the gangster in the supermarket. The gangster was going to target him because he was new to town. Luckily, a shopkeeper reprimanded him. Ken, is that your friend? Qin Zhao shouted. Noticing that Ken and the gangster were about to fight, he signaled them his presence. The gangster glanced at Qin Zhao. He muttered something to Ken and then left angrily. Ken approached Qin Zhao. Qin, thanks. He's a gangster, right? We were close friends. He wanted to borrow money from me. Are Bant and Mary not at home? The winery closed down and both my father and I lost our jobs. We're currently looking for new ones, Ken said. Qin Zhao could not help their financial predicament. After all, his social circle was not wide enough. Will the gangster look for you again? I don't have any money to lend him. I don't think he'll come again, Ken answered, shaking his head. That's great. If you have any trouble, come and find me or call the police. I know what to do. Thanks. This is Leonardo's number. He's the patrolman in town. Perhaps you should take it down. Sure. Thanks. Shortly after Qin Zhao returned home, Fei Lai was also back. Fei Lai was lying on the sofa, lazily. Qin, have you made dinner? Nope. I just came back too. I don't want to move. You're in charge of the dinner. Let's eat out. I'm too lazy as well. Chapter 136, Murder. Chapter 136, Murder. The two went to a restaurant on the side of the road. Fei Lai ordered salad, steak, and a large pudding. Qin Zhao didn't have a small appetite, but if he ate fully, his month's paycheck would be gone. He really had a big appetite. After all, he drank the strength potion. The effect was more than double of David's. This meant that Qin Zhao's appetite was twice the amount of David. Even though it wasn't Thanksgiving, Qin Zhao still ordered an entire roast turkey. It was a Western restaurant, but Qin Zhao and Fei Lai weren't the type who ate gracefully. Plus, There weren't many rules in a small-town restaurant. When they ate, they really showed their true colors. Qin Zhao grabbed the turkey and munched. Halfway through their meal, someone suddenly patted Fei Lai's shoulder. "Hey, sexy, want to go to the bar with me? I know where the fun is." Qin Zhao looked up. It was Ken's classmate. The guy's leering expression made Fei Lai frown. She pushed his hand away. "Don't touch me. I don't know you." "That Asian can't satisfy you," the guy said shamelessly. "Come play with me. I promise you won't be able to get out of bed." Could Qin Zhao take this? No. He grabbed a drumstick and smacked the guy's face. "Get the fuck out. Yellow monkey, you want to die." Qin Zhao lifted his leg and kicked the guy a few feet away. He couldn't beat Gaia, but he could deal with a solo gangster with just his finger. After that one kick, the guy couldn't even stand back up. Qin Zhao had only used half of his power, but his kick was still quite harmful. Even a dragon like Gaia wouldn't be able to take it, let alone this random guy. "Don't let me see you again. Get out." The guy ran away pathetically, clutching his stomach. Guys like him just bullied the weak but feared the strong. He saw that Qin Zhao was Asian and new here, so he came to provoke him. Once Qin Zhao showed his strength, he didn't dare go up against him again. As for calling the cops, it was a joke. He would never be supported by the cops in any way. "Fuck, he wasted my turkey." Qin Zhao looked furious. "Can you use magic to kill that asshole?" "Why? You hate him?" "I don't know him, but I heard townspeople say that he sold drugs to some kids in school, and 2 of them overdosed. 1 died, and the other has brain damage. People like him deserve to die. My magic can't kill anyone. Don't bet on it." "So boring. Killing isn't fun." Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. "You killed someone before?" Fei Lai suddenly looked at him with interest. Thinking for a moment, Qin Zhao said, "Once in the hospital, a serial killer captured a nurse. I had Beelzebub kill him in front of everyone." "How did it feel?" "It was scary because I didn't feel anything. I was actually emotionless toward killing someone." "Do you have any other experiences in killing people?" "Does failing a patient during surgery count?" "No." Because of the gangster, Qin Zhao and Fei Lai weren't able to eat happily. Afterward, they went to the supermarket and bought a lot of groceries. Their fridge was filled instantly. "Fei Lai, do people still swim in the winter?" "Of course. The temperature difference in L.A. isn't that big. The beach I'm at has a lot of people the entire year. That's why we need to work the entire year too. Some people even swim at night, so I sometimes have to do night shifts." "Oh, right." Fei Lai started up again. "What are you going to give for Leonardo's birthday party?" Qin Zhao grew troubled. What should he give? He had no experience in gift-giving. Turning, he asked, "Fei Lai, what are you going to give?" "I already have an idea, but I can't tell you. If you find out, you'll definitely want to give it to him first. Then I'll have nothing." Fei Lai was careful around Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao was even more distressed. It was right of Fei Lai to be careful, because he really would do something like that. Fuck. Deppler rasped and clutched his stomach and cursed, his expression pained. He walked slowly and unsteadily. That Asian had kicked him way too hard. It felt like his intestines had broken. "I'll show that yellow monkey. I'm going to kill him." Deppler came to a building and knocked on the door with difficulty. A beat later, Treed Pempton opened the door. When Treed saw Deppler, his expression turned cold instantly. "Deppler, you shouldn't be here." His attitude was indifferent, putting distance between them. "Mr. Pempton, I'm sorry, I need money." "I already gave you money," Treed said icily. "We have nothing to do with each other again." "Mr. Pempton, I worked for you, but you only gave me $5,000. That's not fair. I need another payment. You don't keep your word." Treed Pempton's expression darkened even more. If you don't pay me, I can't promise I won't tell other people some ugly things. This was how Depler often blackmailed people. Fine, come in. Treat Penton suddenly grew calm. The moment Depler stepped into Treat's home, a dagger went straight into Depler's chest. There was an old woman standing behind the door. Depler looked around with difficulty. He knew this old woman, but why was she in Treat's home? Why was she hiding behind the door? Treat had already closed the door. Seeing Depler on the ground, he said to the old woman, "Winry, you did it too fast. You should have waited until I closed the door. If someone passed by, we would have been discovered. I couldn't help it. I haven't seen blood in so long, and prey finally showed up." The old woman slowly latched onto Depler. She raised her dagger high in the air. "Mighty sleeper," the woman recited. "In the name of Besta, please hear my calling as I give you the offering of blood." Depler hadn't died yet. He was still very conscious. In fact, the closer one was to death, the more conscious one was. However, he couldn't do anything. The old woman had rubbed some numbing poison onto the blade. He could only watch as the old woman raised the dagger again and stab it into his chest.